Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
A couple minutes from now, Sean Zerillo of the Action Network is going to join us. We're going to talk to him about some Major League Baseball plays, some future stuff to look forward to, awards market, all that good stuff. We are just a couple days away from the weekend, so I want to remind you of our weekend lineup here on the BetMGM Network. We have the return of Sunday Bets from 9 to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Those two are a fun time together. Then from noon to 4, PJ Glasser and Denton Day will take you inside the betting lines on that show, keeping you ahead of all the live action as games unfold throughout the day. And then to wrap things up, Bet Nation Live from Dallas is from 4 to 8 p.m. in the East. Eric and Zach have you covered on that show. Now we turn our attention to Sean Zerillo of the Action Network. Sean, we appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us. Excited to talk a little MLB with you. We went through earlier in the show, World Series, division winners, awards, home runs. We'll just start with World Series. Dodgers, favorites right now. They won it last year. Anyone else down the board at a better value price that you have your eye on for this season?
No, I'm probably targeting mostly AL pennant props as opposed to trying to bet AL teams to win the World Series. My overall take for the season and, for this Dodgers potential dynasty that we might be on the cusp of, if the Dodgers are going to have a best team of this run with Ohtani and Betts and Freeman's 35 now, Ohtani coming back to pitching this year, I think that this is the year that they have like their most stacked team and their best chance of winning the World Series amongst this run. Last year, there were vulnerabilities in the pitching staff. They were able to work their way through October, get all the way there. This year, they loaded up on the pitching free agents, much more depth from their starting pitching this season. I think they're much less vulnerable than they were last year. So mostly going to be targeting AL pennant props, teams like the Rangers, the Tigers, the Red Sox, who went out and got Alex Bregman yesterday. Those were the three teams I identified in each of the AL divisions that they have a chance to play out or outplay their divisional odds, potentially their AL pennant odds across the season. I think the Red Sox number came down from 14-1 to 11-1. Not really as interested in betting it at that number, but I do think there's, teams from lower in the AL East, the Rays, the Red Sox can absolutely make a run. And I think the AL is completely wide open compared to the NL. Just looking at the math, the public projection market, you can get Atlanta down to about plus 650 in terms of projecting them out. I make them closer to 11-1. So I fired on the Braves for the NL East. I think there's value in them divisionally. I want that roster, though, to be fully healthy come October before I'm interested in betting on them to take down the Dodgers. I need Acuna, Strider, Schwellenbach, all those guys to be there at the end before I'm interested in taking any shots directly against the Dodgers this season.
Interesting way to go about it. It's sort of like how people want to bet NFC rather than Super Bowl, so you avoid the Chiefs, or you bet the Western Conference to avoid the Celtics. It also puts you in an easier spot to hedge. If you can peg the right American League team at a good price down the board, like the Guardians, for example. It's a lot easier to hedge that AL pennant than it would be to hedge the World Series. So I'm with you on that. It makes a bunch of sense. Is there a team that's like, Pittsburgh's going to be very popular this year to make the playoffs? Is there an American League team that nobody's talking about that we should be talking about to make the postseason?
Potentially the Rays. The Rays have a lot of starting pitching depth. Junior Caminero could turn into a potential star for them. The AL East is just such a jumbled mess. Fangraphs Zips put out their initial projection last night. They had every team in the AL East over 500. I project every AL East team over 500 right now. Toronto just on the cusp. I think Toronto in my numbers is actually the most underrated team, but I could also see them stripping down for parts. If the season isn't going well, trading Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's on an expiring contract this year. So things could go in one of two very dramatic directions for the Jays. They could either start selling off pieces or they could continue to add pieces and potentially get to the playoffs. So I think one of the teams like the Jays or the Rays, they're projected to win in the low 80s games. And I think there's certainly, if you factor in randomness and variance, there's a path to winning 85, 86 plus games and getting into the playoffs for either of those teams. If they get there, I think the Rays would be a team I'm much more interested in from a futures perspective than the Blue Jays, just given their pitching. Guys like Mason Montgomery are going to pop this year and just become electric arms. So the Rays are always underrated in the projection market. I think I've run the math over the past decade. They're typically underprojected by as much as 8 wins on average. The Tampa Bay Rays last year was a bit of a resetting there. This year, I think they could step forward. The team in the NL, who I'm much higher on relative to the projection market, is the Cincinnati Reds. I think the Reds with Tito Francona this year, getting Matt McClain back, having a Cy Young and an MVP candidate with Hunter Green and Ellie De La Cruz, and then 3 first-round pick pitchers who are, stand to add depth to their rotation. I really love what Nick Martinez was doing down the stretch last year. So I think the Reds, relative to a very wide open NL Central, relative to a projection market that has them basically going under their win total, average projection out there of about 77 wins, listed total of 77.5. I'm at 83.3 wins on the Reds. I think they're the team that I'm highest on relative to all of the other numbers out there. So considering Bregman went and signed with the Red Sox, I was waiting to see, making sure he didn't sign with the Cubs. I bet the Reds over initially. I'm probably going to take some divisional stabs on them now at plus 550, and then maybe even to make the playoffs at 3-1. I usually wait that first week, first 10 days to judge the teams on the eye test to see what I like. I got the Diamondbacks 2 years ago at about 4-1. Kansas City last year at plus 280. I think the Reds are in a very similar position to where the Royals were last year in terms of being able to make that jump up in weak division.
Sean, Sam mentioned that the Pirates are going to be a popular public team this year. I mean, because of Paul Skeens, he's the favorite for NL Cy Young right now, plus 210. And then you jump up to 8-1 for Zach Wheeler. If people don't want to bet Paul Skeens right now at that price, who else in the Cy Young market, both American League or NL, that you have your eye on this season?
Yeah, I don't bet short priced, players in those markets. One injury could be enough to end it. Now, I do view Skeens as the best pitcher in baseball. I actually think Paul Skeens NL MVP at 65-1 is a better way to bet him than NL Cy Young, because if he pays off that plus 250 for NL Cy Young, if he carries the Pirates to the playoffs, if you look at where his wins above replacement total was last year and project him out for a full season, he can get himself in the conversation for NL MVP. Never mind all of the publicity stuff that he gets to boost up his voting status. I think we expected a much closer Rookie of the Year vote last year. He ended up getting, I think, 23 of the 30 votes or what have you. So Skeens is always going to get a little bit of a boost in the voting market because of the fame. But also, I think he has a serious chance to win NL MVP considering the construct of that team, the amount of production he's going to provide to them. But if I'm going against Skeens, if I'm going against Tarek Skubal in the Cy Young markets, I'll list off a few names here. Guys, 25, 20-1 or longer. Hunter Green, already mentioned him for the Reds. Garrett Crochet, the only pitcher in baseball with better stuff last year. Chris Sanchez, 60-1. He's adding a cutter this year. He's a left-handed Logan Webb already. I think this is his, second year getting a full slate of starts. He threw 180 innings last year. I think Chris Sanchez can get up into that Zach Wheeler territory this season. And Spencer Schwellenbach for the Braves throws 6 pitches. He threw 170 innings combined last year, could get up over 200 innings this season, should be the Braves' most effective pitcher. So I'm looking at all 3 of those guys in the NL. Logan Gilbert should maybe be a bit shorter price in the American League. He was the second half strikeout minus walk rate leader last season, added a splitter, thought he looked great. Hunter Brown has always been on my radar. He's 20-1. He added a sinker in May and then afterwards posted a 2.5 ERA. He got lit up a few times in April, gave up 9 runs in that start against the Royals in 1 inning, and that kind of inflated all of his season-long numbers. But Hunter Brown was absolutely ridiculous over the final 4 months of the season. And then Grayson Rodriguez, a guy I bet on last year at about 25-1. He's 50-1 this year, had some injury issues last year, but he had big numbers jumps when he came back, modified his mechanics, which hopefully could keep him healthy, but his stuff plus really jumped after he returned. And he also had about a 2.5 ERA over his final 15 starts. So about 3 guys in each league, longer odds I'll consider taking stabs on. But again, like the Dodgers, Ohtani in the MVP market, Skeens in the Cy Young market, Skubal and Crochet in the AL Cy Young market. There's favorites this year that I feel like are not prohibitive, but ones that I'm less inclined to go against than years past.
Let's get weird for a second. Kate was dragging my White Sox, just dragging them earlier in the show. And understandably so, right?
Yeah.
That said, the win total, I see a 51.5. And there's no way I'm going under. That's the lowest number, Sean, I've ever seen in Vegas. 51.5. Are they that? I know they're bad. Are they that bad to be priced 51.5 though?
Yeah, I don't think so. And the projection market certainly doesn't think so. Now, I'm the low man on them. And when I say projection market, I'm talking about Fangraphs, like 5 different projections on Fangraphs. BATX, ATC, Oopsie, which is a new one. And then Pacoda, Davenport, And there's another one that I incorporated as well. And then I compare that to my own projections. So I'm the low man on the White Sox. I'm at 54.5 wins. The total, as you said, between 51 and 53.5. The projection market on average has them at 62.7 wins. But considering where the White Sox are going to finish, and, forget about the over, right? Because I'm not super interested in betting the White Sox over. But what I am interested in is fading more than one AL Central team to make the playoffs. Because last year, the White Sox won 40 games, and that enabled 3 AL Central squads to make the playoffs. Now, if you stuck the Blue Jays or the Rays in the AL Central, I think they're immediately the number 2 best team in that division. I think the Twins edge out both teams slightly. But basically, if the White Sox win 40 games again, 3 AL Central teams can make it. If they win 50 games, 2 of them can make it. If they win 60 games, only one of those teams is going to make the playoffs. And I think there's tremendous odds right now on the Guardians to miss or on the Royals to miss. I'm probably against both of those teams this year. I think it's Twins or Tigers in that division. And instead of betting the White Sox over 53.5, maybe they finish with 52 wins. I think I'd rather take the Guardians to miss the playoffs at -110. I just mentioned that White Sox projection of 62.7 wins around the market. You look at the Guardians' average odds to miss the playoffs right now from all of those projection systems. -430 is what it averages out to. Dakota is the low projection at -250. Again, you can get the Guardians at about -110, I think even -105 to miss the playoffs. Very similar story with the Royals, though they're closer to about -150 on an average projection. You can bet them at -120. I think the Guardians are likelier to outplay their projection based on historics. But if you look at the Royals' depth, they have a very nice major league roster, but they have no depth. They have no farm system. They have no replacements they can bring up if anybody gets hurt. And a lot of their pitchers overachieved last season. So the Guardians I view as a much deeper organization, even though the math doesn't like them as much. The Royals have a nice major league roster, but if anybody gets hurt, there's no depth there to replace them and nobody to trade for extra depth pieces. So I think fading more than one AL Central team to make the playoffs is probably the best way to do that. But that's going to be dependent on the White Sox winning over 53.5 games.
We're talking with Sean Zerillo of the Action Network. Sean, about 2 minutes left here. Take your pick. Home run leader, RBI leader, stolen bases leader, anyone that you have bet already or plan to before the start of the season. And again,
no, I haven't actually bet into any stat leader markets yet or awards markets. That's now that I have Bregman, to a team, I have Pivetta to a team. I'm going to start finalizing my player projections just a little bit tighter. I can shout out though the guys I'm interested in, MVP market, and then I want to briefly mention ROI guys to keep an eye on in spring. So Julio Rodriguez was 15-1 to win AL MVP last year. He's 25-1 this season. His plate discipline metrics shot up dramatically. Like the pitches he was actually deciding to swing at improved dramatically, even though you don't see that in the underlying strikeout and walk numbers. Julio from an AL MVP perspective, and then also from a future home run leader perspective, this is a guy who's going to hit 50 home runs eventually. He's not like an Acuna 50-50 guy. He's a guy who blossoms into a 50-plus home run hitter, still owns the home run derby record for most homers in a round with 41, has amongst the best power metrics in the game. I think Julio busts out with a 300 batting average, 50 home run season at some point, maybe this year, maybe next year. Wyatt Langford, I picked the Rangers to win the AL West. Wyatt Langford, I think 75-1 worth a shot as well. The NL guys, Ellie, Carroll, Merrill, Chourio, I think are all viable MVP candidates. And then guys to keep an eye on from a playing time perspective in spring training, Chase DeLauder, Christian Moore in the AL, Jacob Melton for the Houston Astros. And then the NL, Bryce Eldridge could win the Giants' first base job eventually. He's 20 years old. He's 6'7". The Giants think his bat is major league ready. He's 100-1 for NL Rookie of the Year. And Davison De Los Santos also 100-1 for the Marlins. If either of those guys earn their way onto the major league rosters like Jackson Merrill did last season at 80-1 Jackson Merrill, I think any of those guys could be in the conversation at long odds. So just keep an eye on playing time during spring training and see which prospects teams are actually willing to try to let make their rosters.
Great stuff, Sean. We appreciate you stopping by, all of your insights. You can catch Sean on X at Sean Zerillo, all of his content over on the Action Network, both Major League Baseball and UFC. Sean, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you for having me. It's nice to be back in spring training.
Sam, I don't like the White Sox. He's like, who likes the White Sox this year? Of course I'm going to poo-poo on the White Sox. But the team total it's low. It's too low. And to see his Sean's projections, 10 games above 10.5 is what they should be at. Yeah, I think you probably have to take an over there.
I took one note from that segment. Julio, MVP, 30-1 at BetMGM. Hey now.
There you go.
The White Sox maybe shouldn't be favored for most losses. Maybe it's the Rockies. That's like the other takeaway for the White Sox thing.
That's a great angle as well.
That have the Rockies with fewer wins than the White Sox. So that could be an interesting stab too.
Coming up next here on Bet Sweats, our lightning bets as we wrap up the show. Thank you, Sean, for joining us in that segment. We will wrap up the show next with our favorite bets as we send Sammy off to Ireland. That's coming up here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Lightning bets coming your way. Just a few moments. We'll tell you what we're betting on heading into the All-Star break for the NBA. Maybe some college basketball plays for tonight. That's all coming your way as we wrap up the show here on the BetMGM network. Sammy P, I'm Kate Constable. Sam, I don't know if you just saw this, but it's all over Twitter and people are getting pretty upset for good reason too. YouTube just dropped or will be dropping CBS and other Paramount channels. They've failed to reach a new deal, new contract. This TV stuff is an absolute mess constantly, but terrible timing. March is right around the corner. What's on CBS in March, you ask? Well, the tournament. How are we supposed to watch these games?
I still have basic cable, luckily, but I know people that have completely gotten rid of cable to just have YouTube TV, which, by the way, is really, really starting to get on my nerves. That's the third thing. They say good things or bad things come in threes. Between the price range, taking other channels off the network, and now taking CBS off a month ahead of March Madness, I'm getting fed up. The problem is I don't have another alternative. What am I going to do? Go back to cable? No. So they continuously have us by the throat, and there's nothing we can do. Oh, we're going to pay $10 more a month. Oh, perfect. Can't wait, Oh, now we're going to take away CBS. Lovely. What's next? What are they going to take away from us next?
Yeah, I feel like the YouTube TV just jacked their prices up too, which they're constantly doing. I still have basic cable, but it almost feels like if you're paying for YouTube TV, you're probably also paying for other things that the cost of it all is almost as large as cable. So at what point do we circle back? Does the pendulum swing in the other way and we go back to how we were in the old days where you just had cable and not having to have 17 different streaming services to watch all these different networks and channels?
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm now considering going rogue. I've got friends who have these fire sticks on steroids. They're like, we don't pay anything. And I'm like, well, I don't want to cheat the system, but you take away my March Madness, I'm going rogue. They don't give me a choice anymore, Kate. I might have to.
That's the sacred time of the year. What is the other, what's the other big time of the year where you need TV? Any other playoff scenarios, probably?
Yeah. NFL.
Playoffs, Super Bowl, November baseball. But March Madness, everyone's locked into their TV. I guess maybe everyone's just going to have to start going to bars. But are bars even going to be paying all these crazy fees and packages? Well, and if it's taken off of YouTube and they don't have that, then they won't even be getting it anyway.
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous. I wish it was this simple, television. I don't know why it's never been laid out this way. Just give us the a la carte option where we pick the 30 channels we want. We get those at a flat rate, and then it's good. I don't need 150 channels. It used to be I have all these channels, and then you watch 4 of them. Give me the option, and this will never happen because of rates and fees and all that, but the next company that decides, hey, we should do the a la carte option, all right, you get Comedy Central, you get this, you get that, you get CBS, you get ESPN, you get the Big Ten Network, you get VH1, whatever. And that 10-channel a la carte is X. And if you want 20 or 30, you do that. I'm sure that's impossible, but that would be very, very beneficial for the customer. Pick what you want and go from there.
Let's get you in front of the guys at all these big networks, Sam. It is genius. It's a simple strategy, but that would solve pretty much everything other than the networks and the costs and their need to make money and gouge us all. That's why it'll never happen.
I don't know that it solves everything, but what I will tell you is it would alleviate the concern of all these mass droves of people cutting the cord. Less people would cut the cord if they could pick and choose what they want to watch. That's why people cut the cord, because you either get this package or this package or that package, and there are people that don't want any of that. So that's my tangent on television and all that. Taking away CBS right before the tournament is a ballsy move by YouTube TV.
All right, one other question. How often do you watch? Are you a big Comedy Central guy? You threw out Comedy Central as your first channel that you would add to a 10-channel package? Tell me. I need to learn more about you, Sam. Are you Comedy Central man?
I need my South Park. No South Park, very unhappy boy.
All right,
Sam, you're never going to believe what's on Paramount Plus then.
South Park?
Damn it.
That sucks. That's too bad. All right, should we do lightning bets before you get into even worse mood, Sam? I don't want to make you feel bad before you hit vacation.
Oh, I'm in a good mood. Don't worry. Spring break
good.
in about 7 minutes from now. I like Gonzaga tonight. I know the early move came against them. They opened up 14.5. Some books are down to 14. There's a couple 13.5s in market. I am not afraid of a 1-point line move. I think Gonzaga beats this team by 25 tonight. So 842 Gonzaga will get my money, and I'm going to lay 13.5. Write me down for that one.
Love it. I'm going to go in the NBA. We talked about some upsets potentially brewing, and one of those being the Pelicans over the Kings. Kings played in New Orleans the other night, last night. It's their last game before the break. They're probably hitting the town. New Orleans, fabulous city. Never been there, but heard great things. The Kings probably aren't taking this game quite as seriously. So I'm going to take the Pelicans on the money line in that one. Hope they can win outright. And then I like the Timberwolves plus 7.5. I think there's some 8s out there as well. I've clearly, grab the better price at 8 if you can get that. Thunder, both these teams on a back-to-back. Wolves lost last night, a game they shouldn't. Hopefully they want to finish off the season, first half of the season strong. Get a win over a big Thunder team would be great momentum going into the break. So those are my only 2 plays tonight. Quiet card with not a whole lot of action across various sports. Paul, you want to come in and give us your bets for tonight?
I don't dabble often, but I'm with you on the Wolves at home against the Thunder. And then I wanted to get your take on the Clippers after beating the Grizzlies at home, going on the road to, granted, a terrible Utah team. Jazz catching 9.5, just as you were on the Clips last night and you nailed it. Is that a good look?
I feel like the Jazz played their best game last night, and now it's going to be back to Jazz stuff. I'm not sure I would take
coming
them.
Off a win. Yeah, all right,
the
cool.
Jazz don't win all that often. That's a stay-away game for me because I could also see the Clippers not taking this as seriously, being they just won last night against the Grizzlies, a more important opponent. But I would lean towards LA just being the better team. And the Jazz, they looked good last night, but they are not a serious basketball team.
All right. Riding with the Wolves. Catching it.
Riding with the Wolves. Jake, what you got?
Just off the heels of some more MLB futures conversations, I want to add 2 guys for wins leaders. The first being Seth Lugo is 70-1 after he was 2 off the lead last season and when he finished 4th in Cy Young voting. Obviously, I really like the Royals. I think they're going to win a ton of games. I think Seth Lugo is going to have another really good year. And then Justin Steele at 60-1 as well. Dealt with injuries last year, only started 20 games, but in the year before that, won 16 games. Same thing. I think the Cubs are going to win a ton of games. I don't like them for World Series necessarily, but I think they're going to be a good team. At 60-1, Justin Steele, I feel like the shine has worn off a little bit from him from a couple of years ago, so I'll take a shot there as well. And then nothing else. We are locked in for tomorrow morning. You will get all of the college baseball bets tomorrow in this same segment, 24 hours from now. Let's go.
Let's go.
Jake, I have discovered Chandler Simpson. I looked at him this morning, and you're the first person I reached out to about him. So, what kind of number do you think we get? It depends on what he comes up. We're talking about stolen base leader, right? What, all of that. When do you think he comes up? What kind of number do we think we get? Let's say, I don't know, is mid-April, that sort of thing is what they're going to do? Or are we more talking June, halfway through?
I mean, it's the Rays, and they know they're behind the 8 ball when it comes to the Yankees and the Orioles and the Red Sox. They know they're chasing all of those guys, so they can't afford to let talent just kind of meander and waste away in the minor leagues. So if he has a good spring, there's no reason to think that he can't theoretically open the season with the big league club. It just depends. And I mean, their outfield, there's not a ton of guys blocking him. The only people Christopher Morel is their left fielder right now, projected at least. Johnny DeLuca's fine.
Thanks.
Like it's like the Cubs tried to get rid, like they expedited Christopher Morel out of there. So I think Simpson could theoretically open the season. It just depends on what the Rays are trying to do. Are they trying to be a competitive team and trick themselves into thinking they can be a playoff team, or are they just going to slow burn this? If he's on the opening day roster, I don't think enough people know who he is, so you'll probably get a big number, and then everybody's going to bet it right away because people who pay attention go, oh, hey, 104 stolen bases in the minors last year. Yeah, let's do it. Obviously, you're always going to be chasing Ellie, but if he comes up, and I mean, even if he comes up in June, maybe like just the pure speed, he could theoretically catch Ellie, and if Ellie tweaks an ankle again and it misses 2 weeks, there's going to be a lot of wiggle room there.
He can't.
So I guess the answer is I don't know.
Doesn't have the power.
No, definitely not. Like he's just going to be a pure speed contact guy.
Jake keeping us informed on all the under the radar players in baseball.
Sam,
have fun on your trip. I was thinking during the show where I could. I mean, I'm no Ireland expert. I was in Dublin a couple years ago. The Brazen Head. Oldest pub in Ireland, right down the street from Temple Bar, right in between the Guinness factory and the JMO. We hit the Brazen Pub. You get the brazen beef stew, and then you go straight to JMO, and then from JMO you go to Guinness. That was what we did one afternoon. Phenomenal. You're feeling fantastic by the time you hit the top floor of the Guinness factory, all the windows, everything. That's the way to do it. So my advice for your trip.
I would hate to
beef stew into Jameson into Guinness. How does it go wrong?
They played zombie all the time. Couldn't figure out why. Yeah.
I never claimed to be a historian, Paul. Okay.
Tanks, bombs, 1916. Couple references. That's all right. It's all right. No problem.
I never said I listened to the lyrics.
You're just shouting in the bar. That's fair. Hey, that's the best part. Dude, drinking and Irish singing, you're going to have a blast.
Oh, Irish coffees every morning, too. Phenomenal. Temple Bar has great Irish coffees. Loved those. Sam, have a great time on your trip. Sammy and Joe will be back in a couple of weeks. This is Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. We will be back tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
1 hour left before Sammy is on vacation. Sam, it's the home stretch for you here. Just a couple segments. See that nice smile? Yeah, you're pumped for it. We are going to get to lightning bets in about 40 minutes from now. We'll get Sam's final bets before he heads out and is no longer, well, maybe you still are able to bet some offshore or something out in Ireland. 20 minutes from now, we'll talk to Sean Zerillo of the Action Network, get his thoughts on the Major League Baseball season, some futures there. But now it is time for a little college baseball action. I'm not a college baseball bettor, guys. I'm not going to even pretend like I really know what's going on in the college baseball world. So we get a lot of Jake Hassan in this segment. Should we start with more so futures for College World Series, and then we'll get into any games that are today? Because the season's underway. That's how little I know, right? This isn't like
24
a
hours.
preseason anything.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Okay, that's when it's starting. Gotcha. Okay, awesome, phenomenal. So Sam, College World Series. Tennessee won last year, beat Texas A&M. They are tied as the co-favorites 8-1 to take home the title, take home the rings this year on BetMGM.
I don't know if I'm more excited for vacation, Jake, or Kate's more excited to talk baseball for 2 more segments on this show. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know which one it is. I have a feeling I know which one it is.
I'm pretty excited for the next hour to be over too, because baseball talk, not my forte. Not my forte. So
I'm not going to say Arkansas, Jake. I will not go there like I did last year. I got a buddy who said that they had the best pitching staff in the country, and he may have been right.
True.
But they couldn't hit. So I need a little bit of both. Am I crazy for taking a liking to Florida this year? I can bet them at 12-1.
No, definitely not. Florida is in the top 10 in the preseason rankings. A lot of people like them. When I go on vacation in about a month, I may meander over to see them if I can. But everyone's going to say, well, they lost Jack Caglione, their best player. He was a two-way player. He was their leader in RBIs and hits and home runs. But the rest of this lineup is still very, very good. It's an SEC team. Obviously, most of the times, the best college baseball programs come from the SEC because they're in warm weather climates. They have the cream of the crop. They get the best prospects. But Florida, I'm just a little bit wary of because they have a lot of young pitching that they're going to be relying on. And generally, for me at least, when I'm looking at teams to win and win in the tournament, I like more experienced veteran pitching, juniors and seniors, sophomores, but Florida's going to be relying on a lot of unknowns in their pitching rotation. I could be wrong. Maybe they're just awesome from the jump. I think they'll have the offense, but I need to see what their pitching staff is going to be first. Definitely a team that is circled and that I'm willing to be like, all right, and after the first week or two, it's time to jump in on because it's just all systems go right away. But no, you're not crazy for that.
Yeah, it's a bigger price too. I mean, if I get ahead of that, Kate, if I bet them at 22-1 or 25-1 or whatever, and they exceed expectations and the pitching is better than people think, then you can kiss that 20 price gone. You know, it's bye-bye, like me tomorrow. It's gone. But you're going to hear a lot of Tennessee, LSU, Texas A&M. That's the trifecta in terms of your favorites this year to win the College World Series. Tennessee, LSU, and Texas A&M.
How often do we get with the SEC being the best conference in college baseball? How often do we get someone further down the board that actually wins that conference versus Tennessee, Texas A&M sitting at the top? Like, is it ever worth taking a flyer on an Alabama who's been great in previous seasons? I'm not sure what their roster's like this year, but Jake, further down the board in a conference as stacked as the SEC.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth taking shots, whether that's the conference itself because it's so they cannibalize each other so much, or for College World Series as a whole to be the last team standing. Yeah, I mean, to be the last team standing, especially in the College World Series, you could take shots because you every now and then and pretty often you get a team that just pops. And sometimes you just get SEC teams that trip over each other. But then just as often you get a Tennessee versus Texas A&M. You get a Florida versus LSU. So generally you don't want to go against the SEC. But if you're taking some long shots and you're getting good prices, and there are a couple of teams that I like. As far as the top of the board goes, though, like I don't want anything to do with Tennessee. It is so hard to repeat just to get back to Omaha or just to get back to the championship game in this sport. It's nearly impossible. We've never had a repeat champion. And so Tennessee, I'm good on. They lost some guys in the transfer portal. I think they've got a lot of ground to make up from last year's team. They're still very, very good. They're still probably going to be an Omaha team, but I don't want them for the championship. I'm certainly not betting them to win it all. Texas A&M too. They have the most talent. They have probably the best player in college baseball, but people are forgetting, and I want to stay away from them for a little bit because people are forgetting that last year, after their season ended, their head coach stood up there, and Sammy's doing horns up. Their head coach, their manager stood up there and said, no, I'm not going anywhere. I love being in College Station. I love this team. I'm committed to these guys. And then 12 hours later, he was the Texas Longhorns manager. And it was very weird, and it was very bizarre. And then he tried to get the hitting coach to go with him. Hitting coach said, nope, I'm staying. I'm going to be the next manager of this team. I'm going to take us back. He convinced Jace Lavalette to stay and not go to the MLB draft. He convinced their staff ace to come back and not go to the MLB draft. So I just need to see what this is going to be because it was such a weird offseason. It was such a weird end to their season last year. And like I said, it's so hard just to get back to the championship game in this sport. So cool. Everybody likes them. I feel like I'm alone on this island of I don't want anything to do with either of these two teams. But you mentioned LSU, Sammy. I'm obsessed with this team. I know they're the third favorite. Oh, nice pick, dummy. They're the third favorite. Yeah, real sharp. But I don't think they should be 9-1. They opened 12-1, and I was one of the people that bet it. Other people are clearly betting it. It's down to 9, 8-1. I'm obsessed with this team. I legitimately think that they have the next Paul Skeens in Chase Shores. He missed all of last year recovering from elbow surgery. The kid's 6'8" and 260. He's just a absolute unit, and he's got 4 legitimate pitches. He's unbelievable. I do think he could be the best pitcher in college baseball. He could be a top 5 pick in the next draft. They have Jared Jones, who I talked about yesterday, who I like as a shot for Golden Spikes as well at 18-1. And just they've been there. They know how to win these games. They have the talent. They have 2 of the top freshmen in college baseball. I'm obsessed with this team. I think the price should be shorter. I think they should be closer to Tennessee and Texas A&M. I do think you're still getting some hashtag value with LSU at 9-1, but I do also like other teams.
I think Kate has the right idea, though. The SEC in college baseball is the best by far. Yep. The best league. And it's not a bad idea to take a pop on a team or two. I mentioned Florida. I'm going to be doing a deep dive tonight on Chicken Dinner with a couple guys that cover college baseball for NCAA Insiders, and I imagine one of them is going to throw Texas out there because they do have the coach, or the manager, sorry, I'm in football mode. Schlossnagle leaves A&M, goes down to Austin. It's weird to say that Texas is an SEC team still. I mean, it just is, but Kate, I think you have the right idea. The gauntlet of the SEC makes a lot of these mid-tier teams, like the 4th, 5th, and 6th best teams, it makes them a lot more prepared for the big tournament. And that's not a bad idea at all, to look at those middle-of-the-pack SEC teams.
And maybe some more warm weathery teams early on in the season in terms of backing them on a day-to-day basis, Jake, with, tomorrow – when the season kicks off, we know the season kicks off tomorrow. Ohio State is going to be playing Arizona State. Arizona State's minus 285 on the money line. Run lines aren't out quite yet or totals, but a team like Ohio State in the freezing cold going down south, you have to imagine that the teams that are able to practice down south will probably have the edge early on in the season. Am I right there?
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams have been on their actual home fields for the last couple of weeks. Like you said, they're in the warmer weather, whereas teams like Indiana, Ohio State, UConn, they're practicing indoors. They're practicing on turf. They're trying to simulate game conditions, but they're not outside. They're not in their full routine yet. Listen, they're Division I athletes. They're college baseball players. They're playing at one of the highest levels. I'm sure they'll be able to adapt pretty easily. But yeah, I mean, generally you lean towards those teams right off the jump just because they're more adapted to their normal routines than some of these other teams.
Is that okay? I'm just going to keep firing questions here. That way I can kind of figure out how to learn. In college football, first week in college football, you just take the FBS schools over the SCS schools. You lay the points. They win by 40. We don't have run lines out yet, but do you follow that same strategy early on in the baseball season where a lot of these games are going to be completely lopsided and taking the favorite on the run line is a way to go?
I think what you'll see tomorrow, and a lot of the wise guys that I know who bet college baseball, they're betting totals. They're betting 70% totals rather than sides. And what they'll do is they'll take a team like let's call Virginia or Oregon State tomorrow. Oregon State's a perfect example. Oregon State's going to be a $3 favorite at home tomorrow against Xavier. Rather than lay $3, what they'll do, and Jake knows this, they'll play the total under. And then they'll play, if they can find it, they'll play the Xavier team total under. Because Oregon State is a perennial pitching powerhouse and defensive juggernaut. So in the case that Xavier wins 2-1 or 3-2, what they'll do is they'll play that total under at maybe 11.5, and then they'll play the Xavier team total under. They don't want to lay that $3. I mean, they're not afraid to, but they'd prefer opening day of baseball to not lay 300 to win 100. I think that's something to understand. A lot of the respected college baseball players are looking to play certain teams, but not necessarily money lines. They'll play totals, they'll play team totals, and they'll play oftentimes the alternate run lines. Lay 2.5, lay 3.5, lay 4.5. There's a way to play the best teams and not lay all the heavy juice.
Yeah, run lines especially. Like Sam, you're right with that. Like alternate run lines in college baseball. Like you're going to get a lot of these teams, these powerhouses that are just going to absolutely run away from some of these other guys, other teams that are just starting to gear up or aren't in the same class. But that being said, there's money lines out. I'm going to take a couple shots on a couple money lines tomorrow. Like Texas Tech is 2-1 against North Carolina tomorrow. I'm going to take a shot with Texas Tech just because they had the best transfer class in all of college baseball. North Carolina is figuring some stuff out. They lost two of their best players, their two best players from last year's team that made a run in the College World Series tournament, or in the college baseball tournament, I should say. And Texas Tech is a team that perennially is feisty, and they stay close in these games and they win games like this. 2-1, I think, is wrong. I'll take a shot on them. James Madison is 3-1 against Florida State, and that's going to be because Jamie Arnold is pitching, and he's one of the best pitchers in all of college baseball, but 3-1 is just a little too much. So I'm going to take a shot there on James Madison, a team that made the tournament last year and was kind of on the upswing the last couple of years. So that's just me. Like Sam said, though, generally you're playing these totals and you're playing these run lines for powerhouses or SEC schools or known commodities against teams that are just not in the same class.
Kate, we'll just send you the bets. How about that? You just text
That's
us.
all I want.
We'll send you the bets.
I'm just gonna, I'll go to the Odyssey app or where get my podcasts. I'll listen to this segment because it's all broken up into segments, and I'll learn about the college baseball that way, but also just what you guys are betting on, and I can just tell you on all of these. So I like that plan. Jake, a couple of years ago, I think it was it Coastal Carolina, East Carolina, the team of destiny that you loved. Wasn't there someone like that? Who's the team of destiny this year that's not one of the more popular guys?
Oh, yeah. Coastal Carolina, really liked them at 90-1 a couple years ago. That didn't go great. I really like Oregon as a longer shot at 80-1. They've been building over the last couple of years. I like teams like that where they go from nothing or mediocre to tournament team to super regional team to making a push for Omaha. And Oregon's been on that track, and they're a team that brings back 7 of their 9 starters in the lineup from last year. They got a guy in the transfer portal named Jacob Wrights who's 6'10" and throws 98, who could be really, really awesome for them. I like their coaching staff. Shout out Hawk. Her brother's on that coaching staff. Not the biggest reason why I like that, but he's also been a really good pitching coach in college baseball every stop he's been at. So I really like the makeup of this Oregon team at 80-1. I bet them to make the College World Series at 5-1 as well, because I think that they're a team that the arrow has been firmly pointed up over the last couple of years, and they've been making these pushes. They've fallen just short, but bringing back most of their team from last year, adding key pieces in the rotation, and a couple of really impact freshmen, they're a team at 80-1 that I really like and that I've made a bet on.
Yeah, it's also important too, Kate. A lot of teams have those Friday guys, And what a Friday guy is an ace, because the aces pitch Friday. And then the 2 and 3 guys pitch either Saturday, Sunday or Saturday, Saturday, depending if they do a doubleheader or not. Finding those teams that have the 2 and 3, very important, because every team has an ace, of course. And most aces can carry the mail. But you'll see a lot of really good baseball teams that can hit, that have an ace, that don't have a 3, and definitely don't have a 2. So it's worth finding which teams have the pitching depth and which ones don't.
Whew, guys, I'm fired up for the season. Starts tomorrow. Let's go. Made it through the segment, too. I mean, I'm only sweating just a little bit right now. One more baseball segment to go here. Sean Zerillo joins us next from the Action Network. That's coming up here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
A couple minutes from now, Sean Zerillo of the Action Network is going to join us. We're going to talk to him about some Major League Baseball play, some future stuff to look forward to, awards market, all that good stuff. We are just a couple days away from the weekend, so I want to remind you of our weekend lineup here on the BetMGM Network. We have the return of Sunday Bets from 9 to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Those two are a fun time together. Then from noon to 4, PJ Glasser and Denton Day will take you inside the betting lines on that show, keeping you ahead of all the live action as games unfold throughout the day. And then to wrap things up, Bet Nation Live from Dallas is from 4 to 8 p.m. in the East. Eric and Zach have you covered on that show. Now we turn our attention to Sean Zerillo of the Action Network. Sean, we appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us. Excited to talk a little MLB with you. We went through earlier in the show, World Series, division winners, awards, home runs. We'll just start with World Series. Dodgers, favorites right now. They won it last year. Anyone else down the board at a better value price that you have your eye on for this season?
No, I'm probably targeting mostly AL pennant props as opposed to trying to bet AL teams to win the World Series. My overall take for the season and, for this Dodgers potential dynasty that we might be on the cusp of, if the Dodgers are going to have a best team of this run with Ohtani and Betts and Freeman's 35 now, Ohtani coming back to pitching this year, I think that this is the year that they have like their most stacked team and their best chance of winning the World Series amongst this run. Last year, there were vulnerabilities in the pitching staff. They were able to work their way through October, get all the way there. This year, they loaded up on the pitching free agents, much more depth from their starting pitching this season. I think they're much less vulnerable than they were last year. So mostly going to be targeting AL pennant props, teams like the Rangers, the Tigers, the Red Sox, who went out and got Alex Bregman yesterday. Those were the three teams I identified in each of the AL divisions that they have a chance to play out or outplay their divisional odds, potentially their AL pennant odds across the season. I think the Red Sox number came down from 14-1 to 11-1. Not really as interested in betting it at that number, but I do think there's, teams from lower in the AL East, the Rays, the Red Sox can absolutely make a run. And I think the AL is completely wide open compared to the NL. Just looking at the math, the public projection market, you can get Atlanta down to about plus 650 in terms of projecting them out. I make them closer to 11-1. So I fired on the Braves for the NL East. I think there's value in them divisionally. I want that roster, though, to be fully healthy come October before I'm interested in betting on them to take down the Dodgers. I need Acuna, Strider, Schwellenbach, all those guys to be there at the end before I'm interested in taking any shots directly against the Dodgers this season.
Interesting way to go about it. It's sort of like how people want to bet NFC rather than Super Bowl, so you avoid the Chiefs, or you bet the Western Conference to avoid the Celtics. It also puts you in an easier spot to hedge. If you can peg the right American League team at a good price down the board, like the Guardians, for example, it's a lot easier to hedge that AL pennant than it would be to hedge the World Series. So I'm with you on that. It makes a bunch of sense. Is there a team that's like, Pittsburgh's going to be very popular this year to make the playoffs? Is there an American League team that nobody's talking about that we should be talking about to make the postseason?
Potentially the Rays. The Rays have a lot of starting pitching depth. Junior Caminero could turn into a potential star for them. The AL East is just such a jumbled mess. Fangraphs Zips put out their initial projection last night. They had every team in the AL East over 500. I project every AL East team over 500 right now. Toronto just on the cusp. I think Toronto in my numbers is actually the most underrated team, but I could also see them stripping down for parts if the season isn't going well, trading Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's on an expiring contract this year. So things could go in one of two very dramatic directions for the Jays. They could either start selling off pieces or they could continue to add pieces and potentially get to the playoffs. So I think one of the teams like the Jays or the Rays, they're projected to win in the low 80s games. And I think there's certainly, if you factor in randomness and variance, there's a path to winning 85, 86 plus games and getting into the playoffs for either of those teams. If they get there, I think the Rays would be a team I'm much more interested in from a futures perspective than the Blue Jays, just given their pitching. Guys like Mason Montgomery are going to pop this year and just become electric arms. So the Rays are always underrated in the projection market. I think I've run the math over the past decade. They're typically underprojected by as much as 8 wins on average. The Tampa Bay Rays last year was a bit of a resetting there. This year, I think they could step forward. The team in the NL, who I'm much higher on relative to the projection market, is the Cincinnati Reds. I think the Reds with Tito Francona this year, getting Matt McLean back, having a Cy Young and an MVP candidate with Hunter Green and Ellie De La Cruz, and then 3 first-round pick pitchers who are, stand to add depth to their rotation. I really love what Nick Martinez was doing down the stretch last year. So I think the Reds, relative to a very wide-open NL Central, relative to a projection market that has them basically going under their win total, average projection out there of about 77 wins, listed total of 77.5. I'm at 83.3 wins on the Reds. I think they're the team that I'm highest on relative to all of the other numbers out there. So considering Bregman went and signed with the Red Sox, I was waiting to see, making sure he didn't sign with the Cubs. I bet the Reds over initially. I'm probably going to take some divisional stabs on them now at plus 550, and then maybe even to make the playoffs at 3-1. I usually wait that first 10 days to judge the teams on the eye test to see what I like. I got the Diamondbacks 2 years ago at about 4-1. Kansas City last year at plus 280. I think the Reds are in a very similar position to where the Royals were last year in terms of being able to make that jump up in a weak division.
Sean, Sam mentioned that the Pirates are going to be a popular public team this year. I mean, because of Paul Skeens. He's the favorite for NL Cy Young right now, plus 210. And then you jump up to 8-1 for Zach Wheeler. If people don't want to bet Paul Skeens right now at that price, who else in the Cy Young market, both American League or NL, that you have your eye on this season?
Yeah, I don't bet short price, players in those markets. One injury could be enough to end it. Now, I do view Skeens as the best pitcher in baseball. I actually think Paul Skeens NL MVP at 65-1 is a better way to bet him than NL Cy Young, because if he pays off that plus 250 for NL Cy Young, if he carries the Pirates to the playoffs, if you look at where his wins above replacement total was last year and project him out for a full season, he can get himself in the conversation for NL MVP, never mind all of the publicity stuff that he gets to boost up his.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM. The sports filling in for Nick and in Vegas on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Now, the rousing edition of You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans filling in the ginormous shoes of my Nick Castos and Femi Baby Faye. Gentlemen, enjoy your vacaciones, por favor. We're going to cover a lot today. Ryan Horvat and I in the driver's seat this afternoon over a 4-hour sports betting extravaganza. We're going to reveal our picks on our cards this evening. And not a great slate of college basketball games, but I always have an inch. Because I'm a bit of a degen this time of year, so naturally going to have a lot of tickets fired off, and that's where we'll get Horvat's picks as well. We're going to say hello to our little friend. We're going to pry Parlay Pete away from the bar, get his selection this evening. We're going to get seduced by the juice, all plus money all the time, working some bonus time bets. Mike DeCourcy from the Big Ten Network, and also doing brackets at Fox Sports, going to be dropping in. We're going to get his bracketology thoughts ahead of a monster slate of college basketball games upcoming this weekend. We're going to have a number 1 seed discussion. Who's on that top line right now? We're going to have a little bubble banner. Who's in? Who's out? Who's got work to do as we're heading down the home stretch and hurtling toward Selection Sunday, only about a month away, believe it or not, on March 16th. We're going to flash forward to the future, keeping our eye on some futures wagers that we've already fired off some tickets on at significant plus money. Chris Spatola is also going to be sailing by as he covers college basketball for ESPN and Sirius XM. And he's got an awesome new podcast as well called the Social Replay Podcast of the former co-host of mine from my Sirius days, that being Dallin Cuff, who also does an excellent job there on ESPN. It's naturally a hashtag Tequila Thursday, so we're taking shot shots on some plus money wagers. Could be the NBA, could be in college basketball, could be somewhere else. I will have a little bracket big board snapshot talking about the projected number 4 seeds. And 2, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. Got any college basketball questions? You want to talk a little NBA? Anything else top of mind? Pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight is the handle for our show in the evening. You better you bet. You can also fire off some texts there on the X, and we'll grab those. And you can also see our pulled instinct poll question of the day, which is asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on my latest edition of the bracket big board on the gamingjuice.com, which one do you believe is a challenger to make the NCAA Tournament Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State at plus 950. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Fire off any comments. We will grab those and read them off a little bit later. And keep the votes coming on X at You Better You Bet, on X, or my handle at Noisy Hueva. So we bring in my esteemed colleague, Ryan Horvath, right now on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. A guy, it's always so good when it hits the lips, and especially when he sees some NFL news about one of his all-time favorite players, Aaron Rodgers. Adios, sayonara. See you later. His days of the Jets, Jets, they're over. We're going to see if he'll continue on in his NFL career, or maybe he's going to hang it up for good. But Horvath, you're an Aaron Rodgers apologist. You've been a fanboy ever since he came in league out of the University of California. What was your immediate reaction to Rodgers saying bye-bye to the New York Jets?
Yeah, I think the Jets made the right decision, right? Aaron Glenn, first-time head coach, and you never know how many years you're going to get, right? It doesn't matter what it says on that contract. It could be a short shelf life, especially as head coach of the New York Jets. And you have a bunch of young pieces on that team. I know the defense, especially the run defense, was a huge letdown last season. But still, I mean, you got a bunch of young players. You got Breece Hall. You have Sauce Gardner coming off a down year. You have Garrett Wilson. And it didn't sound like Garrett Wilson really wanted Aaron Rodgers back. So I think they're making the right decision, right? You go with the youth movement. You move on from Devontae Adams. You move on from Aaron Rodgers. Now, I think this is the right decision for the Jets as long as they don't bring in another retread, right? Like I saw a report that possibly they would look at Kirk Cousins. If you're going to spend money on a veteran quarterback, right, I would rather just keep Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers has some decent football left, but here's the problem with the Jets, right? They wanted him to commit this offseason. You don't know where his head's going to be this offseason. You're going to want him at OTAs. You're going to want him around with this young team, and he could be in the jungle doing ayahuasca on Netflix again this offseason. So I think they made the right decision as long as they go with the youth movement here. I don't know if that's Jordan Travis. I don't know if Jordan Travis is an NFL starting quarterback. I don't know if you're going to be able to get your guy in this year's draft, but I would rather take a shot even with Shador, with even Jackson Dart, maybe a project year 1, year 2 for Aaron Glenn, than bring in Aaron Rodgers, who seemed like he was a little bit of a cancer in that locker room this past season. You got Robert Saleh fired, and it was kind of a mess, right? You bring in Allen Lazard, Randall Cobb, Devontae Adams for 5 wins in 2 seasons. So I think they're making the right decision. We'll see if Aaron Rodgers hangs it up. I think he probably should. That said, he's probably got some good football left in him, but I just don't know who else would be a taker. Is it Vegas? Does he go play for Brady and for Pete Carroll in Las Vegas? Is it the Pittsburgh Steelers? I know him and Mike Tomlin have a decent relationship. It doesn't seem like guys in that locker room want him either. So if I were a betting man, I'd bet it's probably over for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I think the ship has sailed for him as well. A guy that can be a liability in the locker room, can maybe, drag some people down the process, and a guy who's getting up there and long in the tooth that obviously, had some shining moments this season. He's a guy that can still spin a pretty tight spiral if given protection. And once he was healthy, he was running like a madman late in the season. We saw it on occasion. So he's a guy that can still play at least at an average level, despite the advanced age. I think Pittsburgh does make the most sense in the world if they're going to kick the tires and give him a 1-year deal and bring him in and compete. But I think just turn the keys over to Justin Fields. That'd be my recommendation to that organization. And we'll see what the Jets do. I like Jackson Dart quite a bit. I love the skill set there out of Ole Miss, and a guy that could exceed expectations for whatever team invests in his services in year one. But much to be determined, as it normally is during the NFL offseason, but already one major domino falling as Aaron Rodgers no longer a member of the New York Jets, and we'll see if he signs a deal with another NFL franchise in the coming months. But right now, we got to get some bets on the board. Let's review our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays of the night. Whatever pick is your poison, my friend. What is numero uno on your card this evening?
Like you said, not the best slate, so these are baby bets for me today. And usually I would look at Nebraska tonight, right? At home, they're laying 1.5, minus 125 on the money line. This season, they're 10-2 at Pinnacle Arena. They're 13-2 when they are favored in these games. They're also on a 4-game winning streak. But I just think Maryland's the better team. I know there's the revenge factor as well, but I actually took the 1.5 here with the Terps. I also like a little money line sprinkle. I know that we saw this game January 19th. Maryland won that game on their home floor. It was a close one, 69-66. Nebraska has size, but I like the front court a lot better for Maryland. I like Julian Reese. I love Derek Queen. Nightmare matchups. And also Nebraska this season defensively outside the top 150, defending the perimeter. Maryland's starting guards all shoot at least 35% or above from 3. They're shooting right now, or they are 52nd in three-point percentage, inside the top 50 in effective field goal percentage. So I'm going to take a shot here with the Fighting Willards. Give me the Terps plus 1.5. I'll go against everybody here on this one.
Oh, let's double down on this. You and I are very much on the same page, amigo. Numero uno on my card this evening, and I'm going to be the Frady cat here. A little Team Raisins instead of hashtag Team Huevos. But I'm going to play this as same game parlay. Give me Maryland. I'll take it up to plus 5.5 there on that alt line. And I'm going to match that with the game total, and I'm going to jack it up to 154.5 and windmill slam dunk that under. You put those hands together, Richie, plus money, which is always a goal when building some of these same game parlays. It's plus 102 when constructed there at BetMGM. Just kind of certifying what you were saying. You look at Maryland, they are top 40 in Bart Torvik over last month. Only 197 EFG offense, but lockdown defensively, number 86 in EFG defense, giving up just 49.2% inside the arc over their last 30 days and 31.4% outside of it. You mentioned that 1-2 dynamic duo of a punch in the interior and Queen and Reese, and that's going to be a handful for Nebraska, which is weak on the glass. Not a very good rebounding team. On top of that, they're just number 200 in EFGD over the last 30 days, giving up 50.4% from 2 and 35.7% from 3. So to recap, my top play of the night, SGP, give me the Terps and that Turtle Power plus 5.5. And I'm going to take the game total up to 154.5 and hit that under plus 102 when built at BetMGM. Numero dos on your card. Please share.
Well, usually, Brad, we're on from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, so I got some action while we're doing the show. But luckily today, we do have a 5 p.m. tip, so we're going to head out to America's most famous arena. We're going to go to the Island Federal Credit Union Arena in Stony Brook, New York. And we're going to go with the under. I bet this at 143.5. It's down to 141.5. Monmouth taking on Stony Brook coming up in about 2 hours. So Monmouth, terrible offensively. Right now, 278th in scoring offense, averaging about 70 points per game. They're also shooting 40.5% from the floor, which is only 351st in the country. They average 6.8 threes per game outside the top 270th. And then you got Stony Brook, who's only averaging about 67 points per game on the offensive floor, leaving them about 340th in the country. Now, the only issue here, what scares me a little bit, both teams also struggle defensively. Stony Brook, 268th in scoring defense, giving up 74.6 points per game. Monmouth gives up about 77. They're 309th in scoring defense, but I still like the under here. Early tip, under 141.5. I'm fine with that. Monmouth, Stony Brook, the big one on CBS Sports Network in about 2 hours.
Yeah, definitely go in advance the game of basketball by at least 150 years. I think that's an excellent call there. Numero dos on my card. Let's go with the covering machines, and that's Omaha, hike. And I am going to hopefully spike home a winner with the Mavericks plus 9.5, not the Dallas version, the Omaha one. They're taking on the Fighting Jackrabbits of South Dakota State. Normally a team I tail, but I think the spread's too high. That's why I'm on Omaha plus 9.5. Omaha this season 17-7. ATS is a record. They've been covering machines, a team that's only number 117 in Bartow last month, but they're number 13 in the country in EFG offense. They're burning the nets. South Dakota State, decent defensively, number 54 in EFGD. I just think 9.5, a wee bit too high. I think South Dakota State wins this in the 6 to 8 range, and hopefully we get the cover as a result on Omaha plus 9.5 and a minus 110 juice. Numero tres on your card. Finish strong.
All right, I'm torn between two right now in the NBA. It's early, so we could come back to this a little bit later, but I'm waiting to figure out if Ant's going to be out there tonight for the Timberwolves. I kind of like Minnesota. I want to get the best number, though. Right now, 7.5. They're home against OKC. Everybody's going to want to bet OKC. Pretty much everybody going in this game. Chet's back now. He's a game-time decision, most likely going to go. But if we get to 8.5, 9, Minnesota at home, I'll probably take the Timberwolves. And then I also bet Houston early, but that went from pretty much a pick. They were 1-point favorites to now out to 6. I still like Houston, but it does look like Steph Curry is going to play tonight. Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield, everybody's going to be out there for Golden State. But I still like the Rockets tonight, so we'll go with the Rockets for now.
Numero tres on my card. I am going to live and land down under on UMKC South Dakota. That number sitting at 157.5. Normally I go over on everything South Dakota because they're 18-4 over to under this season, but UMKC 8-14 over to under record. A team that relishes a slower tempo. Number 310 in all college basketball adjusted tempo, only 283 in EFG offense over the last month as well. South Dakota not exactly burning the nets, though they are the fastest team in college basketball at adjusted tempo. Every advanced metric site says the under is a play, and I'm going to go with the numbers nerds that are out there and say the under UMKC South Dakota hits at 157.5 at a minus 110 juice. There you have it. Our cards this evening, a little mixture of NBA and college basketball. We got to take a little siesta. And when we come back here on You Better You Bet, Parlay Pete's dropping by. We're going to say hello to our little friend. Roll the shoulders as well. It gets seduced by the juice. Don't you go anywhere, fools. We're barely getting warmed up. This is You Better You Bet on the brand spanking new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to probably parlay Pete away from the bar, get his selection here momentarily. We're going to say hello to our little friend and wheel the Sledgehammer special. Roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice as well. And if we have an additional window, we're working some bonus time bets as well. Hey, if you got any questions for us, ideally college basketball or NBA related, easy way to get a hold of us here on the program. You pick up the phone and you dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop off an X or on the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on my bracket big board, which you can find on thegamingjuice.com, which one do you believe has the best chance of making the NCAA tournament's Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is it Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State. This is going to be a Sparty party down there in San Antonio at plus 950. Over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. I want to fire off any comments. Go ahead and do so, and keep the votes coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. All right, before we get to Parlay Pete, I got to tell you about what's going down this weekend right here on the BetMGM network. This weekend, it's the return of Sunday's Bets from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then, from noon to 4 p.m., PJ Glasser and Denton Day take you inside the betting lines, keeping you ahead of the live action as the games unfold. And it's the Bet the Nation live from Dallas from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern with Eric Giofalo and Zach Wolchuk. So we got you locked, we got you loaded, wall-to-wall action. No matter what kind of sport you're into, whether it's college basketball, the NBA, drop the puck, getting some bucks in the NHL, or the fighting sports, get it all right here on the BetMGM network. All right, pardon me for a second. I got to yell over at my friend. I encourage him to get over here. Hey, you! Dead body guy at the bar! Get over here! Yeah! Shiver me timbers! I'm here to make some booty! All right, Parlay Pete got to work in his wager of the day. All parlays, all the time. He's going to go with a little two-legger in college basketball. Leg numero uno for my hook friend, Jacksonville State plus 2.5. And leg numero dos, the Anteaters of Cal Irvine on the money line. I will reserve the juice payout. Let me give you the explanation straight from Parlay Pete's hand. Leg numero uno, Jacksonville State, score the cover plus 2.5. They are against Sam Houston State on the road. Jacksonville State right now has the upper hand in their conference, and really in advanced stat as well. If you look at Bart Torberger last month, they're number 88 overall. Sam Houston State just number 165 in that category. Jacksonville State number 70 in the EFGD during that 7-game stretch. Sam Houston State, meanwhile, number 310 in all of college basketball and EFG offense. They're only shooting 39.8% from 2. They'll bet it from outside at 35.9%. Parlay Pete believes Jacksonville State will score the cover on the plus 2.5. Meanwhile, leg numero dos on this 2-leg parlay, the Anteaters of Cal Irvine going to suck up those little critters and maybe get a dub as well. They're taking on UCSB, Irvine 125 in terrific over the last month. UCSB, the Gauchos at number 185 in that category over the same stretch. Irvine, fantastic defensive team. Number 42 in effective field goal percentage defense in their last 8 games. And you look at UCSB, they cough it up too much. Number 318 in turnover percentage. Offense is problematic against a high pressure, excellent defensive squad. and they're subpar defensively in their own right. Number 148 in EFGD over the last 30 days. So to recap, yeah, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete's a parlay of the night, two-legger. Jacksonville State plus 2.5. Cal Irvine on the money line. Put those together at BetMGM. A cool plus 128. And Parlay Pete got to get closer, hopefully, to positive territory. He's down 1.5 units lifetime in his segment. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer.
Yeah,
right.
baby.
I'm going with, all right, so right now here at 3:26 Eastern, I forget how tough it is to bet NBA props during the day, trying to figure out who's actually going to play, who's not going to play, because Kyrie just popped up as questionable. I still got something for him coming up later, but I'm going to go with the MVP of the league. Not yet, but SGA now minus 600 to win that award. And I'm looking at the Thunder Timberwolves game tonight. I've been watching a lot of Thunder basketball. My son, he's only 11. He's already waved the flag. He said no more Chicago Bulls basketball after they were down 71-29 the other night to the Pistons. So we've been watching a lot of Thunder, and we like SGA. So we'll go with his points. Right now, 31.5. You can find this minus 105 to the over. It's actually juiced to the under. Both teams on the second night of a back-to-back. But going against Minnesota, he's hit this number in 8 of his last 9 games against the Timberwolves. Just had 40 earlier. So I'll go with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over 31.5 points, minus 105 for the sledgehammer pick tonight.
All right, my sledgehammer special. I'm going to go the Summit League. So daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. I'm dropping the hammer on North Dakota State. I'm going to lay the chalk of 13.5. They're taking on Oral Roberts. Remember, they were a center back in the day. They're out of Oklahoma, but I think they're going to get their asses kicked tonight. I'm going to lay that 13.5 chalk with supreme confidence. That's why I'm wheeling the sledgehammer. North Dakota State, only 177 in Bart Torvik the last 30 days. We look at Oral Roberts, 271 according to Torvik over that same span. North Dakota State can absolutely fill up the cup, number 29 in college basketball last 30 days in EFG offense, setting 59.3% from 2 and 36.8% from 3. Meanwhile, Oral Roberts only 203 in EFGD over that stretch. They're going to own them on the glass. Oral Roberts, not exactly a great rebounding team. And on top of that as well, Oral Roberts, number 307 in 2-point percentage D. So don't be surprised. And North Dakota State hangs like a 90 spot on Oral Roberts. I'm laying the chalk here, a little heavier chalk, minus 13.5 with the Bison out of North Dakota State at a minus 110 juice. All right, time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. That is the requirement. What catches your eye?
All right, let's go to the All-Star game, as disgusting as that sounds. I'm going to watch the second half. I'll watch All-Star Saturday a little bit, the dunk contest and three-point contest. But I played All-Star MVP. We talked about this last night on our show, but I played Tatum, Jason Tatum at 18-1, plus 1,800. More of a narrative play for me. He didn't win Finals MVP, didn't deserve it. It went to Jaylen Brown. He won't win this season's MVP. That's most likely going to be SGA minus 600 or Jokic if there's not voter fatigue. Then there was that whole Olympic thing with Steve Kerr where Kerr didn't want to play him. So not getting the proper respect that he deserves. Celtics legend Jason Tatum, now an NBA champion, on pace to average 25-plus points per game for the 5th straight season, which will actually pass Larry Bird's record from 84 to 88 for the most consecutive seasons, averaging at least 25 in Celtics franchise history. I like him because we talked about this last night as well. Doesn't use load management. 4th in the NBA in total playing time, right behind Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, and then Ant. Ant's the other guy I kind of like for All-Star MVP. But we're getting a better price with Tatum. He's averaging 27 points per game. So I'll go with Jason Tatum, MVP All-Star, 18-1 for the Seduced by the Juice today.
All right, going back to the mid-major market of college basketball. Give me UT Arlington straight up on the money line tonight. They're going against Cal Baptist. And yes, call me a sinner, but I like Arlington at a plus 105 juice. They're at home. Why? Well, you look at Arlington. They're one of the slower teams in the country, number 317 in adjusted tempo. Cal Baptist also likes to grind it out. Cue the Key Sweat there in the background in the half court. But Arlington, excellent offensively, number 62 in the EFG offense over the last last 30 days. Cal Baptist, meanwhile, in that category, number 293. They're only shooting 49.1% from 2, 30.6% from 3. I just think on paper, Arlington's the better squad, and they're at home, and they're catching points. I can get them a +1 to win straight up. Count me in. So give me UT Arlington on that money line at a +105 juice. Ooh, we got a little extra time, which means bonus time, bonus time. Horvat, whether it's in college basketball, the NBA, maybe the NHL, looking ahead in other markets, whatever is your pleasure, my man. What else are you willing to bet on tonight?
I was looking for some unders on player props, but I'll go with another over here. So Kyrie just popped up about an hour ago on the injury report. He's got a shoulder injury, so he's questionable tonight against the Heat. I kind of like the Heat in the game, but I'm going to go with Kyrie points as long as he plays. It bumped up a little bit from 25.5 to 26.5, -110. He's averaging about 25 points per game. Obviously, they just traded away Luka, right? So there's not a whole lot of guys that could create their own shot left in Dallas. Anthony Davis is hurt, go figure. He had 42 against the Warriors last night on 15 of 25 shooting. So maybe there's some fatigue, but he was 7 of 10 from 3. 2 nights before that against the Kings, played 44 minutes, had 30 points in that game, was 2 of 7 only from 3. I'll go back to Kyrie, though, as long as he's out there tonight, over 26.5 points against the Miami Heat.
All right, excellent call there. And, of course, I'm going to go back out to left coast because it is the best coast, especially when it comes to college basketball. Gonzaga's taking on San Francisco. And believe it or not, the Dons are catching 14.5 points on the road there inside the Kendall in Spokane. I think it's too large of a spread. So I'm going to ride with San Francisco and those 14.5 points. You look at San Fran, 47 of Bart Torvik here over the last 30 days. Only 160 in EFG offense during that stretch, but a respectable 67 in EFG defense. They're only giving up 18.2%. 18.2% from distance over their last 8 games. That's extraordinary production, shackling them perimeter, to say the least. The Zags have been a roller coaster ride all year long. Got it projected right now to be on that 8-9 line, and I think they're going to be lucky to land there come Selection Sunday. They're number 27, respectable standing in Bart Torvik over the last 30 days. 54 in EFG offense, though, only 124 in EFG defense, and they've really struggled stretching out and guarding the perimeter, giving up nearly 34% along the arc over that span. Good on the offensive glass, excellent scoring the ball inside, which they're going to have to do because San Francisco, again, they have length, and they get out, challenge, and contest a lot of shots along the perimeter. I think the Zags will win this thing in the end, probably in that 10 to 12-point range. I don't think they're going to win by 15 or more, so I'm going to take the points with San Francisco plus 14.5 in that WCC battle against the Gonzaga Bulldogs at a -110 juice. All right, we got a couple minutes left here, Horvey. Just your general thoughts about the Zags this season. My God, have they come tumbling down the mountainside. You know, I reflect back at that Baylor smackdown that they had earlier this season and played that
40
in the kennel. Yeah, that was still in Spokane. I'm thinking, okay, this team is not going to be locked inside the top 10 all year long. They could be a Final Four contender. Ever since that moment happened, though, I've had to reassess and reassess and reassess again. I think they're going to be lucky to win a single game in this year's NCAA tournament. Am I off my rocker?
No, I'm with you, man. I could see them being a first weekend exit this year. I mean, even in conference play, and I get that the conference is a little better this year, but they're 9-3. I bet them last Saturday against St. Mary's. I thought that was finally a good spot, and I like the St. Mary's team. I love Randy Bennett as a head coach, but they haven't been very good against the number. I believe they're like 3-14 ATS in their last 17 overall. We keep pricing them with these big numbers. And I do, I like the spot for San Francisco. I do think the Zags, like you said, win between 10 to 12, but I don't like their ceiling this year. And I'm usually a Mark Few guy. I do want him to get that national championship, that natty ring before it's all said and done, but I don't think this is the team. I know this isn't the team this year.
No, it's certainly not the team this year, and it's just kind of been a strange course that they have wove overall this year, especially with a veteran squad. They have some size in the interior. They have the versatility, obviously with the guard play there, led by Nemhard. I thought for sure they'd be a hell of a lot better than the record indicates. And you're right. Look, the WCC has improved because you had Washington State, you had Oregon State. Oregon State not yet in the bubble conversation, but a team that's at least raising the profile of that league. In the brief stint, both those former Pac-12 members are in this league before the new Pac-12 resurrects and comes alive. But yeah, Gonzaga, I know a lot of people are going to be looking at the bracket. There may be, casual college basketball fans. They're going to see them on the 8-9 line. Don't advance them beyond a single line because they're going to exit stage left in a hurry. All right, speaking of exiting stage left, we got to do exactly that right now. When we come back, Mike DeCourcy, who is a bracketologist for Fox, he's going to be joining us. There's a lot of excellent work as well for the Big Ten Network. We're talking all college hoops all the time. I love this time of year. Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be talking to Mike DeCourcy from Big Ten Network and Fox Sports here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk some college hoops with us, maybe some NBA, the NHL, whatever else is on your mind, easy way to get a hold of us here on the You Better You Bet program. You pick up the phone and you dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on my latest bracket big board at thegamingjuice.com, which one do you believe makes the deepest run in March all the way to the Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State at plus 950 over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise the Democratic right. Got any comments for us? Hit us up at You Better You Bet on X, and keep the votes coming as well on X at You Better You Bet. All right, let's go out through the power of animated picture and sound and talk to Mike DeCourcy, Sporting News college basketball columnist, Big Ten Network analyst, and he does brackets and a bang-up job at that at Fox Sports, a jack of all trades, especially this time of year. Mike, welcome to You Better You Bet. First question out of the gate for me. The fourth number 1 seed is undeniably the most debatable in the bracketology community at the moment. Right now, the bracket matrix aggregate still has Tennessee on the top line, with Florida and Houston firmly in the mix. Who is your current fourth number 1 seed, and who do you believe lands on that top line about a month from now on Selection Sunday?
That's a fascinating question, and I will say that the Matrix is a wonderful tool, and I really appreciate its existence, but it does lag a little bit because of however many brackets there are out there. They don't all update on a regular basis. I mean, for instance, I do it twice a week. I know there are others who do it more regularly than that, and I think the majority would probably do it, especially at this time, less regularly than that. So I don't think there's anybody out there who really still believes Tennessee's the fourth number 1. I would have a impossible time believing that. I mean, I'm going to say they can't be, but not now. Right now, it has to be Florida. There's just no other strong contender. Houston has great metrics, and you can always think that they can get there. But to this point, there's not enough accomplishment there to put Houston in that spot. And with the win that Florida has at Auburn, which will be the best win that anybody gets all year, as well as significant metrics, as well as other accomplishments and very few losses, I think that right now Florida would be the one that would be heading to San Francisco.
Mike, a team I was kind of high on coming into the season and has been a huge letdown, at least for me, was Indiana. Not that I was expecting them to make a deep run, but I thought maybe they could be a Sweet 16 team at best. And Mike Woodson out at the end of the year. They did just upset Michigan State as huge underdogs on the road. Now they get UCLA, which is interesting because we're hearing some Mick Cronin conversation maybe as the next head coach of the Hoosiers. Wishful thinking probably. Brad Stevens leaves Boston. Who do you think the next head coach of Indiana is? Who would be the best fit? And your thoughts on really what went wrong this season for the Hoosiers?
Well, I just don't think that they did a great job of building the point guard position into their approach. And I thought that was Mike's problem almost throughout his time there. When he had Jalen Hood-Schifino, eventually that worked its way into a very capable point guard circumstance, and Jalen did a really nice job, and that team got to the second round but was beaten by the Miami team that wound up in the Final Four. I don't think that other than that, they really solved that position, and so that's why they are where they are. It's still a possibility that they could make it because of the weakness of the end of the field, but it would take a significant outperformance from what they've delivered so far this year. As far as the future is concerned, I will caution everybody to just look at college basketball history and say, when has someone ever left a UCLA for a Indiana or a Michigan for an Indiana? When does that happen? It doesn't happen now. The only relatively recent, and I think it's recent because I'm old, episode of that would have been North Carolina getting Roy Williams from Kansas. And that was such a specifically personal occasion. Roy had both of his adult children had located to North Carolina. Dean Smith specifically personally asked him, would you please do this, after he had turned them down 3 years earlier? And so finally Roy said, okay, it works for me, let's do it. But that circumstance doesn't exist here now. So I don't think that's going to happen. That you're going to get someone who's out of Michigan or out of UCLA to come to Indiana. Indiana's advantage in this, and I hope their fans eventually accept this, their advantage in this is that with the financial separation of the Big Ten and the SEC from the rest of college basketball, their pool is as large as it's ever been. They can look in the ACC, they can look in the Big 12 and be serious contenders to get those coaches. Not the guy at Kansas, certainly, not the guy at Duke, but the vast majority of the programs in those two leagues, you can get that person to go to a Big Ten now.
Mike, I want to get back to the Big Ten here in a second, but moving over to the SEC, it's just so loaded where it's kind of like a flavor of ice cream. Everybody probably has their favorite, and there's such great coaches. You have Auburn, you have Alabama, Florida A&M, Chris Beard at Ole Miss. Which team, if you had to pick today, and I know it's only February 13th, do you think is built to make the deepest run in March, or which maybe two do you like the most in the SEC?
Yeah, I think Alabama and Auburn, and I know that's very obvious, but they're both terrific. The problem Alabama has, not necessarily in getting deep, because they've shown that with a similar group to this one, they can get deep. They were in the Final Four a year ago, and this is a better team and playing better. The issue is, can they get the defense all the way there? Last time I looked, they were about 42nd in defense at KenPom.com, 42nd in defensive efficiency. That doesn't win a national championship, never has. And so they have to get it better. And I think they've improved recently, and there's still plenty of time to get there. But that's the side of the floor that they need to improve upon to get to all the way to the top of the platform on Monday night. Auburn has a lot going for it. They are a terrific defensive team. They are a significant offensive team. The only thing I wonder about with Auburn is this sharing the point guard thing. I like both point guards, but no one's won it like that. They've won it maybe playing two, to an extent Virginia did in 2019. Kyle Guy could play some point guard if he had to, but not. I can't remember anybody that legit shared it where one guy started, the other guy maybe played more minutes, but I'm not sure that Tahad Pettiford coming off the bench is the long-term solution for them. When Connecticut had a similar circumstance in 2023, and eventually they said, okay, Tristan Newton, it's all you. I think if Auburn does that with Tahad Pettiford, that might be the step that carries them to the top of the platform.
We're talking to Mike DeCourcy right now, Sporting News college basketball analyst, Big Ten Network analyst as well, and he does all the brackets all the time at Fox Sports. Mike, let's get back to the Big Ten. As you're very familiar with that league, given your work with the Big Ten Network, among Power Fives, the Big Ten is the most wide-open race remaining here in the regular season. Currently at BetMGM, Michigan is the odds-on favorite to add a trophy to the case in the regular season at plus 105, followed by Purdue at plus 155, Michigan State at plus 525, and then Wisconsin's way down the list at 25 to 1. Who heads in the Big Ten tournament, in your opinion, as the number one seed?
That's a great question. And I love these conference races. I know there are some who don't think it means a lot, but if you ask the players and the coaches, they really care about what happens in these conference regular season races. I do think that Purdue is probably built the best to finish this off, but Michigan squeezing that win out at home against the Boilermakers the other night really gave them an advantage, that one game advantage plus, I guess, technically a tiebreaker as well. So I do think that Michigan's in a great position But I've always liked Purdue, the way they're built. They have a tremendous point guard in Braden Smith, probably the best in the country as a pure point. And then they've built a great low post offense around Trey Kaufman-Renn. If they could get their young wings to play more consistently, that would be a huge step forward for them. They haven't been able to do that. And that's held them back a little, not a lot. I mean, they're still having a great year, but if they could get their young wings to deliver and contribute more consistently than they have, I think that Purdue would really take off.
Yeah, I totally agree with that vantage point. I think Purdue is still the team to beat. Mike, we have about 90 seconds left, so give me a quick answer on this one if you don't mind. Among your projected 5 to 7 seeds, so within that range, who do you believe is a true Rip Van Winkle and may be able to make a deep run in this year's NCAA tournament?
I love what Arizona's doing right now, and I probably have them lower than some, so maybe I'm cheating a little bit because some have them 4 or 3, but I still have them as a 5 based on accomplishment, not potential. That's why, because I really do think they're playing excellent basketball. They just need that excellent basketball to translate into more results as we go through the last month of the regular season and conference tournaments. That's a team that has great physical size up front. They're getting terrific point guard play from Jaden Bradley. I like a lot of what they do. And I think that Caleb Love has become a little bit less audacious with the way he plays. I think he understands that he's got to play within this system for them to succeed. So that would be the pick out of my 5 to 7s. I like a lot of those teams. Memphis has played great. Illinois, wow, they're dangerous if they get it all together, and lately they have.
Speaking my love language as an ILL fan and aficionado, really appreciate the time there, Mike DeCourcy, Sporting News college basketball columnist, Big Ten Network analyst. Check out all his bracket work as well at Fox Sports. Mike, enjoy the action this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes, Mike DeCourcy, and there we go. We got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, we're going to talk number 1 seeds as well. What's my pecking order? Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand spanking new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Tequila Thursday. And I can't wait for the bartender to pour me a stiff one, hopefully a 3-finger pour, because I'm going to sit back. I got a lot of tickets open in the world of college basketball. Not a great slate, but still ample options available on the board. I'm going to kick up the feet. I'm going to sip away and hopefully count some winnings by the end of the night. And hey, if you want to talk some college basketball with us, maybe the NBA, the NHL, whatever is top of mind, all you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at usually BetMGM tonight. I almost said that because that's our show in the evenings. At You Better You Bet is where you can see our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds available on my bracketology list called the Bracket Big Board of the GamingJuice.com, which one would you bet on making this year's NCAA tournament Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State at plus 950. Over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. You got any comments for us? Drop them in and keep the votes a-coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. All right, we're going to have a little number 1 seed discussion of our own right now based on my latest iteration of the Bracket Big Board. You can find it on the GamingJuice.com. DeCourcy, Mike DeCourcy, we just had on in the last segment. Excellent interview. If you missed it, you can always listen to the podcast version of You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. So subscribe and download and make sure you follow that for your daily consumption. DeCourcy was pretty emphatic in his number 1 seeds. He had Auburn, Duke, Alabama, and the Florida Gators coming off arguably the most colossal win of any team in college basketball season as the Gators went down to Auburn, Alabama, and they chomped home a winner. A massive resume builder there. Mike then elevated from a number 2 seed to a number 1 seed, or mine identical. We're going to share him here right now. So let's go ahead and start diving in, and we're going to also give you some teams that are still lurking in the number 1 conversation. And this just in, BetMGM now has number 1 seed odds as well. And there's a couple of muy interesante markets available right now at significant plus money that we're going to have a conversation about. So if you're buying what we are selling in this segment, go hightail it right now to BetMGM and fire off a ticket. Fade or follow, as I always say, that is up to you. Horvey, are you ready for the number 1 seeds?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
All right. My number 101's the Auburn Tigers, obviously. That is the lowest of low-hanging fruit. That's a watermelon on a twig, essentially. You look at the nuts and bolts, and they're minus 1,000 right now. It might actually be minus 10,000 at BetMGM. Yeah, it's minus 10,000. They're going to be a number 1 seed, and they're likely going to be the number 1 of number 1 seeds about a month from now on Selection Sunday, which is March 16th. You look at the overall resume, they're number 1 in the net. They played the hardest strength of schedule in the entire nation. They played the 8th hardest strength of schedule in non-conference play, and that is a fair measurement as well. 6-1 in true road games, 13-2. It's absurd. In quadrant 1 games, they still have an outside shot with the rest of the season schedule. And of course, too, the SEC tournament to tie or maybe reset the quadrant 1 record before entering the NCAA tournament, which is 20. That was booked by Kansas a couple of years ago. You look at what they've done on Torvik. They're a number 3 best team, a top 3 team, according to Bart Torvik over the last month. 180 in EFG offense. Not great there, but defensively, number 42 in EFGD. The rest of the season schedule is this. The Iron Bowl, the more meaningful version, which is going to be played on the hardwood this season. That's coming up on Saturday. So they got to go to Alabama. Monster game. You got to watch that one. It's going to be, I think, at 3 o'clock Central Time, 4 Eastern. Then they follow with Arkansas at home. After that, they get Georgia at home, Mississippi at home. So nice little 3-game home stretch, all very winnable contests. Then at Kentucky, at Texas A&M, and then a rematch with Alabama. That one being played at home to put the cherry on top of the Sunday in the regular season. Your thoughts on the Auburn Tigers? Are they going to be the clear-cut front-runner come the start of the NCAA tournament to cut down the nets and win the whole damn thing?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I hope so. I wish I would have acted a little bit sooner, right? We talked about this a month ago, and they were 8-1 to win the national championship. Last night we talked with Tom Casale on our show, and he got a much better price, so I wish I would have fired away with him. But they got 6 guys that average at least double figures. You got, if Broom's not the player of the year, the Wooden Award winner, he's right behind Cooper Flagg. It's a 2-player race. You have 13, like you said, quad 1 wins, by far the most in the country. I'm a Bruce Pearl fan, and if you're looking at the criteria of teams that could make deep runs, that could win it all, you have to most likely be top 10 defensively, top 10 offensively, and that's what this team is. They're battle-tested, and I can't wait to watch that game. Like you said, the basketball version of the Iron Bowl on Saturday. I kind of like Bama in the game. But, yeah, I like this Auburn team quite a bit. I think the price is gone as far as national championship future prices, but I do like this team, and I'll probably be betting them a lot once we get to March.
And we're going to be talking a heck of a lot more about that Auburn-Alabama matchup on tomorrow's You Better You Bet. And this jackass is going to be back at the controls. So Jared Smith's going to be joining me as my compadre in that one because you're going to be at SmackDown with the kids. So enjoy the WWF action, to say the least. And a team that right now is bringing the elbow from the top rope. That's the Duke Blue Devils. In a woeful ACC this season. They're also minus 10,000 right now to be a number 1 seed come Selection Sunday. They're at BetMGM. Number 2 overall in the net, number 55 in terms of strength of schedule, though they played the 17th hardest non-conference strength of schedule, 7-1 in true road games, 5-3 in quarter 1. Number 6, according to Bart Torvik over the last 30 days, 34 EFG offense, 63 EFG defense. They finished with Stanford at home. That's going to be a blowout. At Virginia, they suck after that. And then really a game they sorely need. Who do they play? My ILL! And that's a neutral floor game at Madison Square Garden, New York. And honestly, they really could use that as a tune-up for the NCAA tournament. Maybe Illinois even knocks them off. And then after that, at Miami, they're just dreadful. Florida State also bad. Another stinky team in Wake Forest who had a bad L last night against Florida State. That one being played at Cameron Indoor. And then they finish with the rivalry game at North Carolina. And you might say, as a casual fan, Carolina, they're probably going to knock them off. Not this version of the Tar Heels. This version of the Tar Heels is NIT bound. They are repulsive, to say the least. So I like Duke quite a bit, though. Have they been challenged? Horvat, your thoughts about the Blue Devils this season, who, of course, have the front runner to win the Wooden Award in Cooper Flagg?
Yeah, I'm a big Cooper Flagg guy, right? As a Chicago Bulls fan, I'm hoping that they lose every single game, and it's looking good after getting blown out by the Pistons back-to-back nights. And I want Cooper Flagg really bad. Probably not going to happen, but I feel good about this Duke team because of the way that they defend, right? Top 3 defensively, according to Ken Pom. I like John Shire. Let's see what he could do in the tournament. They've slowed down the pace. They're playing at a slower tempo this season. Cooper Flagg in that loss to Clemson, he really struggled from the floor. Still hit a big shot in the second half. That's what scares me a little bit about Duke, right? Like every year in the tournament, you could kind of pick that team that's going to give Duke some problems. It's usually a team that could get physical with them. I'm not calling Duke soft, but I'm kind of calling Duke a little soft. But they're not battle-tested, man. That's why I can't wait to see that game coming up at MSG in the Big Ten ACC Challenge against Illinois, a super athletic team with some pros, because other than that Clemson game, I don't think Duke has been challenged or will be challenged in conference play. I did take the points like an idiot a couple Saturdays ago with Carolina when it closed at 13.5, 14. You could throw the records out when these two teams play. No, Carolina's no good. The ACC's really down this year. Still wouldn't surprise me, though, if Duke did make a run or win it all because of that defense, because of Cooper Flagg. And I am a little higher on Shire than most. It's always going to be hard to replace a legend like Coach K, but I do like this Duke team. They should be a number one because they're not really going to be tested, but it won't surprise me if they do get knocked out.
Yeah, look, I think they're a vulnerable number one seed. As good as Cooper Flagg is, as good as Tyrese Proctor can be, and a guy that can absolutely become an arc assassin and just drain bucket after bucket from distance. But you're right, that Illinois game is timely. It is a true litmus test to see where they stand against competition outside a mediocre and down ACC. So if they go out there and wax that ass of my Illini, and they win by like 20 or more points, then I'll have to reassess. But I don't think it's going to be the case. You and I were talking about this on our show on BetMGM tonight. Illinois is probably going to be an 8-point underdog in that game on a neutral floor, and I will take the orange and blue. And yes, I'm trying to bury the bias as tightly and as well as I possibly can. But I think Illinois is a live dog, knowing that Duke just hasn't really been pushed a whole lot. And when they were pushed, they lost at Clemson inside Little John Coliseum last week. And all right, let's move on to the next number one seed, and that is Alabama. Roll Tide. I love them. I grabbed them at 9-1 yesterday to win the national title. They are number 6 right now in the net. They're also minus 275 to acquire one seed. Not any value there, but they're probably going to get one at BetMGM. In terms of the rest of their resume, they have played the 4th hardest strength of schedule in college basketball, 10th hardest in non-conference, or even 1, which is remarkable in the SEC, as rough and rugged it is, in true road games, 8-3 in quarter ones. They're a top 10 team in Torvik over last month, where they're number 7 EFG offense, 44 in EFG defense. Next up, of course, the Iron Bowl at home against Auburn. Then at Missouri, Kentucky, Mississippi State at home, at Tennessee, Florida at Auburn. Holy gauntlet. But I think Alabama's going to be up to the task. Even if they will split down that middle and went 4-4 essentially the rest of the season, I still think they have a very strong argument to be number one seed. Your thoughts on Alabama? Am I going to burn or roll in smoke that national title ticket in short order?
That's a great question, man, because if they do lose in the tournament, it's probably going to be because they live and die by the 3. They're going to go cold from 3. But I like this team, too, and I get it. They play at a really fast pace. Obviously, they're tough defensively inside the top 35 there. And what I like about Bama is I'm a big Nate Oates guy, and your 2 leading scorers in Mark Sears and Grant Nelson are both seniors. So you have that veteran leadership. You defend. But again, if they do get knocked out of the tournament, I think it'll be a game where they shoot 25% from 3 or they just can't buy a bucket. Yep. But I do like this team, and they play enough defense, and I like Nate Oates. So I think they're a 1 seed. Can't wait to see this game against Auburn coming up. But if they do get knocked out, I think that's what goes down. You live and die by the 3.
Yeah, that's exactly the story of their season. All right, the 4th number 1 seed for me, and it's different from Mike DeCourcy. He had Florida, and I had Florida 24 hours ago. Then I slept on it, and I woke up, and I said, is the selection committee really going to supply 3 1 seeds to one conference? As historically good as the SEC is, I don't see it happening. So I'm going to go with the Houston Cougars as it currently stands. I'm right now projecting them to get the automatic berth in the Big 12, and whoever does acquire that, whether it's them or Iowa State, I think they're going to be the last number 1 seed. You look at the particulars with Houston, number 3 overall in the net. They're minus 125, so minus odds to be that 4th number 1 right now at BetMGM. They played the 50th hardest strength of schedule. Not great in that category, 70 in non-conference, but they're 6-1 true road games, unblemished in that category, 5-3 in quarter ones. They are the number 1 team in Torvik over the last month. 147 EFG offense, 211 EFG defense. But the zombie horde, they just keep coming after you on the glass. That's where they make their hay. They finished with at Arizona, big game there. At Arizona State, Iowa State at home, another big game. At Texas Tech, Cincinnati, Kansas at Baylor. Thoughts on Houston and Florida, by the way, plus 150 to earn a 1 seed. And interestingly, Purdue 20-1. I kind of like that price at BetMGM. So your thoughts on what I just tossed out at you?
Love the Cougs, man. I like betting them, like game by game, but I'm done with Kelvin Sampson and Cougar futures forever. Them and Rick Barnes in Tennessee, I'm just not going to waste my money. It's kind of like when I bet golf outrights. But they have, Houston most likely I would have as the number one. I just worry, if LJ Cryer or Sharp, goes cold, are they going to get enough scoring? We know that they could defend their ass off. They have nearly an identical resume as Duke. They have 5 quad one wins. They're in the top 3 in all 3 results based on metrics if you're looking at number 1 seeds. So most likely it's Houston. And hopefully, I like this team, man, but I can't do it anymore with the Cougs. I like Florida more. I did play some Florida futures. The Condon injury scares me a little bit, but most likely it'll be Houston as the number 1 seed.
Don't sleep on Purdue. I'm telling you, still in the hunt at 20-1 to earn that 4th number 1 seed. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back for the 1 seeds, we're going to talk bubble teams. Who's in, who's out, who's got work to do. We'll have a full rundown of every single team on that list. Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're doing a little bubble banter in this segment. All college basketball, wall to wall all the time. Don't worry, though. We're going to have a flash forward to the future segment coming up next. We're going to work in some additional action in other sports. I think Ryan's even firing off something in Major League Baseball.
Oh, yeah.
That's timely. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to having that conversation with him as pitchers and catchers have already reported for a number of teams right now down in Grapefruit League action or the Cactus League out in Arizona. Hey, if you want to talk some college basketball Selection Sunday, about a month away, believe it or not. So you got to get educated, got to get yourself caught up to speed on everything that's going on in the world of college basketball. So if you have any questions for us, easy way to get a hold of us here on You Better You Bet. You pick up the phone and you dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You could also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on my latest edition of the Bracket Big Board, available for free on thegamingjuice.com, which one do you believe has the best shot to make the NCAA tournament Final Four? Odds polled from BetMGM is a Kentucky plus 900, Michigan plus 1,200, Kansas plus 650, or Michigan State. A lot of history with those 4 teams at plus 950. Over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise a democratic right. I got any comments for us? Fire those off on X, and keep those votes coming as well. On X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. All right, let's get to a little bubble banter right now. Conversation about my current last 4 teams in on the latest edition of the Bracket Big Board, and I'm updating that bad boy every single day now through all of the days through Selection Sunday. So over the next month, there's going to be a lot of moving, a lot of shaking, a lot of shifting about of a lot of these teams. But my 4 teams of the last 4 in, I have some interesting programs, say the least, but they all have some work to do, and they all have noticeable flaws as well that they're trying to mask before the selection committee in Indianapolis sets, vets, and scrubs the field. So, Horby, are you ready to live in Bubbleville, my man?
Let's do it.
All right, my very first or safest team among the last 4 in. All right. The Fighting Matthew McConaughey's and University of Texas Longhorns. And here is the reason why. You look at the record, it's not the greatest. 15-10 overall. But Texas, a team that's number 33 right now in the net. Okay, nothing to scoff at there. They play the 20th hardest overall strength of schedule. Nothing to scoff at there. The issue, when you start peeling back the layers of the onion, the non-conference strength of schedule is number 279. That's an eyesore. That's a blight. That is something that is going to show up on those team cards when they slide across the computer screens in the selection committee room. And there's going to be a conversation, discussion around that. That is a weak point. The decent 3-4 record straight up on the road this season, only 3-8 against quadrant 1 competition. They just got absolutely destroyed by Alabama at home. They are number 36 in bar turnover last month. But you look at the advanced analytics, 300 over that span in EFG offense. Yikes. And they're number 211, double yikes, in EFG defense. Here's the schedule remaining. Kentucky at home. Big one there in Austin. Then at South Carolina, at Arkansas. You want to talk about a bubble-licious matchup.
Yeah.
That's with the Arkansas Razorbacks. That one on the road in Fayetteville. Then they play Georgia, at Mississippi State, and Oklahoma. I think realistically, you got 6 games left at a minimum. I think UT has got to go 3-3 if they want to go in to Selection Sunday, not having to apply that extra layer of Old Spice. What say you about the University of Texas Longhorns, Horry?
I agree. The rest of the way, man, they probably have to play 500 ball, 3-3, maybe even 4-2, just because you look at the way that some of these teams are trending. What they have going for them is obviously they're in the toughest conference. I love Trey Johnson, by the way. I want to see that kid playing in the tournament, averaging nearly 20 a game. I just thought I thought the Alabama game was a great opportunity because I thought you were going to have your classic look-ahead spot for Bama with Auburn on deck. And Texas really needed one. Instead, they lose that one. Now, all of a sudden, they've lost 4 of their last 5 games, and that's what scares me a little bit. Still, like you said, though, 7-9 against the top 3 quadrants. So as long as they go 3-3, 4-2, I think they're definitely in. I think they got a shot at the tourney. And I like this team enough, but they've let me down the last couple times. I did take the points against Bama, so they're on my list right now of teams that have let me down here in the last 7 days. But I still like Texas, man. I'm not in love with them.
Yeah, they got a lot of must-win situations upcoming. They cannot stub their toe a multitude of times, to say the least, and probably going to win at least a game in the Big 12 conference tournament as well if they play 500 ball here down the home stretch. Let's go to the SEC, which we were already in with Texas, and go to another team. And the Bulldogs, that's the University of Georgia, decent overall record at 16-9, but the resume's got some warts. They're number 35 in net. Okay, not bad. 25 in terms of overall strength of schedule, also not bad. But like Texas, that non-con ain't the greatest. At number 236, they're only 1-6 in true road games this year. They're only 2-9 against quadrant 1 competition outside the top 50 at 51 in Bart Torviker last month. 310 in EFG offense, barf. 141 in EFG defense, a little bit better there, but still work to do. They're next up, the rest of the regular season in the SEC. Missouri at home. Another big game there at Auburn. Okay, they're going to get their asses kicked in that one. Florida at home. Golden opportunity. You got to hold home court at Texas. Another bubblicious matchup at South Carolina and Vandy. And Vandy right now, one of my first 4 safe teams in terms of bye weeks in the tournament, but that's a big one as well at home. So Georgia's got 6 games left. I think at a minimum, you're looking at 3-3. They have got to acquire more quadrant 1s because that 1-6 true road record is ugly, Horvath.
Yeah, the 1-6 true road record, and that's why I don't trust this team, and that's why that was such a big game at home to Mississippi State. I feel like that's one that you had to have. Now, if they go 3-3, like I said, 4-2, they're definitely in. I don't see it happening, though. If I were to place a bet on Georgia, I would probably pick them to miss, man. 2-8 against quad 1 opponents. You brought up this stretch. Florida's going to be tough, obviously. So, yeah, if I had to place a bet on Georgia, I would have them out. Now watch, they'll probably rattle off like they'll go 5-1 in their next 6, but I don't see it with Georgia this year. A good team, just loaded conference and not a great team.
Yeah, it's a weak bubble, though, man. It may not take much when you're playing the SEC to bounce off the bubble and earn that at-large and your way into the field. Let's go to BYU out of the Big 12. 16-8 overall. Next up, and my last 4 in, so the second to last team in. Number 39 overall in the net. They're number 58 in terms of the schedule, again, which is consistent as a black eye for all these teams. 292 in non-conference strength of schedule. That's hideous. They're 3-5 in true road games. Not terrible, but also not great. 3-5 in quadrant 1 games. They're number 30 in Bart over the last 30 days. Okay, that's a plus. Yeah. 17 in the nation over that stretch in EFG offense. Outstanding, but 238 in EFG defense. So that has been a weak point for them. It's challenging and contesting shots. They finished with Kansas State, bubblicious matchup at home this weekend. Kansas at home, winnable game. Could really tilt the scales in their favor. At Arizona, another big game. At Arizona State, West Virginia, at Iowa State, and Utah. So of the 7 games remaining, what you're aiming for is a 4-3 record, win 1 game of the Big 12 tournament. I think BYU is going to find a way to get in. And who doesn't want to see Igor Denman in the NCAA tournament? I certainly want to. A guy that a lot of projection services still have as a forecasted NBA lottery pick. Your thoughts on the Pride of Provo?
Yeah, love Igor, by the way. So big win against West Virginia the other night on Tuesday night. All these days kind of blend in. They get a 4-point win. Before that, though, they really fell apart in the second half against Cincy. And that was a tough loss right there. But the win over West Virginia, obviously really big. They're going to have to probably win 3 games here down the stretch, and I like them to do that. I think they probably upset Kansas or Kansas State, at least one of those 2 teams. So I think BYU does find a way to get in. I like them quite a bit out of all these. I mean, the 2 SEC teams are better teams, but I do think that BYU probably has a better shot to get in.
Yeah, I think I saw them yesterday. They were plus 135 to make the NCAA tournament. I'm just like, that's
I'd take some of that.
Yeah, I 100% take some of that. I think they will find their way in, and I believe this last team's going to find a way in as well. That is the Arkansas Razorbacks. We thought were DOA just weeks ago, but they have sprung to life here down the home stretch. The Fighting Coach Cows. Now, they have one of the most expensive NIL rosters in all of college basketball. They got to live up to the expectations. They're not really doing so right now at 15-9 overall. But the number 41 in the net, they played the 27th hardest strength of schedule, better non-conference compared to some of the other bubble members at 149 that category. 3-3 in true road games. Okay, a decent record there. 3-7 against quad 1 competition. Also not too shabby. 45 in Torvik over last month, but only 254 EFG offense, 154 in EFG defense. They finished with at Texas A&M, quad 1 opportunity. At Auburn, obvious quad 1 opportunity. That could be back-to-back L's there, but they could recuperate those missed opportunities with back-to-back wins at home against quality opponents, being Missouri and the Texas Longhorns. And I think that Texas game is one's going to tilt the scales one direction or the other. Then at South Carolina, at Vanderbilt, Mississippi State. So while their remaining 7 games, how many does Arkansas got to win if they're going dancing?
I'm going to say at least 4. I think that you have to at least beat one of these ranked teams, right? You got A&M on the road on Saturday, like you said. Then you get Auburn. Good luck. I feel like you almost have to split. And then you get Missouri after that. You get Missouri at home. So as long as you win that one, you take care of business against Texas, South Carolina, Vandy, and and Mississippi State to close out the season for Arkansas. I think they get in. I've been kind of on that page all season long, though, with Cal. Cal teams always get better the second half of the season. Like, he doesn't even put his defense in on some of his sets until the second half. Not that they run a whole lot. But I would say that they get in. I don't expect them to do a whole lot once they do get in, though. Really expensive roster. I like Cal, but, I like Cal, the recruiter, more than I do the coach at this stage of his career. So I think they get in, but I don't think they'd make any noise when they do get to the tournament.
Well, it's all going to come down to John L. Davis. What version is going to show up? Because when he does arrive in games and he's scoring 20, 25 points in a game, he's certainly capable of being that microwave oven. You'll see the player that we all saw at FAU, right, in that Final Four team. There's Zvonimir Ivisic, Tomislav's twin brother. He's a stretch big, beat you inside, outside. He's a supreme rim protector. I mean, I like the personnel that they have, but they're just so woefully inconsistent. But I'm with you. I think they got to get at least another 2 to 3 quad 1s on the resume, and they're going to have their name called on Selection Sunday. All right, first 4 teams out presently in order. Kansas State, impossibly in this conversation. We're going to dig in on them a little bit more in a second. Wake Forest, who shot themselves in the foot last night against Florida State. They were in command that entire game until last minute, and they just coughed it up, and that was a bad L. SMU, which is lacking quad 1 wins, and then Pitt. The ACC sucks, and they're not doing themselves any favors either. So when I say weak bubble, it's a weak bubble this year. A lot of sickly resumes. That's why Kansas State all of a sudden has come out of nowhere, and they're in the conversation. So let's talk about them. The Wildcats, yes, they're 13-11 overall. 69 in the net, not so nice, 69 in the net. 26 in terms of overall strength of schedule, 185 in non-conference strength of schedule, 2-6 in road games. That's it, not great. But they're 4-5 in quadrant 1s. Number 11 at Bart Torvik over last month. They've been white hot. 99 EFG offense, 86 EFG defense, like the bounce there. They finished with at BYU. Monster game for them in Provo. Another team, again, member of the last 4 in, so very bubble-licious. At Utah, can't lose that one. Arizona State at home, can't lose that one. At UCF, can't lose that one. Colorado, they stink. At home, they should win that one. At Cincinnati, can't lose that one, but very winnable. And then they finished with Iowa State, who they destroyed inside Hilton Coliseum by nearly 20 points like a week ago. Your thoughts on Kansas State? Push comes to shove. Are they making the NCAA tournament this year?
Yeah, the Tang Gang. I bet it. I wanted a better price than plus 185. I was hoping to at least get like 2-1 odds, but we didn't get it yesterday when we talked about this. They've won 6 straight. Yep. All of a sudden now they're above 500 in conference play since the opener of conference play at 7-6. It's the teams they beat though, man. They're battle tested now. You beat Iowa State, who at the time was number 3 in the country. You beat Kansas, even though it's a little bit of a down year for Kansas. They were still number 16, and then you beat Arizona. And you kind of had to rally in the second half for that game. So I like this Wildcat team, man. I know they got off to a slow start. Again, I was hoping for a better price, but I do think they get in, and I would still bet that at plus 185. I think they actually took that off the board this morning.
Yeah, they did, unfortunately. But hey, if you want a deeper argument, I wrote about Kansas State making the NCAA tournament on thegamingjuice.com today. Free to access, so check it out. All right, I got to head to a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, we're going to hop in the old DeLorean and flash forward to the future. We got our eyes on some plus money markets that we're ready to lock. And we're ready to load. Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And we're going to be tipping the cup on sipping down some more wagers. We're going to flash forward to the future here momentarily. But if you want to talk some betting with us, maybe a little college basketball, the NBA, does that tickle your fancy? Easy way to get a hold of us here on You Better You Bet. You pick up the phone and you dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on my latest bracket big board available at thegamingjuice.com, which one do you believe has the best shot of making the NCAA tournament Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is it Kentucky at plus 900. How about Michigan and those two dynamic 7-footers at plus 1,200? Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State at plus 950. Over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. You have any comments for us? Fire those off and keep the votes coming. On X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. All right, let's go ahead and get after it and get some more plus money on the board. We're going to hop in the old DeLorean because we're flash forwarding to the future. All futures markets all the time. It is dealer's choice, so we're going to play a ping pong style. I'm going to have Horvat lead off in this segment. Then I am going to take the reins, so we're going to go back and forth all the way through and try to get you some longer thinking markets that are out there for you to ponder. And Ryan, this one's very long-term market because it's tied to the Major League Baseball season, which means you will get paid in roughly 10 years on who exactly?
Yeah, you got to tie up your market here for like the next 9 months, so I don't know if anybody's going to want to run out and bet this. Plus, you kind of missed the number, but last night we had breaking news in the 10 p.m. hour. I was kind of hoping that maybe Alex Bregman would be a Chicago Cub, although I'm also fine with him not making $40 million a year for the Cubs just because he primarily hits doubles, and it's Wrigley Field, 80-plus games. He's a righty, but I still would have taken Bregman, I'm not going to lie. So what I did last night was, for him to lead Major League Baseball in doubles with 80-plus games at Fenway, it was 125-1. Then immediately it went down to 120-1. Then we betted it 40-1. And then when I woke up this morning, it was down to 20-1. But signs with Boston last night, 3 years, 120 mil. Going to play second base. 21 career games, though, for Bregman. He's slashing 375, 490, 750. The OPS is just ridiculous. 9 doubles, 7 homers, 17 walks, 17 Ks at Fenway Park. Perfect ballpark for his swing. He's going to pull a lot. He's got the green monster. So I liked it at 125-1. I still like it at 40-1. 20-1 is a different conversation, but I like this a little bit. Alex Bregman to lead the league in doubles for a little early prop. Also going to tie up my money for about 9 months with the Dodgers to win the World Series. I'm going to be that guy. I found a 3-1. It's like plus 250 everywhere else. Dodgers are winning a back-to-back World Series. That team's loaded. So I'll tie up my money in some baseball markets about now.
Yeah, it's practically the G word, the L word, which never apply to gambling, but they practically do to the LA Dodgers. It's just stupid. I hate the baseball economics, everything that's going down right now. I'm a diehard Cubs fan as well. I was kind of disappointed that Bregman didn't sign with him, but now being in that Boston bandbox at Fenway, love that you got him to lead the Bigs in doubles at 40-1 last night. Excellent price, to say the least there. All right, obviously I'm going to go back to college basketball. I wrote about this in the GamingJuice.com a couple of days ago as well because I legitimately fired off a ticket at BetMGM on this, and I was a little bit late to the party. Should have recorded this like 2 to 3 weeks ago. Would have got a hell of a lot better number. Still decent buy right now, and that's the Florida Gators to win the national title. I grabbed it at 12-1. Last I saw yesterday was still at 12-1. I think this number is going to get to single digits in a hurry. And I would not be surprised come Selection Sunday. It's like 4-1, 5-1. Whether they're on the 1 seed line or not doesn't really matter. But coming off that monumental win against the Auburn Tigers. I mean, this team has the goods to win the whole shebang. They're just a phenomenally coached team there by Ty Golden. And, Golden doesn't have the 500-pound gorilla on his shoulders anymore. He was absolved of any wrongdoing, and the controversies off the court. So that distraction's been put to bed. You look at Florida, number 4 overall in the net, number 34 in terms of strength of schedule, 5-2 in terms of their road record this season, including that huge win at Auburn, maybe the best win all of college basketball this year. They're 5-3 in quarter ones. They're a top 10 team in Torvik over last month. And what's crazy about that win at Auburn, Condon went down with an ankle injury 30 seconds in. And I thought immediately, because you and I were talking about that straight away, we're like, oh, this changes the entire dynamics of this game. Condon's one of the best post players in college basketball, supreme rim protector. Jahani Broome is going to have a field day as a result. But no, the bench held their own. And they kept them at arm's distance the entire game. And they also didn't have Elijah Martin on the floor, who was getting his way back coming off that hip injury. So Condon, I think, even though he's got the kind of bum wheel right now, he's not expected to miss. He may not miss the next game. And I think Martin could be back as soon as this upcoming game against South Carolina. If they get whole, they get healthy, they stay that way in the NCAA tournament, this team has the goods, has the characteristics, owns the attributes to win the national title this year. And I think that's certainly in play. So love getting at that 12-1 price. That price, again, is going to probably shave about half that number off here in the next few days. So if you're buying what I'm selling, I suggest you get on some of that action now before the discount price really comes in. All right, let's go on to another college basketball market. You're going a little bit deeper in the bag, and I like this play. What is it?
I was going to save this one for tomorrow, but I forgot I'm not even here tomorrow. So let's go with, all right, so this is obviously a long shot, right? I'm going to go with the Wisconsin Badgers, a little bit of a homer pick here, to make a run to the Final Four. You can find this price right now at BetMGM, 22-1. Now, they haven't made it out of the first weekend under Greg Gard since 2016-17, which was his first full season as head coach at Wisconsin. But I like this team, man. They've been a huge surprise. If you look at the preseason media poll, they actually had them projected to finish 12th in the conference, in the Big Ten. Instead, they're inside the top 20. You look at the efficiency metrics. They have 7 quad 1 wins, and they're damn good. Top 10 offensively. Yeah. You've never seen a Wisconsin team that could score the basketball the way that this team can. Still really solid defensively, but they average about 125 points every 100 possessions. 9th in efficiency on the offensive end. Still tough defensively. 21st overall in efficiency. 22-1 is a pretty good price. They could be a 3 seed, at worst a 4 or a 5. I like this Wisconsin team. I've always been a Greg Gard fan. Silent assassin, right? So how about 22-1 on the Badgers to make a run for a goof?
Oh, love that. Love that. Great price there at 22-1. Ridiculous price, to be honest with you. All right. I did fire off on another national title ticket. I have 3 in my possession right now. Florida, Illinois is the other one because I grabbed them at 35-1, made the little trip, got my beef house rolls in Covington across the border, about 35 minutes away from Casa de Evans, just outside Champaign. So those are 3 I have in my possession. And the other team is Alabama at 9-1. Not the greatest price. Again, I kind of miss a boat on the great price with this team, but I got it before it evaporates to an even lower number. This team is phenomenal. And what I love about Nate Oates' squad, he's a mathematician by trade. So he's a guy that loves the advanced metrics and the analytics, a man after my own heart. And you look at the resume of this team, again, they play the 4th hardest strength of schedule, 10 in the non-con. They're 8-1 in true road games, which is off the charts. 8-3 against quadrant 1 competition. They're playing better defensively. We know the offense has got all the tools. And the formula of this team is what I love. They spread you out. They speed you up. They really lean on, 7 seconds inbound to a shot off the rim. And when they're draining their threes, and all they got to really do is hit about 35%. If they average that in the NCAA tournament, I think they're winning the national title this year because they're that good defensively. They just kill you on the offensive glass, thanks to Grant Nelson, the pride of the Dakotas. Mark Sears is a game-changing guard. They have depth. They just got gunners everywhere. I love the construct of this team. I can't wait to see what they do in Tuscaloosa and the Iron Bowl this weekend. But win or lose, I think Alabama is definitely one of the teams to beat. They're going to be a 1 seed come Selection Sunday, and I think a team that could cut down the nets in San Antonio. Flash forward the future. What else do you like?
All right, way too early Super Bowl pick. We got to do it. Football never sleeps around here. We bet some Heisman today, and then we bet our Super Bowl champs. So last year in July, I picked the Eagles. Not to be that guy, but I love the Kellen Moore hiring. I love the Vic Fangio hiring. And then I love their draft with Quinyon and Cooper DeJean. I figured all those Georgia kids up front were only going to get better this year. And then also last year, I faded the Niners thinking Super Bowl hangover. This year, I'm back in on the Niners. 14-1. Lynch is back. Shanny's back. It's kind of like Super Bowl or bust. Kittle back for one more year. McCaffrey, we'll see how healthy he could stay. I'm a little worried about the interior of the offensive line, and Trent Williams at tackle is only getting older. Purdy, we'll see what they do this offseason if they're going to commit to him. But I'm going to feel better about the defensive side of the ball. They bring back Robert Saleh as coordinator. Robert Saleh most likely never going to be a head coach ever again, nor should he. But I like him as a coordinator back in San Francisco. Now, I do kind of like Seattle next year 2 for Mike McDonald, but I'll go San Fran to get back to the playoffs and win the Super Bowl next year. 14-1 is the price.
Wow. All right. Going deep in the bag. Really want to tie up your money for the next year. So Godspeed on that with no interest accumulated in the process. I still think Purdue is going to win the Big Ten. I agree with Mike DeCourcy. It's a great place for plus 155. Best thing going to happen in this market is the fact they lost to Michigan the other night. A team that is 7-6 in quarter ones. They're playing at a top 15 level the last 30 days. Outstanding offensive team. A little bit leaky defensively. I don't think they're going to lose more than 2 games the rest of the season. I got a big one in Wisconsin upcoming this weekend. That one being played inside Mackey Arena, one of the best basketball arenas around. I think they'll win at Michigan State because it's party. The cops are showing up. The cake is run dry. They're not playing great ball. I mean, they lost to Indiana at home for crying out loud the other night. And then they're at Illinois. That's the other big game for Purdue, and they could maybe stub their toe there. But I still think they're winning the Big Ten regular season. Nice value there at plus 155. Speaking of more college basketball, Chris Spatola is going to be joining us next here on You Better You Bet. We're talking everything college hoops, including his Duke Blue Devils. Is he buying? Is he selling long term? We're going to ask him. Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to pour us a drink here momentarily because the fantastic Chris Spatola is going to be joining us from ESPN and SiriusXM fame. We're going to talk some more college basketball. We've been doing that wall-to-wall on today's episode because you know what? March Madness, it's in the air. It's right around the corner. Selection Sunday, only a month away. So we're going to prepare you as you're filling out your brackets and firing off on your bets on the greatest sports betting event of the year. That's right, Super Bowl, which sucked this year. It's all about the NCAA tournament, all about the big dance. So we're getting you prepared. If you got any questions for us in regards to college basketball, maybe want to share something in the NBA or elsewhere, you could always pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You could also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on my bracket big board found at thegamingjuice.com, which one would you make the case for making the NCAA tournament's Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is the Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State. Nice batch of teams there at plus 950, over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. Got any comments for us? Fire those off and keep the votes a-coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we're going to talk to our buddy Chris Spatola from ESPN. And also on SiriusXM, he covers college basketball, does a damn good job. He's also got a brand new show with another mutual friend of ours, Dallin Koff. Smart Ivy Leaguer he is. Guy was a baller back in the day in his own right. It's called the Social Replay Podcast. Check it out wherever you download and get your podcast. Again, the Social Replay Podcast with Dallin Koff and this man, Chris Spatola. Spatola, it's been a long time, man. It's great to see you, and it's certainly going to be great to hear your voice. Welcome to You Better You Bet. Straight out of the gate, we got to start with your team, and that's the Dukies, baby. Your alma mater there, the Duke Blue Devils. They're right now like minus 10,000, and I might have forgot a 0 or 3 to be a 1 seed in this year's NCAA tournament according to BetMGM. Give me one reason why Duke blazes a trail to the Final Four. Conversely, give me a reason why they fall short of that expectation.
Yeah, good, really, really well framed, my friend. It's good to talk to you. I think we'll start with the reason that they can make the run there. First of all, they are getting better exponentially. Like as you look at in the Clemson loss notwithstanding, and there were some concerns from that, but nothing that would dismay perhaps a Final Four run. But that team has been getting better exponentially. They've been pretty good defensively all year, but they have been getting better offensively as the year has moved forward. Part of that is Cooper Flagg is scoring more points than he was earlier in the season. Part of that is the guys around him are starting to feel more comfortable. And so you're seeing that growth at a more rapid rate than some of these other teams. The other reason is they're elite defensively. They are, if not the best defensive team in the country, they are certainly in the top 5, continuing to get better on that end. And they have great length, great size. They have the ability to switch 1 through 5, which is kind of a cheat code defensively, especially in college basketball. And they have an elite special player in Cooper Flagg. Why can't they make a run to the Final Four? Well, let's start with the youth. Playing in that NCAA tournament is a different animal. And when you're looking at a team across the ledger, let's just use Auburn, for example, who's got 10 seniors, guys who have been through that grind, guys who are, yes, they lost in the first round of Yale last year, but a little bit salty. You learn from those experiences. You're talking about 3 freshmen in the starting lineup for Duke who have never played in that event. It's a one-and-done environment. Anything can happen. I think youth in that tournament has borne out that it can be sometimes problematic. So that would be kind of the one thing you say. If you're starting 3 freshmen, how does that bear out? That'd be the one sort of nit I would pick against Duke. But they and Auburn, to me right now, are the 2 best teams nationally.
Yeah, I completely agree. Chris, year 2 at St. John's, Rick Pitino has them in the top 10. I know they got tripped up last night against Villanova, but what are your thoughts on this squad, their ceiling come March? The only thing that concerns me a little bit, are they battle-tested enough?
Yeah, a good point. They don't have that experience. They don't have that experience, that collective experience together. Here's why I believe in St. John's and why they are good. First of all, I have this theory. When Charles Darwin was gallivanting across the Galapagos Islands, he came to one massive conclusion: big turtle eat little turtle. Size matters. And in the case of the St. John's Red Storm, they are a Darwin team. They aren't any smaller than 6'4" in their starting lineup. They are athletic. They are physical. They are fantastic on the offensive glass, which they have to be because they're one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the country. They're only making, as good as they are, it's pretty remarkable that they only make about 4 threes a game. And they're a terrible free throw shooting team. But everything is to the basket. But where their strength really lies, and then they get second shots. They're an outstanding offensive rebounding team. They have guards who can rebound. Again, that's that Darwin impact of them physically. But where they really make their hay, and you saw it in that win on the road prior to the loss, you saw that win on the road against Connecticut, they are an elite defensive team. Starts with their size. Once again, their ability to switch 1 through 5, that cheat code in college basketball, and they really get after you. Like, they make you feel them. They impact the basketball with their ball pressure, and then the ability to switch keeps the ball in front, and then they don't give up second chances. Like, they're a very good defensive rebounding team. So, and they play hard, which Rick Pitino teams, that's a given. That's what's going to happen. So you factor in all of those X's and O's, that basketball stuff, and then you factor in the fact that they have Rick Pitino. Whatever you think of the man, he rolls out of bed and he gets you 25 wins, and he's a difference maker in March. So I'm a believer in St. John's.
Team I'm a believer in, and usually there was a rule for the first 3 years I was doing this show, no Wisconsin basketball in this room because everybody was bored by them, but now they're top 10 offensively, and I think this is Greg Gard's best team, or at least one of them. They haven't made it out of the opening weekend since he became the full-time head coach at Wisconsin, but your thoughts on this team? I mean, obviously a big matchup coming up against a loaded Purdue team, but is this a team that you think could make a run to the Sweet 16, Elite 8, or maybe even further this year?
Yeah, good question. There's a lot of things that Wisconsin has to control within a game, which they have done. Now, I don't think the Big Ten is nearly as competitive as certainly the SEC, but I would even throw, not to hate for any of you Big Ten folks out there, or the Big 12. I think the Big 12 collectively has been a better conference, or that has borne out as the season has moved forward. But I think the thing with Wisconsin is there's a lot of things they have to control within a game, which they can do. They don't play as slowly as some of the teams under Greg Gard have played, but they control tempo. They're going to make you work on the offensive end. They shoot a very high percentage from 2, and they have guys on the perimeter who can make threes. So they've got pretty good balance in terms of their offense. It's not like you say, well, this is a 3-point happy, 3-point dominant volume team, nor would you say it's a team that can't make shots. They have pretty good size on the perimeter, on those wings, that I think has been effective for them. And, again, it's one of those teams, guys, and they lost guys. I mean, think about that program just lost Chucky Hepburn and lost A.J. Storr. Hepburn has turned himself into one of the 5 best point guards nationally. A.J. Storr, it's been a struggle at Kansas, but nobody was hotter in the Big Ten at the end of last season than A.J. Storr. So to lose those 2 guys and to be where they are, I'm with you. I think this is Greg Gard's best team. I think he's done a fantastic job with them. And if they aren't out-athleted, if they don't face a team that can mash them inside and mash them with athletes, then yeah, I like Wisconsin in the tournament.
We're talking to Chris Spatola from ESPN and SiriusXM, where he's a college basketball analyst. He's got a brand new podcast with Dallin Cuff. Check it out. It's called the Social Replay Podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Also going to be on the call this weekend in Cincinnati and Iowa State. Chris, there's another big game going down on Saturday. You might be a little bit aware about it. Number 1 versus number 2 for the 23rd time since 1951, going down in Tuscaloosa as Alabama welcomes Auburn. Ken Pom has got this game projected with a 2-point Auburn Tigers win, 88-86. A point shall be plentiful, to say the least, but go ahead and scout this game for us. And who takes it in the end? A game that I am dubbing the more meaningful Iron Bowl played on basketball court.
Well said by you. And by the way, my Cincinnati-Iowa State game is at the same time opposite on ESPN2. So if this by any chance becomes a blowout, should be an easy click of the channel to over to our game. Look, you're talking about 2 elite offenses and 2 offenses that play at high tempo, fast tempo, and can really score. I mean, Alabama's scoring 90 a game. Auburn's scoring 84 a game. I think there's 3 areas that I'm looking at in this game. First of all, can Auburn make it an inside fight? Both these teams are very good on the offensive glass, so I think the glass and second chance shots becomes big. Auburn is scoring 15 points a game on second chance points off of offensive rebounds. Alabama rather, slightly below that, but they're both really good on the glass. So I think who can control that? Who can finish defensive possessions with a defensive rebound? Inside fight. Auburn is anchored by their front line. It's Jani Broome. You have a special player. What does Alabama do with him? Do they have to double? I assume they will. What does that do for those 3-point shooters? But that front line of Auburn is their anchor. Dylan Cardwell is the heartbeat of that team, and then Chaney Johnson comes off the bench and gives them really good minutes. What does Alabama – I like Alabama's front line. It's a little bit more raw. It's not as trustable. It's not as consistent as Auburn's. Can Auburn win that battle? Then the second thing I'm looking at is the 3-point line. Both these teams shoot it well from there. Alabama, more of a volume 3-point shooting team. They shoot a lower percentage, but they're making 10 a game. Is this one of those games when you're playing at home, can they get it going early? Some early threes in transition, some threes, out of some early sets where all of a sudden they knock down 3-4 in that first half, and then boom, they finish the half with another 2 or 3. That 3-point line becomes big. I think Miles Kelly, Denver Jones, and then Tahad Pettiford. I think for Auburn, they got to be able to at least hold their own on the perimeter. And then finally, the turnover game. This has been the real Achilles heel. It's amazing that analytically Alabama rates as well as they do offensively because they are turning the ball over 13 times a game. In fact, they are turning it over more in the last few games that they have played. It's been a real problem for them. Part of it is the tempo they play at. When you play fast, you're going to, there's a propensity to turn the ball over. They've got to take care of it. You're playing an Auburn team that averages 7 steals a game, so they get forced turnovers. Alabama can't get into a game like that. They just don't. I don't think against Auburn you're going to be able to account for that. And then Mark Sears, he's a big part of this. He's going to, I think, have to have a good day. So this is a hell of a game. This is a great day for college basketball, a great day for the SEC, and a great day for the state of Alabama.
Yeah, ever so slightly, to say the least. Spatola, we'll get you out of here on this. Only got about a minute left, so if you don't mind being brief with this one, give me one team, in your opinion, that's flying way under the radar. If you say Illinois, the first round's on me.
Yeah, Illinois is playing better. You and I were talking about that before we came on. Look, the ACC is way down. Stinks. Bad. Historically bad, frankly. But Clemson is good. And I think you saw that, and I get they were playing at home, and Duke did not have their best day. But remember, this is a Clemson team that made the Elite Eight last year. A nice little run through the NCAA tournament. They brought a handful of guys back in important roles from that Elite Eight team. They showed you in the other night against Duke that they can really mash you inside. That front line of theirs is really good. And if Cooper Flagg wasn't playing in the ACC, Chase Hunter would be the most outstanding player in that league this year. So they've got a special player in him. So that's a team, Clemson, that you may say, well, the ACC's terrible. Just keep an eye on Clemson. They're a team that I think could potentially make another run.
Outstanding stuff. Clemson is that sleeper, according to Chris Matola, ESPN Sirius XM college basketball analyst. Check out his podcast with Dallin Cuff, Social Replay podcast, and a man that knows about Galapagos tortoises. Well done, my friend. We appreciate the time.
Thanks, man.
My pleasure, guys.
There he goes. Chris Matola. Terrific stuff. All right, we got to exit the stage to the left, but don't you worry. We're getting more bets on the board when we come back. Shot, shot, shot. Shots. We're taking tequila shots. Oh, the plus money all the time. Right here on You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Bartender, just go ahead and leave the bottle. Por favor, please. Because I'm going to, I was telling Horvat off the air, I'm getting the cold shakes. I feel like I don't have enough tickets open. It's not the greatest college basketball slate, which means I'm going to go down some like mid-major rabbit holes about 10 o'clock Central Time and try to fire up. You know what I'm going to end up doing? There's always the Hawaii game. And Hawaii is at home tonight. I know this because they're playing Long Beach State. Yeah. I think they're laying like 10.5 or 11.5, like a moron in an altered drunken state around 10:13 p.m. Central Time. I'm going to pop off on the Rainbow Warriors. I always do. If I'm, bet the Hawaii game, it's always on Hawaii. They're going to take it tonight by 30 over the LBC. That's the fearless for it because I have no evidence to back that up, but that's probably what my fate is going to be tonight. Hey, if you want to talk some college basketball with us, maybe a little NBA, we're going to have some NBA bets here in this segment. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on my bracket big board found at thegamingjuice.com, which one do you believe has the best chance of making this year's NCAA tournament Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is Kentucky plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State at plus 950 over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. I want to drop in a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on. Keep them coming along with your votes at You Better You Bet on X at You Better You Bet. And I also got to tell you about some additional program we have coming up here on the channel, and it's sweet, and you can't forget about it, especially this weekend, because it's the return of Sunday's Bets from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4 p.m., PJ Glasser and Denton Day take you inside the betting lines, keeping ahead of the live action as the games unfold, including that number 1 versus number 2 matchup, and Alabama and Auburn. And finally, it's Bet Nation Live from Dallas from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern with Eric Chiafalo and also Zach Wolchuk. Again, Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. So check out all the programming we have here on BetMGM Network starting this Saturday. All right, we got to take some shots. It is a hashtag Tequila Thursday. I normally do this on our main show. It's called BetMGM tonight, but we're filling the shoes. Acastos and Femi. Enjoy the vacation. Gentlemen, hopefully the Mas Tequila is flowing for you right now in large quantities, so enjoy your time off. Ryan Horvat and I are going to ping pong back and forth with all plus money all the time, whatever is on our mind. I can tell you this. The theme of this tequila shots version is the NBA. I'm going to work in some player props, little same game parlays, get creative, get stupid with the cheese whiz. And I'm going to go off the grid on my last one with a guy that may or may not pooped his pants last night. I'll just leave it at that. That's
literally. Yeah. I was going to say, my guy had a rough one. I'm going with the guy that had a rough one last night on the second night of a back-to-back. Your guy, I actually think, did poop his pants, though. I saw that on social media today. Not a great look for your guy.
Yeah, in actuality, that's what occurred. Yours more metaphorically. So You're going with a guy that used to ball for Fran McCaffrey at the University of Iowa. And who is your first tequila shot?
Yeah, Hawkeyes were good to me last night, Brad. So let's stick with the Iowa theme here, right? My old stomping grounds when I first got into the biz. Let's go with Keegan Murray. So averages 14.3 points per game against the Pelicans. That's who they're facing today. The Pelicans, who've now moved on from Brandon Ingram. The Raptors give him an extension for whatever reason. But it's the second night of a back-to-back here. He's averaging 12 points per game. I'm going to go with Keegan Murray, though, to score 15-plus points, which right now you could find plus 220. So you're getting better than a 2-to-1 price. The standard line is 11.5, minus 105 to the over. Last night, he was only 1 of 5 from the floor. But if you look at his last 8 games, in their last 8 games, the numbers are much better, and he's going against the Pelicans, who really can't defend the three. They're second worst in catch-and-shoot defense, and that's where 50% of his scoring output is coming from. That's what Keegan Murray does. He catches and he shoots. Pelicans dead last in three-point attempts allowed, so I think he's going to get some looks, and I think that this is a little bit softer of a number. We're getting a good price on the 15-plus because you have DeRozan there now with Zach LaVine. You have Malik Monk, but I still think he's going to get at least 8 to 10 looks tonight. So I'll go Keegan Murray, 15-plus points, plus 220 for play number 1 tonight.
All right, Keegan Murray it is. Pride of the University of Iowa. I am going to go to a little same-game parlay for my first tequila shot. And thank you, bartender. Keep those shots a-coming, would you, por favor? Simple two-legger. Give me Sacramento on the alt line, minus 5.5, and a back-to-back against the New Orleans Pelicans. And give me Domantas Sabonis. Of course, I can't resist him. I love betting on this dude, especially in this market. 13 or more rebounds. That's it. That's all the same game parlay is. So again, Kings minus 5.5, Sabonis 13 or more boards. Somehow, some way, that shakes out to plus 105 built there at BetMGM. But you look at Sacramento, they've only won by the needed margin in 2 or 3 games against the Pels this season, but that came last night. They won 119 to 111, getting it by 8 points. I got to have them cover the 5.5, so I got to win by 6 or more. The Pels, in their last 10, they've lost 10 in a row straight up. They've been rubbish, really all season long. They've also allowed over the last 10 games the 6th most opponent rebounds per game at 47.2. Sabonis has gone for at least 13 boards in 5 straight games, and in his 3 prior matchups against New Orleans this season, 15, 16, and 20 rebounds. Again, I'm not worried really about Sabonis. He's got to get his. All right, unless the injury, God forbid, knock on wood, comes to calling, he's got to get at least 13 rebounds. It's just, will Sacramento cover the 5.5? I have confidence they will. I think they'll win by around 7 to 10, similar range as last night. So to recap, my first tequila shot of the night in the NBA, same game parlay, the Sac minus 5.5, and Sabonis 13 or more rebounds, plus 105 there at BetMGM. Horvat, what else you got?
Yeah, you can never go wrong with the Sabonis props. All right, so I'll go with a alternate line right here because I was looking at C.J. McCollum three-pointers tonight. 2.5's the standard line. You could get plus money, plus 120 on 4+ threes for CJ. Man, we like a lot of action in this Kings-Pelicans game for whatever reason.
We do.
But yeah, man, I mean, you've seen him 3 times, right? In that first matchup, he hit 6 threes against them, 6 for 11, I believe. In the last game, he was 0 for 5. So the volume's going to be there. They're struggling right now to defend the three-point line, as we just talked about. They're giving up the most looks, the most attempts. So I'll go with CJ to hit 4 of those threes, plus 120. I like him, and I like Keegan Murray in the same game tonight.
All right, I'm going to go back to the same game parlay market, and it's not going to be in the Kings game against the Pels or varieties of spice of life. Hopefully this one's going to cash. It's only an even Steven plus 100 juice, but it does qualify for a tequila shot. I'm going to take the LA Clippers on the money line, and I'm going to correlate, synergize, and bring that all together. If they're going to win, that means James Harden, the beard, is going to have a game. 7 or more dimes is all I need, and that's it. That's a plus 100 juice, and I think this one is going to come through. They're taking on Utah. Utah in their last 10 games, they're just 3-7 straight up. In fact, these teams have faced each other already 3 times this season. And guess what? The Clip have won all 3 matchups. I think they're going to get the sweep, at least through the season so far, against them. Utah in their last 10. They've allowed the second most opponent assists per game at 31.0. And meanwhile, James Harden, he's gone for at least 7 dimes in 12 straight games. He's averaged 10.3 assists per game since the calendar flipped the new year in 2025. So since January 1st, and in 3 matchups against the Jazz this season, he's gone over in 2 or 3. He had a 17 dime game the last time out against Utah. So all we need is 7, and we cash, and the Clippers hopefully will win. Love this wager. Love this wager at plus 100 there at BetMGM. Ryan, bring us home. What do you got?
All right, I was thinking about maybe playing the Timberwolves on the money line, but I still haven't seen an injury report. We still got a couple hours, so I'll go with another player prop that I kind of like. I just found this plus money, plus 135. Cleo Ware, who's possibly going to be the rookie of the year for the Heat. The Heat just traded away Jimmy Butler. Not that really matters. He's a starting center. And Dallas is beat up right now. No Anthony Davis. They got some injuries. I was looking at a double-double price. It's plus 135, not the best number, but I like this kind of small. In the last game against OKC, only had 7.6 rebounds. But 2 games before that, he played 26 minutes against Brooklyn, had 10 points, had 14 boards. This season, he's averaging 8.4 points per game, 5.8 rebounds. He's going to get the minutes tonight, probably at least 25 to 30, as long as he stays out of foul trouble. I'll go with Ware to record a double-double. Heat against the Mavericks, plus 135, coming up here in a couple hours.
Oh, that's sexy. I like that one quite a bit. Let's go with the guy that, I crapped my pants last night. That being the Bubble Guts himself and Jimmy Butler. I'm not going to look at points, rebounds, assists, any of those markets. Believe it or not, I'm going over a half a block. I need one. Just one swat. That is it, Jimmy B. And it's plus 110 if you achieve that feat against the Houston Rockets. And it's a glorious matchup. Why? Well, you look at Houston in the last 10. No team in the NBA has allowed more blocks per game than the Rockets, giving up 7.2 per contest. Butler has done this actually in 2 of his first 3 games as a member of the Golden State Warriors. He's only done it, though, 10 times in 28 games this year, averaging 0.4 blocks per game. But I think he gets at least 1 rejection in this game. And if he achieves that feat again, that cashes in at a plus 110 juice. Horvat, before we rejoined the show, you were telling me there's officially a line on Auburn, Alabama. Do tell.
Yep. So I just pulled this up actually during the commercial break. So Alabama on the money line it opened minus 110 up to minus 118 right now. So Auburn minus 102 on the money line. Alabama actually a slight favorite, 1.5 point favorites. Minus 108 is the price to back Auburn at 1.5. It's minus 112. You want to guess the total here?
Let's see. I am going to go with 169. Nice. And a half.
Close, but no cigar. 171.5, minus 110 both ways. But yeah, Bama at home, a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to play Bama in this game. I like this spot for Bama. Now watch, they won't hit shots. Auburn goes into the Tuscaloosa and probably blows them out, but I'm going to play the Tide here. I think this is a really good spot. I can't wait to watch this game, 4 p.m. Eastern tip. But yeah, the line is official. 1.5 point favorites. Bama is minus 118 on the money line.
If you missed the game breakdown for Chris Patola in the last segment, do yourself a favor and make sure you download and listen to the podcast version of You Better You Bet. It was tremendous. Extraordinarily well detailed. The guy is a wizard when it comes to scouting report, really broke down the game and all the ins and outs, the pluses, the minuses, and the requirements for Alabama to win this thing. And it's really, it's all about the turnover game. And, you know, I didn't really think about that as much or weighed it as much. He's right, though, because Auburn does put a lot of pressure on the ball. They're outstanding defensively. If the turnovers ramp up, if they pile up for the Crimson Tide, they're going to lose this sucker unless they're shooting lights out from 3. That could be the great equalizer in this game. Again, the magic number, as I've always said all year long, for Alabama is 35%. If they're hitting 35% from 3, they're beating just about anybody in the country, even if they're careless with the basketball. Maybe they're turning over 13, 14, 15 times a game. They're averaging 13 turnovers per game here last month. So that area, they're going to have to really shackle the orange and clean it up. But they're making it from rain from outside. It's going to be bombs away. They're going to knock off Janiyah Broome and company in this game. So my lean right now, I would lay the 1.5. As well. I think they're going to win this game by 2 to 4 points in the end, but it's going to be a nail biter. And I'd probably slightly lean under. Am I like feverish? Am I unwell? What would you say to that?
No, it's a high total, man. I'd probably play the under there as well. I figure probably the public play is going to be the over, not that it really matters. And yeah, I like Bama, man. I just think Bama has the size with 3 guys, 6'11" or taller. You know, Broome's obviously great. Can't wait to watch this game, but I think this is a really good spot for Bama. But yeah, I could see this being a lower scoring game. I'd probably get in on the under right now at 171.5. Definitely. Watch, I'll say that, and it'll probably close like 173.5. But yeah, I'd bet the under here and Bama for sure.
Well, you could always same game parlay to build a little cushion to avoid any pushing. Maybe take Alabama to like plus 3.5. Take that total down about 6-7 points. Hit the over and probably get it like plus 100, plus 105. I'm going to build that there at BetMGM. So something to, contemplate, something to seriously debate. That's a great way to attack some of the college basketball markets, and the alt line world is on those SGPs and that software. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, more college basketball naturally. I'm going to dig in on my bracket big board, have a conversation about the number 4 seeds and what their forecast is come March. Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house here on a hashtag Tequila Thursday. The tequila's going to be flowing here at Casa de Evans as soon as I jump off air. But we got another power hour to go here of the program coming up. And we're going to talk some more college basketball in this segment. And if you want to join us in that conversation, maybe got a hot take about a particular team, maybe got a futures ticket already in hand, maybe you're looking at some of the lines that are just now dropping for some of the marquee matchups on Saturday, including number 1 versus number 2, that being Auburn and Alabama for the 23rd time since 1951. The top 2 ranked teams in the country are going to go toe-to-toe this time in Tuscaloosa. All you do, you just pick up the phone and you dial us, fools, and we'll have a little chat at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this about the current batch of projected number 4 seeds on the latest edition of my bracket big board, available for free on thegamingjuice.com. Which one do you believe has the best shot to make the NCAA tournament's Final Four? Odds pulled from BetMGM is Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State at plus 950. Over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Have any comments for us? Fire those off and keep the votes coming as well on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. Let's actually have a deeper dive conversation on these forecasted number 4 seeds and our bracket big board snapshot. And again, for those of you that may be unfamiliar, I've been a bracketologist for 17 years. All of my progress is tracked at thebracketmatrix.com. Your boy's done pretty well over the years. I've crushed Joe Lenardi. I've crushed Jerry Palm. Over the number of years, again, stretching nearly 2 decades. You're like, oh, you're just full of it, Evans. You're talking out your keista. Well, just go check the work yourself. As tracked at thebracketmatrix.com, an invaluable resource. In aggregate, over 100 bracketologists who are projecting the NCAA tournament each and every year. So these are my projected number 4 seeds, and then Horvat and I are going to have a conversation as how far we believe each one's going to go. Horvat, you ready?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, let's start at the top of the list. So the tippy top of the number 4 seed range right now on at the bracket big board is the Kentucky Wildcats, and a team I had as high as a number 2 seed just a matter of weeks ago, but one that's kind of fallen on some hard times. You look at Kentucky. Again, they are plus 900 to make the Final Four this season at BetMGM. They're number 15 right now overall in the net. They have played the second hardest overall strength of schedule in all of college basketball, 44th in strength of schedule in non-conference. They're 2-4 in straight-up road games this year. Not the greatest. 8-6 in quadrant ones. They've been dealing with some injuries. Lamont Butler, Jackson Robinson, and they were down there like 4th point guard in the last game, which is problematic. It's still been a top 25 Bartorvi team over last month, 25 EFG offense. And again, the biggest weakness for them is defensively, 176 EFGD over the last 7-8 games. Their rest of the season schedule at Texas, Vandy, at Alabama, good luck, at Oklahoma, Auburn at home, good luck, LSU at home, and then they finish at Missouri. I see at least 3 losses in there. What's your take on Kentucky? I mean, you were bullish on Mark Pope's group earlier this season, but man, they're hurt and they're not defending.
I love the Mark Pope hire, man. You know, obviously played at Kentucky. I liked his work before he got to Kentucky this season, and I also just kind of liked the way that he went about running the program, where with Cal, it was all future lottery picks, one and dones, and they went out. You know, they hit the transfer portal. They got a veteran ball club, and I like what I saw early, but I was listening to actually the Mark Pope interview that he did with the Field of 68 with our guy Jeff Goodman just a couple nights ago, or last night. Yeah, I was listening to that on the way in, and he said the same thing, man. He's just, the injuries are catching up. They don't really have a true point guard right now. Jackson Robinson has the wrist injury. Lamont Butler has a shoulder injury. And they really struggle at times when they play this man-to-man defense. I mean, obviously battle-tested in the SEC. I don't really like the rest of the schedule for Kentucky. And I probably wouldn't do anything with like Final Four prices. I think they're probably, at best, a Sweet 16 team this year. But I do like the way that the program's heading, compared to where they were a couple of years ago with Cal. So I'm kind of out on Kentucky compared to where I was like a month and a half ago. And I felt really good about this team, maybe making a run to the Elite Eight or Final Four.
Yeah, they're older, right? A lot of transfers to that, proven mid-major level or high major level, like Lamont Butler. I mean, he was a Final Four participant with San Diego State a couple of years ago. I like the team, but yeah, I mean, they've got serious question marks right now, and they're just not playing defense. And the front court depth is lacking sorely outside of Vander Carr and Amari Williams. They got problems. They really do. I don't think they're even a first weekend survivor at this point. I think they're probably going to land on the 5 seed line when it's all said and done. And you know what that means? Classic 12 over 5. Distinct possibility for the Kentucky Wildcats. And it's no knock on Mark Pope. Again, I still liked how he went out and built this differently than Cal. Instead of a bunch of one-and-dones, it was a bunch of proven players at other programs. It just, hasn't galvanized at the right time for them. It happened earlier in the season. That's when they peaked. Right now, they're just kind of fumbling, getting down to the finish line. So, fade Kentucky for me this season. Let's go to Michigan, a team that's got a pair of outstanding 7-footers. The former FAU standout and Vladislav Golden and Danny Wolf, transferred from Yale. And Danny Wolf's a pro. I've said this time and time again. I mean, the guy's got handles at 7 feet. He can knock down the outside jumper consistently. He's a very good shot creator, very good rebounder, a plus defender. He's got a complete game, and a guy that's got to have more than a cup of coffee at the next level eventually. But, the pair of 7-footers, man, they're a problem if you're, trying to scout and come up schematically with a way to try to mitigate Michigan. You look at the overall resume for the Wolverines, number 17 in the net, number 42 in strength of schedule, 5-2 on the road this season. Damn good there. 6-3 in quadrant ones, also damn good. Only 54 in Torvik over last month. Why? 226 in EFG offense. They've had some outages at times. 145 in EFG defense. They finish at Ohio State. Obviously, a big rivalry game in football and a little bit in basketball. Ohio State's playing pretty darn good right now. See the Washington game last night.
Yeah.
And then after that, Michigan State at home. At Nebraska could be a trap game. Then Rutgers, Illinois at home, Maryland at home, and they finish with Michigan State. It's a rough schedule with those last 3 games, Illinois, Maryland, but they do come at Chrysler. And then they got to go to Breslin and finish in East Lansing against the Spartans. What's your take on Michigan? Again, they're probably going to be in that 4 or 5 line come Selection Sunday. But what is their fate end of season? First weekend team or second weekend team or even deeper than that?
I'll say even deeper than that. I mean, I have some concerns, but I could see them being a Sweet 16 Elite 8 team. I don't know if I got them in the Final Four yet, but I'm a big Dusty May fan. You brought up the 2 7-footers so they could put you in pick and rolls. I like Golden a lot. I like Trey Donaldson. That's what they have, is they have 3-point shooters. And I'm with you on Danny Wolf, man. He's an NBA talent. He's shooting 37% from 3. He's also giving you 1.6 blocks per game. So they have the size, they have the shooting, they have the coaching. Worry a little bit about the defense when they do step up in class. Down the stretch, tough schedule, so we're going to learn a little bit more about Michigan, what I like. Early on, without looking at betting lines, I like Illinois against Michigan, but I think in that finale, I'll be betting Michigan against Michigan State in that spot. I just trust them to score the basketball more, man. Michigan State, obviously really tough defensively, and it's Izzo, but I like Dusty May, and I could see this team making a deep run. I've been like this close to playing futures, just not the numbers that I want right now with Michigan. So we'll see if they drop a couple and I get a better price. I might buy back in on this team. They avenged that loss to Purdue, or Purdue kicked the hell out of them earlier this year by like 30-plus points the other night. So they're on my good side because I had them on the money line. I like this Wolverine squad, though, quite a bit.
Yeah, I do too. I'd be curious to see what the draw is. Could be a deep run in the offing for them. Let's go to Kansas. Team again plus 650 to make the Final Four. 11 in the net, 13 strength of schedule, 3-5 on the road this season, 5-6 in quarter ones, 21 at Torvik over last month. They finish at Utah, at BYU, Oklahoma State, at Colorado, Texas Tech at home, at Houston, Arizona. Those last 3 games are going to be brutal. I'm out on Kansas, period. They're so enigmatic, so unreliable offensively. Decent offensive team, but if you get Hunter Dickinson in foul trouble, it's a wrap. They're done. This team's losing, I project, in round 1 this year. Am I crazy?
No, I don't think you're crazy, but I'm also, if anybody watches BetMGM tonight, they know that I'm the Bill Self hater. I don't hate Bill Self, the person, but I just cheer against him, and I'm not a Kansas guy. I'm definitely not a Hunter Dickinson guy. I cannot wait until I'm no longer watching Hunter Dickinson play college basketball. I felt like he was at Michigan for 6 years, man. Now I've dealt with 2 years of him at Kansas. I don't like this team. I do like the way that they defend. I'll say that. If they make a run, it's going to be because of their defense and they get the right matchups. Other than Zeke Mayo, though, I don't trust them to shoot the rock. So I'm out on Kansas as well. I could see them being a first weekend exit, getting knocked out in the second round.
Another team I'm out at is Michigan State. Right now, number 24 in the net, 59 SOS, 4-2 on the road, 5-4 in quarter ones, 34 in Torvik the last month. They can't shoot. They're only shooting 28% from distance on the season. Rough schedule remaining. The correction is underway. The Sparty Party, again, is going to get broken up by the cops if it hasn't already. You can't lose to Indiana at home with history on the line. Michigan State, I'm out.
Yeah, man. So I've told the story. This is when you know you're getting old. My buddy, Jeremy Fears, that's his son, is the starting point guard, Jeremy Fears Jr. So shout out to him. Great point guard, but I'm with you. They can't score the basketball. It's Izzo, and they defend, so I think they're going to get a lot of love tournament time. I'll be betting against Michigan State, meaning they probably make a run to the Final Four. This team bores the hell out of me. I like Atkins. I like Richardson, man, but they're just not fun. They're not exciting. That's why I like Illinois' ceiling more than Michigan State's.
Yeah, I do too, and we're certainly not alone in that belief. All right, we got an exit stage left here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, we're going to talk number 1 seeds projected in the in-state tournament. What are the fearless forecasts tied to those top-level squads? Horvat and I will have that conversation. Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And yeah, that's right. You heard the lady correctly. NBC Sports Now, the Power Hour is underway. So activate, baby. We're going to recap a little conversation we had a little bit earlier on the program. And we're all talking college basketball all the time. It's peak season as we are hurtling. We are barreling toward a Selection Sunday, just over a month away. The madness is gonna be here. It's the greatest time of the year. And the best sports betting event, bar none, on the calendar every year is the NCAA tournament. I can't honestly wait, Horvey, for Race to 15s. For those that may not be familiar with Race to 15s, there's no better way to bet on it and then around your friends at a BetMGM property in Las Vegas, on maybe some complete strangers, and you're looking at the list, you're like, okay, I got to bet on something. I need some instant gratification. Well, that's what the Race 15 is designed for. Who in the game gets to 15 points first? Which team? You automatically always take the underdog, and there's a lot of oohs and ahs collectively of everybody watching it. The drinks are flowing, everybody's well lubricated, and you are just a pendulum of emotions over the first couple of minutes. Or you get like that St. Peter's game from a couple of years ago. It took an eternity for the teams to get to 15 points, but I believe the Peacocks came through there in the end, and we cash in. So there's nothing better than wagering the NCAA tournament, and especially those Race to 15s, and I know you can speak to that.
Oh, yeah, man. I love it. There's nothing quite like it, right? Like, I'm a big football guy, college football guy, but when we get to March, especially if you're lucky enough to make it to Las Vegas, you're watching that game with your buddies, family members, complete strangers, the Race to 15s, the Race to 25. It's so fun. Get a little money on an underdog, like you said with St. Peter's. You're getting an 8-1, 10-1 price sometimes on some of these games. There's nothing quite like it. I love it, man. It's the best time of the year. I completely agree.
Yeah, and hey, look, if you want to talk some college basketball with us, maybe the NBA, very easy way to get a hold of us here on You Better You Bet. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds, per my bracket big board found on thegamingjuice.com, it's free. Which one do you feel has the best shot to make the NCAA tournament's Final Four? Odds polled from BetMGM is the Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State, a lot of powerhouse schools there, at plus 950, over 265 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. I got any comments for us, or you want to keep the votes coming, do so on X at You Better You Bet. Again, on X at You Better You Bet. All right, Horvat, let's have a conversation about the 4 teams I have projected right now on my bracket big board at thegamingjuice.com. I'm one of like over 120 or 30 bracketologists that are out there this time of year. So I'm punching the numbers. I'm watching games incessantly every single day. I'm poring over the data and adjusting the field and how I believe the selection committee is going to set, vet, and scrub the field come Selection Sunday. It's not my personal power ranking. Remember, I'm trying to read the mind of the committee and predict what they will do and how they will sort and seed the overall NCAA tournament field. All right, let's start off with the 101s I have projected right now, and that is the Auburn Tigers. Yes, they came off that loss over the weekend against the Florida Gators. That was a bit of a surprise as the Gators held really at arm's length from buzzer to buzzer in that game. Auburn right now is minus 10,000. That's an actual line right now at BetMGM. to secure a 1 seed. They're number 1 overall in the net, number 1 overall in terms of strength of schedule. Hell, they play the 8th hardest non-conference strength of schedule. They're 6-1 in true road games, 13-2. That is obscene. It should be like explicit lyrics slapped on the album cover with the quadrant 1 record they have. They still have a chance to tie Kansas with the most quadrant 1s in an entire season. That happened a couple of years ago, in which they had 20 to the Jayhawks that year. Auburn's number 3 in Torvik over last month. Only 180 in EFG offense during that stretch, but 42 in EFG defense. And they finish with the Iron Bowl this weekend at Alabama. The line just came out. Bama's laying 1.5. You and I both like Roll Tide in that affair. And then they get Georgia at home after that, Mississippi at home, at Kentucky, at Texas A&M, and then a rematch with Bama to finish the season. Auburn's going to be on the 1 line, barring complete disaster. What's your feeling on them long term? Are they cutting down the nets in San Antonio this year?
Man, if I had to make a pick right now, I think it would be Auburn. I would be chalky and I would go with Auburn. I didn't get a good price, a great price, I should say, at 8-1. I wish I would have played more of this preseason. I should have thought, right, like remember when Virginia went down and they were the first 16 to lose to a 1? Not that it was the same situation last year, but Auburn was the 4 seed and they lost to 13th seeded Yale. And Broom had his 14th double-double of the season. He was pretty good in the game. They missed a three-pointer to tie it or win it, at the buzzer. And I feel like they had the right offseason, right, where they're highly motivated. This is a really good team. I know they just had their first home loss against Florida, but you said it, Brad. They have 13 quad 1 wins, by far the most in the country. You got 6 guys that are averaging double figures. You have Broom, where he's most likely not going to be the player of the year. That's probably Cooper Flagg, but he's right there. And I like this team. Really good defensively. The only thing that scares me will be kind of the same situation that we saw in the tournament last year, right? You struggled to score the basketball. You give up some easy buckets, but I like this team. So if I had to make a pick today, you're not getting a good price right now with Auburn, but they would be my pick to cut down the nets come March, man. I like this team a lot, and I am a big Bruce Pearl fan.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to be foregone conclusion in the Final Four, and I don't give a damn what the draw is. I'll be curious to see who they match up with in that Final Four. You can't go straight chalk when you're filling out your bracket. You can't have even 3 number 1 seeds in your Final Four. Variety's the spice of life. We had a pair of number 1s at the end of the year last year, went toe-to-toe, and they was deservedly the best 2 teams in UConn and Purdue, and UConn was the best team, period, and they won it. Auburn's in that conversation as well as they stand right now, but they're not invincible. They're my front runner. They're bar none playing the best basketball embedding in the country, even on coming off that loss against the Gators. But there might be a couple other teams that I like a little bit more pinning the draw come Selection Sunday. Let's go to the next team. The Dukies, baby! Welcome back, Dickie V. Was on the call in that loss against Clemson. It was great to see him back behind the mic. They're minus 10,000. To be a number 1 seed at BetMGM, so obviously no value there. Number 2 in the net, 55 in terms of strength of schedule, 17th hardest non-con, 7-1 straight up on the road this season, 5-3 in quarter 1s, number 6 in Torvik over the last 30 days. They finished with Stanford at home, at Virginia, win. My ILL Fighting Illini at MSG. That's a big game, really a true measuring stick of where this team is at. And then at Miami, that'll be a dub. Florida State at home, that'll be a dub. Wake at home, that'll be a dub. And then they finish, of course, with the arch rivalry against Carolina. And the Tar Heels, they stink. MJ, James Worthy, you guys want to come back, turn back the clock to your prime? They need you pretty badly. That team's not going to make the dance this year. What are your thoughts on Duke? I'm worried about them because they haven't played really anybody. And when they played somebody, and that somebody being Clemson, at Little John Coliseum, they caught the L. I have reservations because the ACC is so down this year, and Duke has been largely mediocre defensively the last month plus.
So I do like Duke this year, right? Unpopular take, right? Being a Duke fan here, but Cooper Flagg, in my opinion, best player in the country. And if I'm betting a tournament team to make a deep run, I want that guy, especially in the final 3-4 minutes of a tournament game, that could create his own shot, that could create for others, and that could give you 20-plus points. So I do like Duke. I love the way they defend. I think they're the best defensive team in the country, at least top 3. I like John Shire. I know he hasn't really made this deep run in the tournament yet, taking over for Coach K. They're playing at a slower pace. pace this season. And the non-con, not impressive, right? The loss to Clemson does hurt them a little bit. Not that it's going to hurt their draw in the tournament. They're going to be a 1 seed. But I have to go all the way back to December, probably, for their most impressive win, right? They did play Auburn early December. They won that game by 6 in a non-con game. I like Duke, but if they do end up losing, I think it's because they're not battle-tested enough, or what we talked about earlier with Chris, youth, right? Like, youth takes over, and that's why, now college basketball is a lot different, even than a couple of years ago. We're seeing a lot of these veteran teams, some of these smaller schools with seniors make these deep runs. That's what scares me a little bit about Duke, is Cooper Flagg's their best player, and he's, 18, 19 years old only, but he's so damn good, Brad.
Yeah, he really is, but I'm going to be fading the living daylights out of Duke on the NCAA tournament. I don't think they're going to make it to the Final Four. I'm just throwing that out there. Let's go to Alabama, who I have a ticket to win the whole shebang at 9-1.
Yeah.
They're minus 275 to make the number 1 seed line, and they're going to get there, I think, barring even what happens this weekend. Number 6 in the net, 8-1 in true road games. They got some monumental wins on that resume. 8-3 in quarter ones. 9th best team according to Torvik over the last 30 days. 7 EFG offense, 44 EFG defense. Again, they get the Iron Bowl and Auburn at home this weekend, then at Missouri, Kentucky, Mississippi State at home, then at Tennessee, Florida at home, at Auburn. Those last 3 games, that's a murderer's row. But this team, even if they lose a couple of games, they got the speed, they got the three-point shooting ability, they get after you on the offensive glass, and they're improving defensively. I love Alabama. I love Nate Oates, the plaid jackets and all.
Yep.
I think they're a viable contender to win the national title this season. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Nate Oates and Pope, obviously my 2 favorite coaches in the country, not just in the SEC. I love Nate Oates. I love the suit game. You brought up that he's a mathematician, man, so he's all about the analytics, which we love here on this show. And I like that your 2 leading scorers are vets in Mark Sears and Grant Nelson. I talked about this with Cooper Flagg. They got a guy that could create his own shot. Bama has multiple guys that could create their own shot, create for others. If they get knocked out of the tournament, I think it's because you live and you die by the 3. And when they go cold, they go cold. But what I like about them is they're never out of games. If they're down double digits in the second half of a basketball game, they could go on a 13-2, 15-0 run just like that. So I like this Bama team. They also play really solid defense. They're battle-tested in the best conference in the country in the SEC. I think Bama's a Final Four team. I also like them this weekend. I didn't get the minus 110, but I did lay just minus 118 on the money line against Auburn. I can't wait to see that matchup coming up this weekend. But I do like Bama to make a run this year for Nate Oates.
Just hit 35% of your threes. It's going to take you to the promised land. All right, let's work in one more team. Now, my DeCourcy's got Florida as his last number 1 team. I had them on that one line about 24 hours ago. Then I slept on it, thought about it. I'm like, is the committee really going to reward a singular conference, 3 number 1 seeds? I don't think they do. I think they're going to diversify their bonds, Wu-Tang Financial. I'm going to go with Houston to be on that one line as it stands now. And I'm projecting they get the automatic berth in the Big 12. If that happens, they're going to be on that one line. They're minus 125 under 1 seed, according to BetMGM right now. Number 3 in the net. Strength of schedule at number 50, subpar, but they're 6-0, perfect record on the road this year. 5-3 in quarter ones. They're the best team in Torvik the last 30 days. They finish with at Arizona, big game there. At Arizona State, Iowa State, another big game. At Texas Tech, another big game. Cincinnati, Kansas at home, another big game, and at Baylor. If they have like 1 or 2 losses over that stretch, it's fine. Make a deep run the Big 12 tournament. I think they're going to have their name called on that one line on Selection Sunday. We'll see if they can make some noise in the NCAA tournament. Your thoughts on Kelvin Sampson's Cougs?
I love Kelvin Sampson. I know I just acknowledged Nate Oates as my favorite coach in college basketball and Mark Pope, but Kelvin Sampson's my original GOAT, right? But I play this team, Houston, every year on the futures market preseason. And they always let me down, whether it's free throw shooting, they just go cold from the floor. What I like about them, though, this year and every year pretty much on the offensive end, they take really efficient shots. They don't take bad shots. They guard you. They play better defense than anybody in the country. I like LJ Cryer. I like Emmanuel Sharp. In this team, they could be the best team in the country. They could cut down the nets. I feel like there's going to be a letdown. I don't know when it comes. Probably in the Sweet 16, maybe the Elite 8. But I do think that they'll ultimately be a 1 seed. But I didn't do anything with the future market on Houston this year, meaning they probably actually do it this year, and they cut down the nets and they win it all. I do like this team. I just don't love them this year.
Yeah, I don't either. And if they're going to run into a team that can actually rebound, and if they box out, limit those second, third, fourth chances, you can beat Houston because they're so erratic offensively. I will say this. I still think Florida's a really good value, plus 150, to be on that 1 seed line at BetMGM. And an even better value, Purdue is still in the hunt. They're 20-1. 20-1 right now at BetMGM to land on that top line. They got a schedule in which they can rack up marquee victories and really state the case to be in that top seed line come Selection Sunday. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, we're going to say hello to our little friend Parlay Pete's dropping on by, and we're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. Plenty more picks to come right here on You Better You Bet, live on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brother Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Gonna be slugging it back here momentarily. Fine añejo pour there, bartender. And I like it neat. I don't want to compromise the vanilla notes and the caramel finish with ice watering down my adult beverage. Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. We're gonna be talking some more wagers here in a minute. Some of our favorite plays, a lot of college basketball all the time this time of the year. Parlay Pete's going to drop on by. He's at the bar. You want to talk about getting slobber knockered? That's that cat right now, as he normally does, but he's going to saunter on over here and get his parlay of the day here in a minute. We're going to say hello to our little friend who wheeled the sledgehammer special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice, all plus money all the time. And if we have an extra window, we're going to work in some bonus time wagers as well. Hey, if you got any college basketball questions for us, you want to talk the NBA, you want to drop the puck and make some bucks, all you got to do to get a hold of us here on You Better You Bet, you pick up the phone and you dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds per my bracket big board at thegamingjuice.com, it's free, check it out. Which one do you believe is worth a bet to make this year's Final Four in the NCAA tournament? Your choices are, these odds pulled from BetMGM: Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State, powerhouse group, at plus 950. 270 plus votes already cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. Want to drop in a comment? Fire away and keep the votes a-coming. On X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. Now, pardon me for a second. I got to yell at this jackass at the bar. Hey, you! Booty dead guy doing shots of rum! Get over here! Yeah! Shiver me timbers! I'm here to make some booty! That's right. Parlay Pete is in the house. A simple little two-legger. He has crafted tonight in the world of college basketball. Leg numero uno. He's going to roll with Jacksonville State plus 2.5. And leg numero dos. He's dropping a line for the Anteaters of UC Irvine on that money line. All they got to do is win straight up. I got the information as to why right here in my hand from none other than Parlay Pete. Going back to leg numero uno, Jacksonville State plus the 2.5. They're taking on Sam Houston State. A battle of 88 versus 165, according to Torvik over the last 30 days. 88 owned by Jacksonville State. So much better team here last month. Why? Because they're playing outstanding defense. Number 70 in the country in EFGD is Jacksonville State. Sam Houston State, meanwhile, they can't score. Number 310. An effective field goal percentage offense over the last 30 days. They're shooting, and this is real, folks, and quite unspectacular, 39.8% from two. 39.8%. So Parlay Pete believes Jacksonville State's going to cover plus 2.5 there on the road. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, UC Irvine, the Anteaters on that money line. They're taking on the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara. This being played in Irvine. A battle of 125, that's Irvine, versus UCSB at 185, according to Torvik, over the last 30 days. Look at Irvine. Defense is the name of thy game. Number 42 in EFG defense over last month. UCSB, meanwhile, they just shoot themselves repeatedly in the foot. Turning over the rock, an astronomical clip. They have one of the highest, number 318, turnover percentage offenses in college basketball last 30 days, and a ho-hum subpar 148 in EFGD over that same stretch as well. So, yeah, shiver me timbers, Parlay Pete's parlay of the night, 2-layer, Jacksonville State plus 2.5. UC Irvine on the money line. That shakes out to a cool plus 128 there at BetMGM. All right, Horvat, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend. What, my man, is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Peter Gabriel, 75 years old today. My favorite song, In Your Eyes, also a great movie, Say Anything. Shout out to John Cusack. All right, so earlier on I gave out SGA over 31.5 points. I still do like that bet. I think he scores at least 33 against Minnesota. I'm still waiting on the official injury report. That game doesn't go off for about 2 hours on TNT. OKC, they'll lay an 8.5. Kind of want to bet Minnesota, but I like this one a little bit more. All right, let's go with the Miami Heat. They're actually 1.5 point favorites tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. Second night of a back-to-back for Dallas. They are at home, waiting to find out if Kyrie's going to play in this game. He just popped up about an hour ago on the injury report with a shoulder injury. So Dallas won straight up last night as dogs, but that was without Daniel Gafford. It was without P.J. Washington. It was without Anthony Davis. Miami has lost, I believe, 3 straight games, right? But they lost to the Thunder and the Celtics. 2 teams that most likely meet in the NBA Finals. They moved on from the Jimmy Butler drama. Tyler Hero's been playing good basketball. I'm going to go with the Heat on the money line, minus 120 on the road, taking on the Mavs. Second night of a back-to-back for Dallas. A bunch of guys questionable. Pretty much everybody playing for Miami that's left, including Bam. I'll take the Heat tonight, minus 120 on the money line for the sledgehammer pick.
All right, I'm going to go back to a game that I love, and that is college basketball. Let's go to the Summit League, and Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. I'm going to lay it. It's heavier chalk when North Dakota State, but I think the Bison are going to trample over the competition, that being Oral Roberts. I'm laying 13.5. I'm doing so confidently at a minus 110 juice. They could win this game by 20 or more, quite frankly. You look at North Dakota State, a team that's only number 177 in Bar Torvik over the last 30 days. But where's Oral Roberts rank? According to Torvik, over that same span, 271 in the nation. Why? Because Oral Roberts is only 147 EFG offense, 203 in EFG defense. North Dakota State, one of the better offensive teams, not the mid-major level, but in the nation. Over the last 30 days, number 29 EFG offense. They're shooting 49.3% from 2 and 36.8% from 3. I know they're a little bit suspect defensively, but they should feast inside because if you look at Oral Roberts, number 307 this season in 2-point percentage defense. So my sledgehammer special tonight, North Dakota State, I'm going to lay the 13.5. at a minus 110 juice. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. That is a requirement, and you got a downright sexy in terms of the juice selection. And what is it?
Yeah, so I got 2 bets officially for the weekend. One, Alabama on the money line against Auburn, but there's no seduced by the juice there because they're actually 1.5 point favorites at home, right? But this one, it's probably a donation, kind of like my golf bets, but I'm going to go with Jason Tatum, MVP of the All-Star game, plus 1,800. 18 to 1's the price that you could get right now over at BetMGM. So the Major League Baseball All-Star game is the only All-Star game that I watch start to finish, but I'll watch the second half. I'll watch All-Star Saturday night, and I'm a Tatum guy. He didn't win Finals MVP. That went to Jaylen Brown. He's not going to be this season's MVP, as we talked about. That's most likely going to be SGA. He's minus 600 to win that award. Jokic, the second favorite. That whole Olympic thing with Steve Kerr where he wasn't playing a whole lot. And he's been ridiculously good, really the last 5 years, but now he's an NBA champion. Again, this season, he's averaging almost 27 a game, 26.9, so he's number 7 in scoring in the NBA. He's averaging 8.6 rebounds, 5.5 assists, so he's more of a team player guy, but I'm hoping that he scores in this All-Star game. I mean, he's on pace this season to average 25-plus points per game for the 5th straight season. Nobody's done that in Boston since Larry Bird did it in 1984 through 1988. So hopefully JT gets the proper credit this weekend, wins All-Star MVP, and I'm a little bit richer. So 18-1, Jason Tatum, All-Star Game MVP coming up this weekend. I like this one quite a bit.
Outstanding price. Yeah, I made it 18-1. A great call there. Barely getting seduced by the juice. Little baby version of seduced by the juice here, boy. But I like UT Arlington tonight on the money line at a plus 105. They're at home. They're taking on Cal Baptist, and call me a sinner. But I think Arlington's going to score the victory in this one. I know they're only 2-11 as Arlington, and Bart Torvik over the last 30 days, but they're number 62 over their last 8 games in EFG offense. So really been scoring at a prolific pace, though they play at a slower tempo. Cue the Key Sweat in the background. A little twisted, please, if you don't mind, because they like the slow jams. Number 317 at adjusted tempo over the last 30 days. Meanwhile, look at Cal Baptist, 289 in adjusted tempo. They also like to live in the half court. Much better, according to Torvik, the last 30 days at number 128. But they can't score. A very good defensive team, but they're number 293 in EFG offense. They're only netting 49.1% from 2, 30.6% from 3 over that last 30-day span. So it's going to be a low-scoring game. It's one play going to come down with the final possessions. But where there's a will, there's a way. I think UT Arlington scores the dub, and if they achieve that, plus 105. Again, a slight shoulder roll there on Seduced by the Juice, available at BetMGM. Guess what? We got some extra time. Bonus time. Bonus time. Whether it's in college basketball, could be in the NBA, looking ahead to All-Star Weekend if you want. Or maybe the NHL, drop the puck and making some bucks. Whatever pick is your poison. Horvat, what else do you have on your card this evening?
All right, still waiting on the Kyrie news. If he does go, I like him over 26.5 points. There's nobody else that could really create their own shot left in Dallas. He's went over this number in the last 2 games since they traded Luka, so I do like Kyrie. But if he doesn't go, I kind of like James Harden points, as gross as that sounds tonight. See what that number is right now. 23.5. It's plus money into the over. Reason being, I like the over in the game between the Clippers and the Jazz. The over is hit in 3 straight games for the Clippers. They're not playing a whole lot of defense. That's my issue with them the second half here of the season, or since the deadline. They've given up 242 points, 240 points, and 231 points. So actually, the over in the last 7 games for the Clippers is 6-1. The overs also hit back-to-back and head-to-head meetings between them and the Jazz. Jazz have also seen the total go over in 5 straight games. 250 was the total score, 245, 240, 262, and 259. Now, the thing is, the totals went up 225 all the way up to 228.5. I still think this is an over game, and I like James Harden to go over his points, so we got a little bonus there.
Nice. All right, I'm going to go out to the West Coast because it is honestly the best coast. Let's be real. And I'm going to go with the Dons in the West Coast Conference matchup. They're in Spokane, taking on Gonzaga, plus 14.5 for San Francisco and a minus 110 juice. I think they're going to cover. I got the Zags win this game by around 10 to 12 points in the end. Gonzaga is so unreliable, so inconsistent this season. They are number 27 in Torvik over the last month. Number 54 in EFG offense, only 124, though, over that stretch in EFG defense, giving up 49.6% from 2, 33.1% from 3. Then get after on the offensive glass. The Dons do have a decent size, and their three-point percentage defense has been marvelous, simply marvelous over the last month. They're only giving up, and this is a real number, folks, and it is quite spectacular, 18.2%. 18.2 from way downtown. That's all they've allowed in the last 30 days. That's like my typical shooting percentage without a hand in my face. So the fact that they're playing that well defensively, decent offensively as well, 47 to Bart Torvik over the last 30 days. They're catching 14.5. I know it's the kennel, and I know it's the brand name in Gonzaga, but I don't think San Francisco gets their butts kicked in this one. I think they cover that 14.5 spread at a minus 110 juice. Impromptu, fade or follow on the Dons plus 14.5, Horvey?
Yeah, so I would only follow, man. I mean, the Zags just haven't been covering these big numbers, right? And the one thing with San Francisco, they're really good limiting three-pointers, but they do give up some easy buckets. I think the Zags win, but I would make this number close to, 11.5, 12. So I think that's a little inflated of a price, and I'm not paying the premium to back this Gonzaga team. I bet them just as a pick a couple weeks ago against St. Mary's, and I was way off there. So I'm with you. It would be the Dons or pass for me.
Dons or bust. Hopefully they're going to keep this one nice and snug, as Billy Raff would like to say, and I can score the winner chicken dinner in the end. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, gambling night in America. We're going to run down the college basketball slate, the NBA as well, give you some of our best bets in no sports. So why would you go anywhere? We're here to hopefully make some money. Don't touch that dial. Stick around. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Phone line still open if you want to reach out to us. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. We're going to do a little gambling night in America here momentarily. All hoops all the time. But we got to shut down the poll and give you the results. Here was a pole dancing poll question today as posted on X at You Better You Bet. Give us a follow, would you kindly? Among the current batch of projected number 4 seeds, which one do you believe is the best shot of making the NCAA tournament's Final Four? The odds were pulled from BetMGM. Was it Kentucky at plus 900, Michigan at plus 1,200, Kansas at plus 650, or Michigan State at plus 950? Officially, we had 271 votes cast. Horvat, which squad led the way?
I'll go with, let's go with Mark Pope's gang. Let's go Kentucky.
We had a tie, actually, at number 1. So, yes, Kentucky was one of them at 27.3%. Do you want to guess who was tied with them?
Oh, man. Would it be Michigan?
No, it was Michigan State, also 27.3%. In third place, then, was Michigan at 23.6%. And bringing up the rear, I would bring up the rear in my case, as well as Kansas at 21.8%. Had a couple of write-ins. My buddy Colby Marchio said, I don't think you could pay me to take any of those 4 without the bracket, given how this season has gone. But fine, Big Blue Nation is Colby's pick. He says, I threw up a little bit as a result of that, but he's still on Kentucky. And the great on X has said, can't stand any of those teams. But I think Kansas is his selection. I would not pick Kansas at all. In fact, it would be dead last of my choices. Top of the list of the number 4 seeds, probably Michigan at 12-1, especially with that price, because those 7-footers, again, are going to be a problem for a lot of teams in the NCAA tournament this season. We want to send a thank you to, of course, our entire crew and our guests. We had 2 amazing guests on the show today. Chris Matola did a wonderful job breaking down Alabama and Auburn, giving us his advanced scouting report in that game. If you missed that conversation, make sure you do yourself a favor, go back and listen to it. And same with Mike DeCourcy from the Big Ten Network and Sporting News and Fox Sports, discusses some bracketology on his various thoughts, especially in the Big Ten. Who does he have fiercely forecasted to take that conference in the regular season at plus money, mind you? Go back and listen. Make sure you check that out. Our conversations with Chris Matola and Mike DeCourcy. Tremendous job by our EP, Bill Zimmerman, our video producer in downtown, Mike Brown, Tyler Morales, crushing as well as our technical director, engineer Jake Hassan. He's handsome. He's got a fine beard. Sean Hall working social. And Jake, too, working those dope-ass beats. And we got to tell you what's coming up here on NBC. Pro Football Talk Live with Mike Florio and co-host Chris Sims. They're going to tackle the biggest stories on and off the field. It might be one on Aaron Rodgers from around the NFL each morning at 7 a.m. Eastern. Watch PFT live on the new NBC Sports Now channel on Peacock, the Roku channel, Pluto TV, and more. Or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Also, check out BetMGM's Refer a Friend program. Sign in and click on the Refer a Friend tab. In just a few simple steps, both you and your buddy will receive a $100 bonus. That's right, a $100 bonus. Brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. And please gamble responsibly. Jake, hit me with that patriotic bed because we got to do a little gambling night in America, baby. We got the NBA and we got college hoops. Let's get the NBA up first. It's almost all-star weekend to see the games right there and live and living color. Horvat, give me 2 to 3 bets that you're loving in the association tonight.
All right, in the NBA tonight, I will go with the Miami Heat. Kind of a scary play, right? They haven't looked all that great since trading away Jimmy Butler, but I think this is a good spot for the Heat. You got the second night of a back-to-back for Dallas. Right now, a bunch of guys that are questionable, including Kyrie Irving, who has been on a tear. He scored at least 35 points, or at least 30 points in his last 2 games. But I like Miami. Number moved a little bit. They were 1.5-point favorites. You could get them right now is -1 favorite, or just go with the money line price, -118. I like that quite a bit. And then in the Oklahoma City game coming up against the Minnesota Timberwolves. OKC on the road tonight. They've taken a little bit of money. The opener, they were 5-point favorites, up to 8.5 now against Minnesota. I'm going to go with SGA to score 31.5 points. He's done this in 8 of his last 9 games against Minnesota. He's one of the leading scorers in the NBA and the favorite to win the MVP. So we'll go with SGA over 31.5 points, which is actually plus money right now. And then the Miami Heat on the money line against the Dallas Mavericks.
Ooh, good calls there. All right, one of my top plays in the NBA, and hopefully he's not going to crap in the box score like he did himself last night, and that being Jimmy Butler of now the Golden State Warriors. I just need a block. Just one. That's all I need at +110. If he does get that swat into the stands, he's taking on the Houston Rockets. Why do I like this bet? Well, you look at Houston in their last 10 games. No team, 0. No team in the NBA has allowed more blocks per game over that 10-game span than Houston. They're giving up 7.2, as a matter of fact, per contest. Butler has gotten a block in 2 of his first 3 games as a member of the Golden State Warriors. Now, he's only done this 10 times in 28 games this year. Not a great hit rate there. He's only averaging 0.4 blocks per game. But Jimmy, do yourself a favor, pop a proper pill before the game so you don't have another accident on the back end, and slap somebody's stuff into the stands, and we cash in at a cool +110. The other bet in the NBA that I love, everything to Sabonis naturally, but I play a little same game parlay with the sack, -5.5 on the old spread, and Sabonis as well to get 13 more rebounds. Believe it or not, that's +105. They're taking on the New Orleans Pelicans. Again, a team that they beat last night, 119-111. I look at New Orleans. They've been rubbish all year. They're 0-10 straight up in their last 10 games. And over that 10-game span, they've allowed the 6th most opponent rebounds per game at 47.2. I know Sacramento's only covered in 2 or 3 games against the Pels this season on the 5.5 line, but I think they're going to make it back-to-back. And Sabonis as well. He's got at least 13 rebounds in 5 straight games, and he's done it all 3 against Orleans, in which he had a 15-rebound game, 16 rebounds, and 20 boards. So to recap, finally in the NBA for me, SGP, the Kings -5.5 with Sabonis, 13 or more rebounds. My other play in the NBA. Let's go ahead and flip the grid right now and get college basketball up there. Not a great slate, but we got oodles of games to try to take advantage of on the junior circuit. What do you like, Corvey?
I'm probably on the wrong side here, man. I ran into our good buddy PJ Glasser upstairs earlier, who was hosting Send It In. He's going to fill in for us on BetMGM tonight. And I said, PJ, what do you like tonight? And he said, well, I love Nebraska. And I get it. Nebraska doesn't lose very often at home. They've been really good at home. But I think Maryland's the better team. We saw this matchup earlier this season. Granted, Maryland was the home team. They won that game by 3 points. I think that they have the advantage on the inside with Derek Queen, who had 29 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 dimes against Rutgers. He's averaging nearly 16 points per game and 9 rebounds. I like Julian Reese, who's giving you 14 and 9 per game. And I like Rodney Rice. You got 3 guards in the starting lineup that are all shooting 37% or better from 3. So I'm going to go with Maryland. Ken Pom has them right now as his 18th ranked team, 20th in offensive efficiency. I'll go with the Terps on the road in Nebraska tonight.
Great call there. I'm going to give you a bet that I did not give out earlier. So this is kind of an early bonus time. Wager in college basketball in a game that maybe 5 people are going to watch, and I'm one of them. Give me the other Alabama, the northern version, North Alabama, over 87.5 points in team total against North Florida. This game is going to be zip, 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 zip. Because why? North Florida is one of the fastest teams in the country. They're number 4 in adjusted tempo over the last 8 games, and only number 262. Yikes! In EFGD, they're giving up 58.5% from 2, 35.9% from 3. North Alabama in conference has gone over 87.5 points in 5 of 12 games, including against North Florida. Back on January 18th, they hung a big 9-0 against them. They're at home. I think it could be a replication of that effort, given the high possession type of game. So I like North Alabama over 87.5 points on the team total. And the other one I love tonight is Omaha. Omaha, hot, hike. Take a plus 9.5 against my Fighting Jackrabbits of South Dakota State, a team I usually don't fade. But it's just too many points. And Omaha's been a covering machine this year, Horvat. 17-7 ATS on the season over last month. They're number 13 in EFG offense, shooting 54.9% from 2. 42.6% from 3. I know South Dakota State above average defensive and offensive team, but 9.5 points, just too many for the Jackrabbits. I'm going to roll with the Mavericks of Nebraska Omaha plus the 9.5 as one of my other top plays in college basketball. How do you like them apples, Harvey?
I like them, man. Like you said, not the best slate, but you got to have a little bit of action here on a Thursday night. It's going to be a great weekend. We already got a line for that Alabama-Auburn game. I'm going to take Alabama on the money line. Hope for the best. It's always, kind of scary fading this Auburn team, but I'm excited, man. It's going to be an action-packed week, and we're right around the corner from March Madness, the best time of the year. We got brackets to fill out. We got conference tournaments. It's going to be the best.
It's going to be unbelievable, to say the least. Horvat's going to be off tomorrow. He's got to go watch SmackDown with his boys, so enjoy the very real wrestling that's going to be going on in front of you. I'm going to be back. Jared Smith's going to be in Horvy's chair. We're going to be breaking down more college basketball, especially the awesome weekend slate. Look at some futures as well, so hopefully you tune back in. I got to exit stage left. Stick around. We're going to have more content here, of course, on BetMGM Network. And until next time, mi amigos, adios, amigos. Let's go, Terps.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Oh my God, I'm back with PJ. What are we doing, PJ?
Is it Sunday?
PJ Glasser, Nick Cashew.
It's Thursday. It's a day ending in Y, Nick. That's all we know.
It is. It is a day that ends in Y. You are always perky, and I love that. I'm so sick of the weather we're having on the East Coast right now. And be honest with you, my head it's like this. I went to a I mean, you could call it a pharmacy, I guess. Yeah, I went like multiple pharmacies just so I could get stuff that would like clear everything out up in the head, and it's gonna be a 4 hours of me trying to figure out like where I am. But we got this. We got this, buddy. Before the show, you and I were talking, and I need to like make sure we clarify this because you and I haven't talked since Sunday, and I'm just going to break all the rules and talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about on the show because it's not our show. You said it was a great Super Bowl, and I'll tell you what, man.
Fantastic.
I am so bitter. God, I'm so bitter. I'm still bitter. Like when you have, mainly because for me it's a lot of props. Again, you know me, I'm a prop guy. Like, game was a blowout. You're not going to get the offensive props that you'd expect. Nobody expected the Chiefs to be that bad. When you have a situation where you're betting on, you've got a bunch of bets on whatever the game is, like how long does it linger for you? Like, can you think of the longest time that the anger has lingered for you? Because I'm still going at my phone, going, I'm angry. I'm angry about everything that happened in the Super Bowl because nobody expected the Chiefs to not show up to the point where you go, I got nothing on this. Nothing makes any sense.
Can I be honest with you? There are truly only 2 times in my life as a fan where like a loss has lingered for like days. Like I'm pretty good at getting over. Even when the Ravens lost to Buffalo, like just a good 30 minutes, I kind of just sit on the couch by myself and I just kind of just like scroll through my phone. And I just kind of let it all soak in. And then I'm just kind of good. And then it's just like, but the 2 losses, Nick. Billy Cundiff missing that field goal against the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. That one lingered a couple days. And then Andy Dalton to Tyler Boyd in the final game of the regular season, Bengals-Ravens, when the Ravens would have made the playoffs if they won that game. And instead, the Bengals on like 4th and 14, Dalton hit Boyd for like a 49-yard touchdown at the end of the game. Those 2 losses, like, legit stuck with me for a couple days. But honestly, like, I'm pretty good when my team loses of just, like, I kind of move past it pretty quickly. I really do. So I'm not one of those where it's like, I'm going to need a couple weeks. Like, I'm pretty good about, like, flushing it out for the most part, like, within 30 minutes. And then I just move on to the next thing. And also that's why I enjoy gambling because as you know, Nick, I really do for the most part enjoy betting against my team. So it does help soften it a little bit. And we did grab some Buffalo at +3.5 when the Ravens went up 7-0 to start that game. So that did help ease it a little bit. But are you the same way? Like, can you flush losses pretty quick, or do they linger for you like a couple days?
No, I get mad. I get competitive. Like, I was fine until right before the show. You started talking about the Super Bowl, and it brought up all these emotions that I'd suppressed for like 4 days. No, I'm bitter. I'm still bitter. And the only reason I can vent to you is because you and I haven't talked since Sunday when we did our show. And yeah, it sucks. Like, to watch that game, you know what's funny? And I know we're 4 days past the Super Bowl or whatever it is, but I don't care. I'm going to just do whatever the hell I want on the show. And you and I are going to do the same thing. You and I talked about how long it's been since we had a blowout in the Super Bowl. I kind of feel like we're responsible for this a little bit because we went back and looked at history and I'm like, it's been a long time since we've had a bad Super Bowl. And you know what? Here we are. Days later go. And that's what kills you. And it's like, listen, as much as I love to bet props in the NBA, if you have a game that is, and again, it's a lot more of an opportunity for a blowout in, say, a game in early February in the NBA versus a Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is a little bit different. But still, when you have a blowout, it absolutely just whoops you when it comes to your props. And yes, I am bitter. I am bitter about the Super Bowl. I'm bitter that I watched it with an Eagles fan that is way too happy about his team. As Matt sits there smiling somewhere, and I get it. Like, I love my team, and I know you emotionally hedge your team. I'm still learning to like adjust to having a team in the Commanders that is respectable, at least bare minimum moving forward. But it was suppressed for a little while. Everybody's kind of, come down from the Super Bowl and our industry in general. Like everybody, once the Super Bowl's done, like we all start to go, okay, let's take some vacation. Look at me. PJ, I haven't even shaved since Sunday. I got the scruff still going on. I'm trying to compete with you when it comes to the beard. Everything has been, you just stirred the pot and brought everything back up for me. So yes, it very much lingers.
Yeah, Alabama basketball has not lost since I've shaved. So let's hope that continues Saturday.
All
That'll
right.
be their biggest test, and then maybe we'll shave it. But look, I have always thought that Super Bowl Sunday is one of the most overrated days of the year. Because like, what's good about it? Like, it's the last day of football we have until August. Like, does that make me feel good? Only 2 teams play in it, and if the game stinks, then there's nothing else to watch. And I think a lot of people like it for the wrong reasons. A lot of people enjoy it for like the commercials or the halftime show. And it's like people like us or people that listen to the show, we've been watching Panthers and Bucks all year. Like we'll watch anything. And then it's like everybody just joins in for this one game to watch it. I'm always in the camp, Nick, of like, I think the best sports days are the one where there's like the most amount of games, right? Or like there's something consistently going on throughout the day. That's why I love the first 2 days of the tournament. That's why the divisional round's my favorite day of the week in college football. That's why I love opening day in baseball, because you get games throughout the day, like those kind of things. So look, I get it. The Super Bowl is supposed to be 2 of the best teams. It's a massive game. Everybody's watching. It's cool that you can watch with all your friends, but like you said, I mean, it's not often we get a blowout, but when we do, you're just reminded of like, God, this just is like it stinks that this is the last football game that we're going to have till August, and it's like not even competitive.
Yep, and it's your fault. Your fault for bringing it up. Kenny brought it up too, but we'll move on. I'm a professional, and I will do what I can to move on past that, PJ. I do want to make sure we unload this now because I remember how this went on this show in the past. Do you have any bets that you like tonight? I got only a couple that I'm really into tonight in the NBA as I'm kind of settling down and letting the, I guess you could say the bubbling pot, it's simmering for a little bit here. I know you got some college basketball.
I do, and I'm fading the Terps tonight, Nick. We're going with Nebraska ball on the money line, -130 against Maryland. The Terps just always struggle when they go to Lincoln. They just always do. They're not a good road team in Big Ten play to begin with either. So, this is one of those unranked teams favored over a ranked team. I think Nebraska gets the job done tonight, so I like them. And then I also like Gonzaga. I laid the 13.5 with them against San Francisco. It's up to 14.5 now. The Zags are so tough when they're at home. And the teams that usually give Gonzaga trouble are teams that can either score with them or teams that are good defensively that can slow them down. And I don't think San Francisco can do either of those things. I don't think they're going to be able to score with Gonzaga in Spokane. And their defense is not going to be good enough to slow them down either. So I think Gonzaga rolls tonight, 25, 30-point victory. So I laid it with the Zags, and I like Nebraska on the money line tonight as well.
I like the Thunder, but I got them back at -7.5. It's moved up to -10.5 now with some questionable injury situations for the Timberwolves tonight. And then I did take the over on SGA's points, but I worry now that there could be a blowout, and that could kill the over 31.5 for that. So I'm light this week, PJ, and I was trying to get my emotions in check. And this is what you do. You stir the pot and you get me riled up. People don't realize this about you. You got me all angry about the Super Bowl, and now here we are. Here we sit. You and I were talking about this a little bit Sunday when the news broke, and now it's obviously official because the Jets have made it official. Aaron Rodgers will not be back with the Jets. Shouldn't be a surprise. I don't see how any way this could have actually happened where he returns, given the reports about, Woody. When you have an owner that again, you have an owner, we're going far beyond just this. You have an owner that, for one, is using Madden ratings as part of his decision-making, but two, also wanted to bench Aaron Rodgers this season. There's no way most quarterbacks are going to return, let alone somebody with the ego that Aaron Rodgers has. Now, I don't blame him even in this case, knowing that it's kind of dysfunctional. When you've got an owner an ownership group, let's just say that, because it sounds like there's a lot of other people still involved with the Jets. When you got a group of people that continue to do the same thing over and over again, if you're looking at the Jets, and you have the problems that the Jets have had time and time again. Like, at what point do you look around as a leader and say, we got to change something? Like, things aren't working. I've always said this about owners in the NFL, and we can make this in sports in general too, but we'll just focus on the NFL here. Owners in the NFL are given way too much power. They should be treated like CEOs and not owners. And I know that's never going to change because there's a lot of power in the good old boys club and everything that's going on there. But in reality, if you're a Jets fan, and I told you this Sunday, Peach, like, I got a friend that's a Jets fan that literally told me I'm lucky to be a Commanders fan. You want to talk about mind blown to have somebody say that to you, because it's so long since I've really, me personally, I've never been in that situation ever. I don't know what the Jets' plan is, but if you're looking at Aaron Rodgers moving forward, he should get the hell out of there. Should have never gone there in the first place. But the question now becomes, okay, let's say Aaron Rodgers does decide he wants to play another year in the NFL, which I think he could. Last third of the season, pretty good. Where are the teams that he ends up? I think Raiders are one. I think Steelers are another. I'd maybe throw in the Titans as another team. And, you mentioned the Browns on Sunday when you and I did our show together. And I think it's a small number of teams. When you have a former MVP, who's won multiple MVPs, that you just bring in and say, you think this is going to fix everything, doesn't mean that it's enough. Now, Aaron Rodgers is different because I think there's a lot more there in terms of his personality and walking into the Jets, and rightfully so, I'd say, in some ways, where you go, I'm above half of you because you guys are idiots and you don't know how to run this organization. But it really comes down to, where could Aaron Rodgers go? That would be a spot where he'd kind of be on the same level as the coaching staff and the culture and all the things that are built there. And I think that's where I narrow this down out of all the teams already, which is very few. I'd probably say the Steelers, right? Like, Steelers culture is something that he could at least be on the same level with, as opposed to, I'm above you, let's do this my way.
So, from a betting perspective, if you want Aaron Rodgers to go to a team where you think he's going to have the most success, the Steelers is absolutely the answer. Because Mike Tomlin doesn't have losing seasons. George Pickens is the perfect kind of receiver for Aaron Rodgers. Somebody that's so good one-on-one down the field, can excel at that back shoulder catches, those tough contested catches. He's really, really good. Look, Pittsburgh's got a great defense. They can find a running game with Najee and Jalen Warren as well. Tomlin and Rodgers seem to have a good relationship, so I think that makes a lot of sense. But I love my theory with the Cleveland Browns. I really do.
Yeah.
I think Cleveland should take a shot on Aaron Rodgers. I think Myles Garrett did the Browns a massive favor saying that he wants to be traded, because they have the number 2 pick in the draft. Trade away Myles Garrett, get all that you can for him. Draft Abdul Carter with the number 2 pick out of Penn State. Get Aaron Rodgers to be your quarterback for a season. We know Deshaun Watson isn't coming back. He should never come back again, but he's not coming back this year because he tore his ACL again. Probably not going to run it back with Jameis Winston. Do they really want to draft any of these quarterbacks at number 2 overall? Maybe, but probably not. Take a shot with Rodgers, right? I mean, you were one of the worst teams in the NFL this past year. It can't possibly be worse. Stefanski has a great track record with some of these older quarterbacks. Joe Flacco came off the couch and they made the playoffs, right? So I think with Aaron Rodgers, they could potentially have some success. I just think for the Browns, it makes so much sense. You can get your replacement of Myles Garrett at number 2, and then you can take a shot with Aaron Rodgers and, see what happens. So I think if you're betting into this, what's the team available that needs a quarterback that Rodgers can go to, win the most amount of games and make the playoff? It's Pittsburgh. But the scenario I would like to see play out, I think Cleveland makes a lot of sense, Nick.
You've been on Cleveland from really the beginning, since this news broke on Sunday, and, the initial news that was there. And it does make sense in a lot of ways. It's just a question of whether or not they're willing, what's Aaron Rodgers going to take in terms of money? Money always is a big part of this, right? What is it going to take for them to get Aaron Rodgers there for essentially a season? If you're going to get in the Aaron Rodgers we'll call it a sweepstakes, but it's not really that, what are you willing to pay? And I don't think there's a lot of teams at this point, given what they've seen over the last 2 years with the Jets, that are willing to pay much with Aaron Rodgers to say, this is our guy, and this is a guy that we're going to commit to for just a season. Like, I don't know, would the 49ers be another team we throw into the group there, even though Brock Purdy is obviously looking to get himself a big contract. In the end, I think the 49ers are going to pay him, but like, is that something that happens? The NFL is weird because when it comes to quarterback, the rules are different and the mindset is different from teams than pretty much every other sport or pretty much every other position. But, you know, if Aaron Rodgers wants to play, I believe that he's going to play another season. It's just a question of like what team is willing to say, all right, this is going to work for us. And is it enough where they both say between Aaron Rodgers and that team, this makes sense. This makes sense for us. And deep down, I don't think there's a lot of teams where that actually makes sense. So PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
God, those damn Eagles. Those damn Eagles. PJ, I'll say this. The Eagles are in a position, let's talk NFC here. The Eagles are in position to have the most longevity in terms of success that we've got moving forward. But I do look at the Commanders, and I know I'm biased, and I know it's my team, but let's be honest, you know me, I'm not really biased because I've just been jaded for so long. It does kind of feel like Eagles and Commanders moving forward, if everybody kind of follows the trajectory that's there in terms of using cap space smartly and drafting well and all those things, we could be looking at Eagles and Commanders moving forward in the NFC as the two teams that really we're talking about for the next, let's say, 5 to 6 years, as opposed to where like the Lions, I feel like they're trending a little bit down, losing, coordinators, and the Rams, everybody's getting old, and 49ers feels like everybody's old. It really does feel like those are the two teams right now that we're going to be looking at and talking about in terms of competitors and, contenders in the NFC for at least the next few years.
I mean, 100%. Their roster is just, it's so good on both sides of the ball. They have so many young, talented players in their prime. They're not going anywhere. We'll see what this upcoming season looks like for the Eagles. When they've obviously made both of their Super Bowls, they've had great coordinators on both sides of the ball each of those years. They're going to have Vic Fangio back, but replacing Kellen Moore, that's going to be a big decision by Nick Sirianni and what he wants to do. But I mean, yeah, look, Jalen, I know he doesn't put up great numbers in the regular season, but he comes to play in the playoffs, especially the later that we tend to go. 2 Super Bowls now. He's been awesome. The addition of Saquon was fantastic. They have one of the best O-lines. And again, just think about how scary their defense is going to be. I mean, they got Jalen Carter, who's young, entering his prime. Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell were rookies this year. They're only going to continue to get better. So the Eagles are going to be a force. They're the team to beat in the NFC for years moving forward. And, all this talk about a Chiefs dynasty and if they would three-peat, I'm not saying the Eagles will three-peat, but, they're favorites to repeat, Nick, and I think rightfully so. Wouldn't shock me if they go back-to-back next year.
Well, listen, the Eagles are the most talented team in the NFL, period. When healthy, that roster is insanely talented. So it wasn't a surprise that we were there and that they were there in that position. It was really just, how the game went when it was all done. They just curb stomped the Chiefs. But as somebody like you that's watched Lamar Jackson from the beginning, when you look at Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts, and I know they're different quarterbacks, but how can you kind of compare them from you and what you've seen specifically to where Lamar was early in his career to where Jalen, I know they're in different spots right now, but let's say Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels, where would you look at them in terms of the ceiling is really, really high with them versus we thought the same thing with, Lamar Jackson at the beginning with the Ravens?
I think Jalen Hurts is a really good player, but he certainly benefits from all the talent around him. I think if you flip the 2 quarterbacks, if you put Jaden Daniels on the Eagles and you put Jalen Hurts on the Commanders, Hurts would not have been able to do what Jaden Daniels did with Washington, right? So, but with that being said, Hurts is a perfect quarterback for that offense because he's a powerful quarterback. He can run when he needs to. He's unbelievable in short yardage. And he's clutch. And, that's big because the Eagles are going to play in a lot of big games. And so far, 2 NFC championship games that he's played in, 2 Super Bowls, he's been really good. Jalen certainly had some growing pains, and he hasn't put up big regular season numbers. But just in terms of how he's developed as a passer and how he's matured, he's been impressive. I think Jaden Daniels, everybody wants to compare him to Lamar. It's night and day where Jaden is as a passer compared to where Lamar was coming into the NFL. And a lot of that is because, Jaden played a lot more college football than Lamar did. And he got a lot more reps and got chances to kind of mature his craft and perfect his craft. And he's an unbelievable passer as a rookie. The athleticism is always going to be there. So they're different kind of players. I mean, I think everybody would probably have Jaden Daniels over Jalen Hurts, but for their specific teams. And with what Philly's been able to build around Jalen, he's a great quarterback for Philly. And Washington, I mean, they feel like that, they're going to have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL for the next decade.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point, too, in terms of college experience. We're learning more and more, if you haven't already, that does matter, and it does translate over to the NFL. Now, it's not obviously an apples to apples because Jaden Daniels had more experience in college than C.J. Stroud did, right? But I do think we are at this point where we've looked at quarterbacks that are rookies and betting on that team. Have we gotten to the point where, because I think we have, where we look at this and say, it's hit too many years in a row. Like, I'm not going to bet on a team to make the playoffs that has a rookie quarterback unless there is a quarterback that I look at and say he translates right away to the NFL. Right now, I feel like most people probably looked at both C.J. Stroud and Jaden Daniels and said they exceeded expectations, right? But we're talking about a 10-win team. We're talking about a 12-win team in Washington. But this class coming in terms of rookie quarterbacks could surprise us, but I think most likely you're probably best to stay away in terms of playoff odds when we start looking at those down the road and, those teams and what they can do. But it's not out of the realm of possibility that a rookie quarterback can lead a team to the playoffs, but there's a lot of factors that you have to put in there. And I think one of the things, if I'm at least going to say this gives me a shot, it's got to be it's got to be college football experience. Just to say, look, you played a lot of football. You've seen what happens on the field. Even if it's college versus the NFL, it gives you something moving forward. But to me, I don't know if it feels the same way to you. Like, it just feels like it's peaked right now over the last 2 years with C.J. Stroud and Jaden Daniels.
Totally. I think it's recency bias, and you got to think about the situations that these guys stepped into. You look at the AFC South, arguably the worst division in the NFL. CJ, they got him a great coach too, and D'Amico Ryan. So they really hit the home run there. So I think that was a great situation. Bo Nix obviously got a great head coach in Sean Payton. Denver's got a good defense, so he was in a good position. And then Jaden Daniels just put together the greatest rookie season ever. So you really can't compare him to like everybody else and think that that's just going to continue. And like, it's tough, Nick. I mean, to say like which of these teams at the top of the board need a quarterback are going to make the playoffs next year. Like, do you think Tennessee's going to make the playoffs? Do you think Cleveland's going to make the playoffs? The Giants, Vegas, the Jets, any of these teams? I think the Jets would probably be the team. If I had to pick anybody to make the postseason, it'd probably be them, just because now you have a defensive coach in Aaron Glenn with some of those pieces that they have on defense. And if you do bring in a quarterback that's good, he's got a number one receiver in Garrett Wilson. He's got a great running back in Breece Hall. We'll see what they end up doing with Devontae Adams. But the Jets have kind of pieces on both sides of the ball where if there is a good rookie quarterback, maybe they can start winning some games. But I just think that the last 2 years, we've just gotten some really good rookie quarterbacks, and you normally don't see that every year. You normally don't, you normally see it like once every 3 or 4 years. So I don't think it's something that's going to happen every year. I just think it's something that's been happening in the last 2 years, and it's incredible how good some of these rookies have been.
Now, if I remember correctly, you did bet the Jets to win the division, right?
I did, yeah.
So you're back in on the Jets again, it sounds like. At least enough where you say if you're going to pick anybody. This is how I know, Peach. This is how I know that you're a fan of a team that has like had stability and been successful for a long time in the Ravens. Because I look at the Jets and go, they're never going to figure it out because their owner is a dum-dum. Like that's my perspective because I've seen it in Washington for so long. It's just funny to see like you from that perspective where you're like, they've got like a great defensive coach. I think, we're in a spot here now where some of the talent they've drafted could work. I look at the Jets and go, it doesn't matter what they do. If ownership doesn't change, they're never going to win enough football games to be a successful organization.
Who's the team that you would choose then of like those top teams that need a quarterback in the upcoming draft class? Mm-hmm. That to me, it's not like I like the Jets. It's almost like by default, they're the only one that I would pick.
Right. And don't get me wrong. I get that you're saying it's kind of a by default type of situation. I think for me, if I'm looking at the AFC right now, if I'm going to look at teams that can make, here's how I'll look at it. teams that are going to make that jump from not making the playoffs to making the playoffs. I put the Jaguars in there. And I know you don't like Trevor Lawrence, so I know we're going to disagree on this. But I think Jacksonville, you're shaking your head. I already see it, and I get it. You already are showing me that you don't feel that way. But what we've seen now in terms of you've got a head coach that was an offensive coordinator that carried over the success from Dave Canales in Tampa. Liam Cohen, I know it was a weird situation in Tampa and how he got there, but they've gotten rid of that general manager. I'm not out on Trevor Lawrence yet. I think the ceiling is still too high with him, where if I'm going to say, look in the AFC, who's a team that I think that did not make the playoffs last year that could make the playoffs the following season, barring injuries or anything like that, I'm going to go Jacksonville. And I know you don't like Trevor Lawrence. I know you're not in that boat with me. I see your face, and I get it. That would be my team that I would go with, because at least there's something there in terms of quarterback where we've seen what Trevor Lawrence has at least a relatively high ceiling in Jacksonville. It may not be long, may not be an extended period of time, but we have seen that. I think there's enough there where I can say I still believe in Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I mean, look, they play in the AFC South, so that's what helps them. The problem is, man, with these AFC teams, like there's only so many spots for these teams to get into the playoffs. Like, the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Ravens are going to be in the playoffs. You would think the Bengals are going to bounce back, depending on what kind of offseason they have. You would think the Bengals are going to bounce back and they're going to be in the playoffs. You would think one of, if not both of those AFC West teams are going to make it again, along with Kansas City and the Chargers and the Broncos. And then, the Texans in the AFC South. So I think Jacksonville's path is winning that division and beating Houston if they can do that. Because I don't know if these other teams, man, I don't know if they can make it in the wild card in the AFC. It's too tough. So that's what's hard. It's like, I would lean more so towards an NFC team, but it's like, I'm not picking the Giants to make the playoffs. Like, no way am I picking the Giants. And, they're really, as crazy as it is, Nick, the Giants are the only NFC team in the top 7 that have a draft pick. So that kind of shows you, like, the two leagues, right? AFC is so top heavy, and they have so many bad teams, where the NFC, it's much more like parity, where you have kind of like your really good teams, your very good teams, and everybody's kind of like jumbled up. So that's why the AFC is just tough. It's because it's so top heavy. And for these teams, they're all picking in the top 7. I think if you're going to look for a team that's going to maybe make a jump, like, it's probably got to come out of the NFC, but kind of feels like we already know what teams are going to make the playoffs in the NFC next year. It's going to be Philly, Washington. It's probably going to be 2 teams out of the NFC West, 2 teams out of the NFC North, maybe 3. And then obviously an NFC South team has to make it too.
Yeah, and I think the difference here, obviously, is we're looking at the draft this year in terms of quarterbacks and going, there's not what we think, at least on paper, is a game-changing quarterback, a franchise-changing quarterback right away versus what we just had this past season. I think what makes the NFC intriguing, at least, when you talk about teams we kind of expect to make the playoffs, is, could we see an improved 49ers team when they're a little bit more healthy? What does the offseason look like for them? Could we see an improved Bears team that has a ton of talent, but Caleb Williams is going to kind of figure some things out, and you've got a new coaching staff there. So does that team look different? So I think that's where you kind of look at the NFC side of things and go, okay, things could be different, because it's not a matter of big changes necessarily in terms of the draft. It's more of big changes in terms of coaching staff or philosophy or blueprint for those organizations. There's always a team, though, that we know, right? There's always somebody that surprises someone every single year. But the AFC is definitely a more crowded, top-heavy conference, I think, that we're looking at with the NFC right now, where there could be some fall-offs too, right? Like, would you be surprised, let's say, if the Rams or the Vikings fell out of the playoff picture next year? I wouldn't.
No, not at all. Especially with McCarthy taking over. We have no idea what he's going to be. There's all these rumors swirling that, maybe the Rams trade Stafford to the Giants. So we'll see what that looks like. Obviously, Pittsburgh. Like, I know Tomlin keeps having these winning seasons, but their roster just isn't as good as how many games they continue to win in the regular season. I could see them dropping out potentially. So I definitely think there are some teams that made the playoffs last year that we could see miss out on the postseason this next year for sure.
Yeah, the Matt Stafford of the Giants rumors it's so weird to think about. I mean, if you're the Giants, you're not really going to have your long-term solution right now, but it's like, do you get Matt Stafford for a season? You know what? I think you and I mentioned this maybe Sunday. What about what about Aaron Rodgers to the Giants? Stays within the stadium, doesn't have to go far, just switch locker rooms a little bit. You smile, but that might be easier if you're them than anything else. PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
JB Pickup wants the Pistons to push it. Cade does to the basket for a jam. Count that, baby, and a foul.
I guess he put. Wind it up, big fella.
Thank you very much.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM Tonight. Cade Cunningham is the favorite at -150 right now to win Most Improved Player. I'll be honest with you, PJ. I hate that market more than probably any other awards market that we've got in the NBA, because a lot of times Most Improved Player isn't really, and Cade Cunningham maybe is in a better spot this year for that. But a lot of times it's a guy that, was a very good player to maybe a fringe all-star to like a full-on all-star that wins it. And you just kind of watch it and go, that's not really the most improved player, but that's kind of the strategy that you have to follow if you want to bet into that market. But what I will say is that Cade Cunningham specifically, having a year where you are seeing that big jump from last season to this season in Detroit, he is insanely talented, and we're finally starting to see the results of what you thought when Detroit drafted him #1 overall.
And you combine that with how bad Detroit was last year, and now they find themselves like squarely in the mix to make the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. I think it's a combination of everything. But yeah, when he was at Oklahoma State, Nick, like he was already talked about as the consensus #1 pick. Like it was Cade Cunningham slam dunk, and you saw flashes. I didn't really understand it. Like I watched Cooper Flagg, and I'm like I get it. Like no question. You watch Zion, no question. I watched Cade Cunningham, and like he's got skills. Like you could certainly see it, but it kind of struck me as like a Ben Simmons or like an Anthony Edwards, where like he's gonna go #1, but I don't know. And then obviously he's turned himself into a really good player. So I kind of think you could argue that this price probably should be higher. I think that even at maybe -150, that could be a good bet for Cade. He certainly should be the leader and the favorite. And with the season that he's having and the Pistons are having, it's definitely his award to lose.
Yeah, because I look at Norman Powell at +140, and it's like, well, Norman Powell's kind of already shown to this point. Like, yes, is he better this year than what he's been in the past? Yes. But is he somebody that's that improved that he deserves to win that award? Is Tyler Hero at 15-1 now somebody that we look at and thinks that is good enough, having a season that's good enough where you should win Most Improved Player? And I struggle with so many of these guys here. Amen Thompson is somebody that I would look at with the Rockets that I'd put ahead even of like a Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero's been a guy that can go out there and get you buckets and knock down shots from the outside. Like we've seen that in the past. So, Amen Thompson's somebody that I feel like at least you're seeing the versatility that's there. I'm with you in terms of a Cade Cunningham at -150 and that price really not being enough, because you see so much of a jump that's there. It's funny you go back and look at college, though, and you said like you didn't really kind of see it really to that point. The one thing that stood out to me was that his versatility for his size, right? Like he's somebody that could play the one. He's somebody who can go out there and score, but he can get to the rim. He can, go out there and distribute and get guys involved and things like that. I think that's what made him a little bit more, intriguing as a player. But I'll be honest with you, man, like that Most Improved Player market and Rookie of the Year, and Rookie of the Year is even worse. Like it's almost a crapshoot. Like it really is. Stephon Castle's the favorite now to win Rookie of the Year at +140. We got guys getting hurt left and right. It was already a rookie class that was really thin and watered down. I would probably not even touch the Rookie of the Year class right here. If Cade Cunningham was at -150, I think that was a decent price decent bet in terms of winning Most Improved Player. But a lot of these awards markets in the NBA right now, especially those two specifically, they're kind of untouchable. I would just tell anybody, if you ask me like, hey, what should I bet? I would say, honestly, stay away from either one of those right now.
I like Castle, man. I went to the Wizards Spurs game on Monday. Nick, I got free tickets.
Good
that's
for
the
you.
only way I go to. That's the only
Good
way.
for
that's
you.
The only way.
Yeah.
It's the only way I go to Wizards games these days, or if I get free tickets. So I got free tickets, and it just so happened they were playing San Antonio, so I got to see Wemby. I got to see the Spurs, and Castle was impressive. So obviously Wemby and Fox are like the top two. And, Castle was great at UConn last year, always an elite defender. He was kind of like a jump shot away kind of guy. And his jumper was a lot better than what I thought it would be in his rookie season. And if they want to make a push at the postseason, then Castle's going to kind of need to be that third guy, I think, for San Antonio. So if they keep winning games and he kind of becomes that steady third option for the Spurs, then I think he's going to win that award. Jimmy Butler leaving Miami, Khalil Ware is going to get plenty of opportunities like he has been with Butler's absence to continue to maybe win this award as well. But I think it's Stephon Castle's award to lose. I thought he was really impressive. Can I also say, Nick, I think this is going to be a super hot take. I know everybody loves Wemby, and I know he's 21 years old. I got to be honest, though. I was a little underwhelmed watching Wemby.
Whoa! Okay.
Was a little underwhelmed. Because everybody keeps talking about this guy like the Spurs are going to win a title in the next 3 years. Like, his ability to shoot the ball as a 7'4" guy is absurd. There were like 3 straight possessions where he shot like 25-footers and they all went. It's insane. I just almost expected him to have like a little more Durant in his game, like a little more in between or a little more mid-range. And he doesn't quite like have that yet. He's still like very awkward in the mid-range. Like, he's so tall. He's such a great defender. He can stretch out your defense, but I kind of think the Spurs need more help, man. Like, he does not affect the game a way a Jokic does, especially offensively. Or he doesn't affect the game the way that, like, a young LeBron did. I just like the way that everybody talks about this kid and how the Spurs are going to be competing for titles in, like, 2 or 3 years. I get he's only 21. He's going to continue to get better. And, like, if he gets a mid-range game, like, I mean, forget about it. Me personally, though, for somebody who doesn't like watch the NBA all that much and like you hear all these things about Wemby, not gonna lie to you, I was a little underwhelmed. I thought he'd have a little bit more in his tool bag offensively.
So I wonder if some of this is the fact that you haven't watched him consistently enough. Like you said, you're a little more of a college basketball guy, like I'm a little more of an NBA guy. And you look at that and say the hype is way up here at the very top. And maybe the results were a couple of notches below. The one thing I will say about Wemby that doesn't get maybe necessarily enough credit, though I love it because I bet this in the props market all the time, is defensively what he does. He is such a good in terms of a rim protector, chasing guys down and making plays and rebounding. And like those are the types of things that he's already gotten so good at to where at 21 years old, he can only get better. So do you think at all, like if you were to just dig down deep into your emotions, Peach, and you were just to have a moment here, and we're gonna really think about this for a second. Do you think some of it is there's a lot of hype and you really had those high expectations and they were slightly below than maybe what you thought they were, because hype can always exceed what I think sometimes we get on the court from players like that?
Possibly. I think right now, Wemby for me is the city of Austin, Texas. I was expecting a lot when I went. I thought it would be like the second coming in Nashville, and it wasn't. Nick, I think Austin's overrated. I think it's overrated.
Austin?
And
Austin, Texas is an amazing city.
I saw it at its peak. I saw Bama play Texas. Man. That should be A+. That should be Austin at its peak. I thought it would be like Nashville-esque. I was disappointed. Maybe it's something with the state of Texas in me. Maybe it's just like
clearly there's a bias there.
There's something. Maybe it is. But listen, I just not a fan of Austin.
I respect the honesty, but I'll tell you this right now. One, my head cold, whatever I got going on, just got worse after you just said something about Austin there, because it is an amazing city. Now, I might be biased because that's where my bachelor party was. So I saw the ins and outs and all the fun of Austin that was there.
Great food. But barbecue.
My God. Listen, brisket tacos and Texas bar. I'm a big barbecue guy. So that's automatically going to work there for me. I had an absolute blast in Austin, but I also, it may be partially because, well, it was my bachelor party. So, there's a little bit more going on there, but you have now come here with two things that are, one was like, okay, you want to see a little bit more from Wemby. You have high expectations. I can do that. But now the blasphemy that is slandering Austin, Texas is far beyond. I do feel like there might be some level of like Texas bias that's there, and I don't know what it is. We might have to do some therapy and like dig deep into your feelings and to figure out why you feel that way about just the state of Texas.
I don't know what it is. And like Wemby seems like a great dude. I hope he has a great career. He's incredible to watch. Like he's 7'4" and he chucks threes and he's got ridiculous touch. I'm just like, Nick, I don't know, man. And he's going to continue to get muscle and he's going to learn under Popovich. Hopefully everything with Coach Pop and all the health situation is okay. But I don't know. And it's one game, right? It's one game and it's the Wizards. So it's not like a player's really going to go all out against the Wizards. So that's probably part of it too. I just like when you hear things about a player and it's like this team is going to compete for championships in 2 years. Like I was kind of expecting like the version of like Jaden Daniels that we saw where it's like you watch Jaden as a rookie and you're like, okay, like I see it. Wemby just left me wanting a little bit more. I'm just being honest with you. Austin, Texas, same thing, Nick. Like, you like Austin better than Nashville because I know you've been to both cities. You like Austin better.
Yeah. Wow. Great question. I would probably, okay, I'll give you credit for this. Very good question. They're both great. I might lean
similar,
Nashville.
Right? They're similar.
Yeah, I might lean
that's
Nashville.
That's what I was
just
expecting.
Yeah, because, well, listen, I'm a big country fan, so, like, I love country music, and, like, you got more of that in Nashville than you do Austin, but, like, Austin has a ton of live music, and I love live music in general. I would probably go, like, one notch above in Nashville over Austin, just because there's a little more there, but, like, the barbecue gives Austin the advantage, but, you know, you got Nashville hot chicken, which is really good, but I wouldn't put that above barbecue in Texas, so, like, that's tough. That's a tough question there. I'll lean Nashville over Austin there. Good question. And you know what? That's good. I think what we need to do is we need to have you go to Austin again and sit and watch like 5 straight games of Wemby in Austin at like a bar somewhere, restaurant, just so you can immerse yourself in, you know, everything that Austin has to offer, but also everything that Wemby has to offer. So I think that you can see what so many other people are seeing. That's really what it comes down to. You watched him against the Wizards. He probably, if we're being honest, Peach, we're talking about him going half-assed against the Wizards, most likely. Like, it's the Wizards. So, you know, there's more to it than just what you were able to see. PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, in for the guys. I've just heard so many hot takes from PJ last segment. Not a fan of Austin.
That was big. What was crazier?
Not a fan of Wemby.
What was the crazier take, you think?
I'd still go Wemby. You thinking Wemby's a little overrated was
is he a top 5 player currently in the NBA, do you think? Right?
No, I wouldn't put him top 5 player in the NBA yet, but he's going to be there. I
think that's fair.
I know you watched him against the Wizards live, and it's gonna just crush maybe a lot of the expectations that have been placed on him. Give him a few more games, Peach. And I know we're going to transition more now into the basketball side of things, college basketball, than the NBA. I'm telling you, he's so much more than you're giving him credit for. I'm going to tell you that. That was definitely far more crazy for you to say that.
Okay. Very good. Look, I mean, again, he's 7'4" and he was shooting threes like Steph Curry. So that was impressive. And defensively, he averages 4 blocks a game or something. So he's ridiculous on that side too.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, he stretches out like Michael Jordan in Space Jam, right?
Space Jam,
his arms are just so long, and just how is this even possible? So yeah. So it is the Spurs are a team where they're sitting here right now, and I'm just looking at the standings here. They're 3 games out of the last play-in spot. This may not be their year. Give them a year. They're right back in there, especially adding De'Aaron Fox on top of that. The San Antonio Spurs have they're going to become a destination again for players that want to play with a lot of talent that's certainly there. All right, speaking of a team that has certainly been building themselves up into this situation, but it's been years and years, and this, Peach, I have nothing but respect for the front office of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Ryan Stiles jumps on with us now, and Rylan, I look at the Thunder now, 10.5-point favorites tonight. I did bet them at 7.5 tonight, but bigger picture here with the Thunder sitting at 44-9. And just the talent that's there, the youth that they've been able to find in the draft and build around together, at where we are at this point. And I'm a big believer in you got to kind of go through some of your bumps and bruises in terms of going to the playoffs and losing in the second round, let's say, and kind of learning what playoff basketball is versus where the regular season is. Do you look at this Thunder team now and say they are ready and they're at that peak of could be a true championship contender, or do you see regular season team that's really, really good, but maybe needs another year of the experience in the playoffs that's there?
Yeah, I think that you can talk yourself into either side game to game of what the right outcome will be for this team. I look at this team and say every metric, every eye test suggests to you that if this team does not win a NBA championship, it will be a disappointing season. And I think that that's fair. I know that they're very young, and I know that they have an incredibly bright future, and they have all these assets. It will be disappointing to see this team not get to the NBA Finals because of who's in their way, what the other teams around them did at the deadline. Yes, LeBron added Luka. They still don't have any defense. They still don't have a front court rotation that you feel proud of. And then everyone else around them, Houston didn't go get a good score. Memphis didn't go do anything. Denver didn't go do anything. And you added Chet Holmgren back at the deadline. So when you look at this team and how good they are and how historically great they are, the best net rating in the NBA, historically great defense, they should go in the Western Conference. The only real way to talk yourself out of them is to lean on that inexperience and is to lean on the fact that last postseason, guys like Aaron Wiggins, guys like Lou Dort, guys like Cason Wallace did not show up from a shooting standpoint in that series. Now, it was their first ever playoff run, though. So what if they show up in their second playoff series here in their playoff run, and then they're just as excellent as they are right now? So it's a double-edged sword. I would put a bow on it like this. Even though they're young, it would be a disappointment for the Thunder not to win the West. It would not be a disaster, though, because they have so many different mechanisms they can use to go improve this team.
Do you feel like, Rylan, they needed to make a move at the trade deadline, right? We saw so many teams try and get better. Obviously, the Luke Anthony Davis deal. The Warriors went and got Jimmy Butler. We saw some teams make some moves. OKC really didn't do that. Do you think it was because they have some guys coming back from injury and they almost see those guys as kind of their deadline acquisitions? Or do you think that they maybe needed to be aggressive and go get some guys?
Yeah, this was another situation where I could have agreed with either party on if they should or shouldn't have. I will say I lean more so that they made the right decision to not go make a trade, because adding Chet Holmgren back to this team, like, yes, from a talent standpoint, that's awesome, but also you have to think from an integration standpoint. This team was incredible without Chet Holmgren. Like, they were historic without Chet Holmgren. Now, for the first time in Chet's career as an NBA player, he's going to be playing alongside of another 7-footer. He's going to be playing the power forward position. He's got to learn all of that within 30 games. And then if you went and added somebody at the deadline, they'd have to also learn how to play with this team and vice versa, all in 30 games. And Alex Caruso is somebody who's still getting more comfortable, but not fully comfortable yet with this unique style and this unique system that the Thunder run, that because he's missed so many games due to injury. He's another guy that you want to continue to see grow and continue to see flourish. So all those reasons were a big reason not to go make a move. But I think that the biggest is, guys, this team's earned the right to try it again. Like, you can poke again at Wiggins and Joe and Wallace and those guys who didn't show up last year in the playoffs, and even Jalen Williams as a scorer last year. It was their first ever try to make it through a playoff run. So they've earned the right to go out there and see if they can do it. And if they can't, and if they still can't hit big shots around Shea, well, guess what? Cam Johnson didn't get moved from Brooklyn either. Like, he didn't go anywhere else. He's still in Brooklyn. You can go dial him up on line one the first day of the summer and get him in here. Just like last year when the Thunder failed in the playoffs, Sam Presti, within days of the season ending, went out and got Caruso, went and signed the biggest contract in club history, getting Isaiah Hartenstein. So you have to kind of put it into that context of you're already adding internally, and you have a GM who's proven that he'll continue to add externally when the time is right for that. So let's see what this team can do and kind of riding it out, because when you only have 9 losses entering the All-Star break, it's hard to justify touching that method.
You mentioned Hartenstein getting that deal, and it's like in the past, the Thunder have not really been a free agent destination. They've been an organization that's slowly building things up. And again, like I said, when you first came on, like I absolutely love that front office and the decisions that they've made and working with what you can work with. But is this a team now that, let's say, starting this offseason, and I get a lot of this is just kind of speculation and your opinion from what you've seen or people you've talked to, but have the Thunder now become a free agent destination for players where it's not just about, hey, you can draft well and this team is going to succeed, or you got to trade for somebody, but players are willing to say, I want to go play in Oklahoma City with SGA and the rest of that team?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, the one example that we have is Isaiah Hartenstein, and so let's just use him as the example. The money certainly helped. I mean, the Thunder did pay him a little bit above market value.
Doesn't it always, Rylan? Money always helps,
exactly.
Doesn't it?
The money does count. And you've got to pay a little bit of that tax for being in a small market. I'm like, yeah, I know you can get it done in New York, but really you should come to Oklahoma City. It's a little bit of a tough sell on the surface level. But Isaiah Hartenstein is a extreme competitor. I mean, you see it night in and night out. You saw it last postseason for New York. You see it every night in this Thunder season. This guy wants to win basketball games first and foremost. And I don't think that if you were, say, a tanking team, he would have signed that contract, even for that much money, because that's how much he cares about winning. And so you have to be able to offer them the chance to go win a championship. And the Thunder will be able to offer you the chance to win a championship for the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So that's going to help them. Now, they won't be able to land big stars, like current stars, mainly because this summer they're going to have to sign their own guys. I mean, you've already signed Hartenstein. You're going to have to sign Chet, J-Dub, and Shea. And Shea will get a record-setting contract this summer. So you're not going to get like the headline name, but I would ask you this. Like, you look at a former star who's ready to reinvent himself and more so complement a team, or is no longer looking to be the number one option. Would it be more appealing for them to come to an organization that's proven that they can win, and to a system that, for as great as Shea is, and for as him leading the league in scoring as he is, he's not a heliocentric guy. Other guys still get their chance at being on the ball, at playing off the catch, at going to score. And so it's a more welcoming environment, I think, to veterans who, like this past season, like a Chris Paul, who are no longer what they once were, but they can still add something to a team. And I think that that's where the Thunder become more inviting than they used to be, even though they're in a small market.
Rylan, do you think maybe we see Sam Presti because of all the guys they have to pay this offseason? What makes OKC so dangerous is they're already so good and they still have all these draft picks, right? So we saw him trade away all these players to accumulate all these picks, but we really haven't seen him get a player with all the picks. Do you think we see that at some point over the next couple of years?
So I don't think that you'll see it in the conventional sense, where it's not going to be like, hey, what the Clippers did, right? They trade all their picks to get Paul George. Right. I don't think it'll be a caliber of player to that degree. I think that you'll see him move these picks strategically in a two-layered sense, where last year, for example, he moved 5 second-round picks for one player, which was Dylan Jones. And Dylan Jones has not even been close to working out, and I'm not sure how long he'll have in this league, frankly, from watching him play. But that's a 5-for-1 trade just because you can. And you still had 1 billion second-round picks left over. And then you saw the move at the deadline and the move last season where you're giving someone picks now. So, for example, if the season ended today, they'd have 3 first-round picks. They can't roster 3 first-round picks. But you know that there's teams out there who are desperate to get a pick because they need cost-controlled talent right away. And so you can almost be like a loan and a mortgage broker and just say, hey, you know what? We'll get you out of this bind here, but the rent's going to come due in 2032 whenever we're really expensive and we need the cheap contracts. And so you can kind of play the game that way. And so I think that those are the routes where you'll see the Thunder use their picks and you'll see the Thunder make moves. Even Cason Wallace, who's looked upon as one of the bright young stars on this roster, he was acquired through the Thunder, going and getting up in the draft, right? And switching places with the Dallas Mavericks. So they'll be able to manage and kind of handpick their end of the roster guys and their draft pick selections. I don't think that they'll consolidate it in the sense of going and getting one big name because, frankly, under the new CBA, it's just like almost impossible.
Talking to Rylan Stiles, BetMGM tonight. I'm looking at the MVP odds right now in the NBA, and these can obviously fluctuate, and the season can change, especially as we get post-All-Star break. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, heavy favorite right now at -600 at BetMGM. Nikola Jokic is 4-1, and then after that, it's Giannis at 125-1 with Jason Tatum and Victor Wembanyama. So it's like it kind of feels like we're looking at those two. The one thing though that I've learned, especially in this market, but there's a lot of these awards markets, there's a level of voter fatigue that's there. Now, Nikola Jokic could win MVP every year, and I don't think anybody would complain in terms of the seasons that he's had. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, they all could have won MVP every year in their prime because of the seasons that they've had. But would you say there is anybody else besides Nikola Jokic that is a threat to SGA to win MVP? And at this point, is Nikola Jokic, if things continue to be in the same trajectory that we're seeing, is even Nikola Jokic a threat to SGA to win the MVP at this point?
So there's no one besides Jokic who's a threat to Shai. Jokic, though, is a threat because what he's doing, I mean, you can spin his numbers just like you can spin Shai's numbers into being Paul Bunyan-like. It's like a fable that you're being told. It's like what your grandparents tell you about Wilt Chamberlain, only you're seeing it actually happen in front of you. So, like, Jokic deserves all the credit in the world. And one of the deciding factors that I find so interesting, and I'm almost glad that we're not members of the voting media that have to decide this, is a vote for Jokic is a vote to change NBA history because you called it out right there. If he gets this one, he's tied LeBron. He's one away from Michael Jordan. Jokic is the best player in the NBA. I will for sure say that, and I will for sure say he would be a worthy MVP winner this year, even as Shai's the heavy favorite. We've just never done it that way, though. We've never given the MVP award to the very best player every single year. And I would then ask the voters, well, how do you dethrone Jokic? What's the route to get Jokic not to win MVP? Because guess what he's going to do next year, folks? He's going to average a triple-double. He's going to get the Nuggets to a higher seed than you think that their roster deserves, and he's going to be awesome, and he's going to break records, and he's going to be the best player in the world. So then you got to give him another one next year, and the year after that, and his game's going to age gracefully, so the year after that as well. Whereas you look at Shai, I think that he's almost a victim to his success in the sense of, yes, he sat out 14 fourth quarters, but Jokic just sat out plenty. I think he sat out 13 fourth quarters. More so the record. Like a lot of us would have projected the Thunder, of course, to be the number one overall seed in the West whenever the season began in October. But I'd ask you, if I told you in October, hey, Chet's not going to play from November 10th all the way through middle of February, and Isaiah Hartenstein will miss 25-something games, and Caruso will miss 30 games, and all these injuries are going to pile up, and yet they'll still sit at 44-9. You would think that Shea is having the season he's having right now. You would think it's a cakewalk for Shea to get to the MVP award. So if this season from Shea, where he's dragging this team through injury adversity to a historic mark, literally the best net rating in the NBA, the most historic defense in the NBA, and a 44-9 record, I don't know how you can dethrone Jokic. And it's not as though, again, Jokic wouldn't be worthy. I'm just saying it will change NBA history, because you just would have to keep giving it to Jokic because he's going to keep doing this. That's how good he is.
Yep.
He'll always have seasons this way.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest things, and that's why it's such a hard market to predict and certainly hard to bet on, is where there are humans involved, and it's those narratives that people also are thinking about. Rylan Stiles, great to talk to you, man. Host of the Locked On Thunder podcast. Great stuff, man.
Thanks for having me.
All right, PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM the night.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM Tonight. Thanks to Ryland Styles, who joined us last segment. You know, it's funny to just like look at a team like the Thunder, Peach, where they have been solely built through the draft, through trades, through just smart front office decision making. It really is like a true testament to if you've got smart people running your organization that can identify talent, especially young talent. That's like, you don't have to be a big market organization in the NBA. You just have to be able to have people, you know, guys in charge that can say, I know this guy's going to translate to the NBA, or I know he's going to translate to our system. And it's more and more of it shows us there's not a lot of that out there. There's really not.
No, look, I know a lot of people think Howie Roseman is maybe the best GM in professional sports. I know Nick Costos on You Better You Bet has said that, and he's really good.
Mm-hmm.
For my money, I think Sam Presti's the best GM in professional sports. He is because he is the general manager of a team that's obviously not in a major market. He doesn't attract major stars to come play in his city. And Nick, this should be the blueprint for every single team who's trying to rebuild, what OKC has done. It has been a masterclass. The Paul George trade might go down in history as the greatest trade of all time for Oklahoma City. All the picks that they were able to acquire. On top of that, you get SGA. I mean, it's just that trade was absurd. So, I mean, to think about how good they are now, they have one of the best players in the NBA, and then all the draft picks that they still have. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think he's the best. He's a genius. And, I mean, like Ryland said, man, they're going to be good for the next 5, 7, 9 years. It's going to be OKC in the West that you're going to have to go through.
Going to have to win a championship at some point, obviously, though. The results are still going to matter, but the pressure is certainly not on Sam Presti and that organization versus, you know, what you would see in LA with the Lakers and Luka now, or which is still a weird thing to say, or the Knicks. I'd give the Knicks a year or two before we start really putting that pressure on them. But they just reconstructed this entire roster. But, you know, those smaller markets, you get a little bit more time. The fan base still accepts, like, they've already overachieved given the circumstances that they're in. But Thunder 9.5-point favorites, by the way, about 16 minutes until that game tips off against the Timberwolves. So I got them at -7.5. So we're seeing a little bit of movement. It was up at 10.5 right when the show started, as we sit here at that point now. So yeah, it's true though. I can't disagree with Howie Roseman's got it a little bit. And I'm going to say easy. I'm putting it in quotes when I say easy. It's a little bit easier to be the general manager of the Eagles than it is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Like that helps because the Thunder aren't going to be the same free agent destination that the Eagles are. But that doesn't mean that both aren't still really, really good at their job. That being said, I would lean with you in terms of putting Sam Presti at the very, very top, because it really comes down to the obstacles that you have to deal with running an organization and bringing in that talent and finding ways to work around. Like, I think of Moneyball, man. I go back to that. I mean, again, we know it was a real thing, but it was also the movie, right? Like, you watch that movie and you go like, the A's have always had to work around so many more obstacles than you've ever had for so many other teams. Because, like, it's easy if you're the GM of the Red Sox or the Yankees or the Lakers or, like, name big market team. You at least have the resources and the money to go out and do things. If you're dealing with what the A's had to deal with, what the Thunder have to deal with in terms of the lack of resources that are there, the money, the budget, all of that is factored into this decision. It just makes it that much harder to build a winner.
Yeah, I mean, being a GM of a baseball team that's like a small market team, that's the toughest job. I mean, like, imagine trying to be the Colorado Rockies and compete with the Dodgers in the same division, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, they're going out and buying everybody, and the Rockies, I mean, I can't even name 2 players on their team. So, yeah, baseball's tough, man. Obviously, the NBA and the NFL have a salary cap. Presti and Howie Roseman are really, really good. Sam Presti, you know, Nick, we've seen a lot of rebuilds in sports, but we've truly never seen one as great as this. And what he's done, considering where they were too, right? Like, how many teams have we see try to make it work with like Westbrook and Paul George and force it and try to bring in all these different pieces instead of just acknowledging, like, you know what? Not only do these guys not want to be here, but they're also never going to win anything together. And if the goal's not to win a championship, then what are we doing? And so many teams are afraid that when they're a mid-major or a mid-market team, that they're not going to get a superstar, that they're just going to do everything they can to build around that player, instead of actually what's best is just trade that player, get as much as you can, and build your team organically. And that's what OKC's done. And they got a superstar through trade in SGA, and now they can pay him the supermax, and he can be a Thunder player for the rest of his career.
And, that's, I think, what gets overlooked a lot, though we're starting to get examples of it, and hopefully the rest of the NBA, besides everything they're dealing with the CBA that matters. Like, you can't just throw a bunch of stars on a team or stars and then say, oh, yeah, this is going to work. Like, look at the Suns right now. They're a disaster. The fact that Kevin Durant was already in trade rumors, Peach, like, it wasn't that long ago that it was a shock that he was traded to Phoenix. And, like, so you can throw a bunch of guys on the court together, but there is no sport that needs chemistry more than basketball. And I say basketball, obviously college, all of this. It's not just the NBA, but it certainly applies to the NBA more than anything, because you got dudes that are used to being the man, right? Like, you're used to being the guy. And you get thrown on another team with a bunch of other guys that are used to being the guy. It takes some time to adjust for that. Like, when have you, the closest that I can ever think would be the Boston Celtics when they got Garnett and Ray Allen, where it all came together right away. They won a championship the first year they put all that thing together. After that, it just doesn't work out that way, because chemistry and consistency, that stuff all matters. And you just don't, you can't just throw all these guys together and expect it to work. And I really do think this, Peach, I think the Suns are the last remaining, and I'll, again, put it in quotes, like I've done super teams that's left in the NBA. They've made it difficult for you to do it, but also at the same time, you're seeing it just really doesn't work anymore.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And yeah, look, I agree with you. We obviously have Luka and LeBron playing together, but like LeBron's, maybe got like a couple years left, and then it's going to be Luka's team. But it feels like Kevin Durant's been a part of so many of these super teams, and the only one he's had success is in Golden State because of the chemistry that you speak of. There were already 3 Hall of Famers that were on that team that had won multiple championships together, right? And Curry, Thompson, and Draymond Green. And then Durant just kind of gets thrown into the mix, and it's like they don't skip a beat. Whereas he tries to go to Brooklyn and team up with Kyrie and James Harden, absolute disaster. Then he goes to Phoenix and tries to team up with Booker and Beal, absolute disaster. So, I mean, yeah, but the Boston 3, I think you're right. Maybe the only other one is Miami with LeBron, D-Wade, and Bosh. But even if they didn't win a championship their first year, right? They lost to Dallas. Nope. So it's just, you're right. It just doesn't happen. And all these teams just try and buy their way to a championship. And that's what I love about Oklahoma City so much, is that they truly did it the right way. And now not only are they set up for the next 2-3 years, but they're set up for like the next decade. I mean, they're going to be a force for a while.
And I think it's tough too when you're looking at the way college basketball has become a lot of one and dones, and the NIL and transfer portal has affected college football more than basketball. But you obviously watch college basketball closely, and like it still affects college basketball to a point as well. But the problem is a lot of these guys are just in and out a lot quicker. I'm looking at right now. Okay, the Wizards have the worst record in the NBA, and we know they're tanking for Cooper Flag. Like that's very obvious. Pelicans and Jazz, like these are teams we're looking at with the 3 worst records in the NBA. But the NBA's made it to the point too where it's getting more difficult to go out and get stars in free agency because of supermax deals. It's also getting harder and harder to just tank to get a top prospect in the NBA draft. That being said, though, man, if there was ever a year, and this is a chance now for us, I think, to since you and I have spent so much time obviously talking about the NFL, like where would you compare these prospects, a Cooper Flag, a Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, guys that are looked at as the top 3 picks in the NBA draft in terms of what their potential is? Like, where would you compare this draft class to previous ones, because there's a lot of hype around it, and there's a lot of teams that are making it very, very clear, hey, if we can't go out in free agency and we can't go out and make the trades in the NBA, well, we can at least tank and at least give ourselves a shot to get one of these top 3 picks.
I mean, this class Cooper Flagg is the best freshman that I have seen since Anthony Davis. Like the most complete on both sides of the floor. He does everything. He averages 22 a game, 8 rebounds, 4 assists. He defends, he scores. He's incredible. He is going to be as good as advertised. Like, there will be a franchise in the NBA that changes overnight when they draft him. So, he's the best freshman again since AD. Like, Wemby obviously is unbelievable as a prospect and looks like he's going to be great. But Cooper Flagg's the real deal. Both Rutgers guys are really good. Dylan Harper is going to be better right away. He's just more of a natural scorer, and I think he'll translate quicker. Whereas Ace Bailey, like, you see the potential. His athleticism and his jump shot and just how the elevation that he gets on his jumper, he's special. If he goes to the right team, like, he has a chance to be really, really good. Yakachunas, the point guard out of Illinois, is awesome too. You know, just kind of like this European point guard that just understands the game, very smart, awesome in the pick and roll. Like, he's just going to be really, really good in the NBA. So, yeah, I mean, Nick, to your point, man, like, this draft class is awesome. And God, like, if the Wizards, Nick, if there can just be 1 year for them to have luck, if there can just be just 1 year where something good can happen, it would be really cool if it can be this year. So I think Flagg's awesome, man. But, like, even you go down the board, like, Derek Queen at Maryland is awesome. He's like a baby Jokic almost. Like, at 6'10", he does everything. He rebounds the ball and then brings it up the court, and they run offense through him, and he can defend. He's really good. Obviously, like, all these European players that come into the NBA now are solid too. So it's just a really good draft class.
Yeah, and I think that's, listen, we've seen enough to know that team with the worst record in the NBA doesn't get the number 1 overall pick usually. They've really smoothed out the odds over the last couple of seasons, but just in general, going back to when they started weighting the odds back in 1990, I mean, I want to say there was a stretch where you only had 3 or 4 teams that had the worst record that got the number 1 overall pick until that stretch with LeBron and the Cavs, and then Dwight Howard and the Magic, and it started to kind of like change things a little bit. So the NBA is doing everything they can to try and even the playing field, but there is a point where there is almost too much parity right now in the NBA, right? Like the NFL has their villains. Now the villain just got taken down on Sunday, right? That was the Chiefs. But I'd argue that the Eagles are starting to put themselves in that category. They're not there yet, but they're getting there. Villains are good for sports. And we had the last villain that we really had in the NBA was the Warriors, and we don't have that anymore. And if I'm being honest with you, if I look at just teams in general in the NBA that could be looked at as villains, I think it's going to take years for anybody to establish themselves as the true villains. It would take the Celtics winning 3 straight or something along those lines, or it would take the Knicks to start finally winning. But the Knicks have been so bad for so long that I think most people would be like, oh, that's cute. The Knicks are actually winning. Oh, that's adorable. Like, we don't have the Warriors anymore. The Lakers aren't close enough to that point yet. And the Thunder are just, again, an organization you and I have talked about where we look at them and go, yeah, they could win the West, but they're still a team that's had to work with their one hand tied behind their back. So I just don't know if we really have that in the NBA right now in terms of like true potential villain for the next few years, unless the Lakers go out and do more ridiculous things that make no sense, where they trade for somebody and the level of Luka, and we go, okay, now everybody's pissed off because the Lakers it's the rich getting richer.
No, I'm with you. And, I mean, the parity in the NBA, too. Like, I mean, when it was that stretch where it was just the Warriors and the Cavs every single year, right? And
so boring. It's too much.
Yeah, it was so boring. It just wasn't good for the league. Like, every series was boring because you knew those teams would either sweep or they'd win in 5 games. But now, like, we get into the NBA playoffs, and I know OKC's the heavy favorite. Nick, I got to be honest with you. I kind of think there's some good value on Denver, man, like at plus 600. I think they're really interesting. In the Eastern Conference, it does feel like it's Boston still, but the Knicks obviously made all these trades for the playoffs because they felt like if they got in a series with Boston, that with the addition of Bridges and Towns, that they could get past them. The Cavs are having an unbelievable year. So the playoffs on both sides should be really, really good. And like you said, just because of the way now that the NBA has constructed all the deals with the Supermax and how now we have a lottery in the NBA and the worst pick doesn't guarantee you even a top 3 pick. I think the league's in a really good spot in terms of parity, and I think it's going to continue to be that way. So I'm really excited to see where Cooper Flagg goes because I'm telling you, wherever he does go, man, that team going to change overnight. He's that good.
He is. I mean, listen. The hype around him has been there for a while. You mentioned the team winning the finals. Celtics at plus 225 is the favorites to win that. Yeah, you got to knock off the champs, right? I think the only other team that I would look at would be the Nuggets. At BetMGM's got them 14-1 to win the title because, well, they've been there before. So PJ Glass or Nick Ashew with BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew. Mario brought up something during the break, Peach, and I think it's a good question. Like, because we look so much at rivalries in sports, right? And I honestly thought the Nuggets would be a team that was, I guess we could say, more of a contender than they are, even where they are right now. They're 14-1 to win the NBA title, and they certainly have a shot. But the NBA doesn't really have that hated team. I think there are two things to look at with the parity that's going on in the NBA. One, and I want to see how you feel about this. If the Warriors never got Kevin Durant, because I feel like that kind of put him over the edge. I'm a bad person to ask this because I don't really look at these teams that have these long dynasties and hate them, right? Like, I'm jealous, like, for the most part, because my teams have been trash until recently. Knicks and Commanders and all that. But when I looked to the Patriots, I said, hey, look, I respect the Patriots and what they've built. Did they cheat a little bit? Sure, but every team cheated. There was a website, I don't know if it still exists, called yourteamcheats.com. Like, everybody's broken some level of rules that are there. The Warriors, I never really hated the Warriors because until Durant, they drafted everybody that they had. They built it through smart front office decisions, and they got Durant because the NBA salary cap skyrocketed, and they had all the space, and Durant wanted to come play there. What are they going to say? No, we're not. No, we don't want Kevin Durant. We're too good for you, Kevin Durant. Of course they're going to take him. Like the Chiefs, I hate the Eagles, so there's a big reason why. This is a rival of my team, so I want to see the Chiefs win. But, like, I don't really look at those teams with that type of, like, disdain. From your perspective, if the Warriors, and then we have to do an alternate reality here, but if the Warriors had gotten Kevin Durant, would you have looked at them as a team that was a villain still? Or would it just be, hey, they drafted well, they built a team, and they did it all from scratch?
I think we still would have viewed him as a villain because of Draymond. I think all it takes is just one player
just
on a team like that. It just takes one. It just takes one guy that, like, everybody can kind of rally around that, like, is hated, and then that's all it takes. And he's the easy one, right? Like, he's the perfect, he's the kind of guy, if he's not on your team, then you hate him. So I do think even without Durant, they still would have been hated. Like we were talking off air, man, so many of these great NBA teams, like, it's tough for me to see, like OKC especially. If OKC goes on a run, like, who's a player on that team that, like, and they're going to acquire more players over time, but, like, SGA is a likable dude, man. Like, I don't know how you hate him. Like, Jalen Williams is a likable dude. I think Chet Holmgren might be the guy. Like, he might turn out to be a guy that, like, people don't like. That could be the only one, maybe. But I don't know, man. It's like, I don't think anybody is really going to hate OKC. I say that they're, like, a small market team. Like, who's going to hate a team out of Oklahoma City? But then we have this small market team out of Kansas City that everybody despises, right? So, like, if you win, then, like, the small market stuff kind of takes care of itself. But the Chiefs have these polarizing figures with, like, Mahomes, and, like, his brother isn't likable, and his wife isn't likable, and then Kelsey's dating Taylor. They got a lot going for them. OKC's not quite there, so if they're the next team up in the NBA, I don't think they're going to be very hated.
Yeah, and that's the first thing that my brain kind of went to is when you're talking about Oklahoma City and the Thunder. I'm like, well, Kansas City, nobody would have hated the Chiefs until now they hate the Chiefs. So it's really the players that are there. And again, I think a lot of it too just has to go down to the fact that you got people are sick of the same team winning every single year. Look, you and I talked about this on Sunday, right? Like, the juice for this Super Bowl, even though the ratings were record ratings, which shouldn't be a surprise at all. It's the Super Bowl, and it's still two teams with polarizing names, and the spotlight has been on them for a while in the Eagles and Chiefs. There was a lot of disdain, and I think a lot of just people sick of hearing about the Chiefs and people sick of hearing about the Eagles. It exists, but in the end, people are still going to watch that, and that's why villains are so important for leagues. Is that when you have somebody that people are emotionally invested in, one way or the other, you're ringing that emotional bell. You either love the Chiefs or you hate the Chiefs. It exists. I think that's the one thing the NBA is lacking right now, is that you don't have those true villains. Because the Lakers went out and traded for Luka, fine, but, like, they're a middle-of-the-pack Western Conference playoff team. That's kind of really where they are at this point. That could change, but right now that's where they are. You can't hate the Thunder. You don't hate the Grizzlies. You don't hate the Rockets. You look at all them and say, like, these are all teams that have built up, like, but they don't They don't have anybody that's polarizing enough that makes the common casual NBA fan really get emotionally, invested in that. So I think that's really, one of the things that the NFL's got going for itself is we'll bring on Mario here for true or false. Like there's something about the Chiefs that whether Mario people love them or hate them, like in the end, it is still good for the league. And we saw it because they had massive ratings in that Super Bowl. And that's going to continue as long as the Chiefs are involved in this.
Yeah, sadly. And who likes the Chiefs anymore, right? No one does. Everyone's sick of them. Mahomes has
I
a
mean, I
great
don't hate
voice.
them though. Like, I
Very
don't have any
swift.
reason to hate them. I honestly, I look at them and say they built something that's really, really special. Like, I hope that the Commanders become the Chiefs of the NFC at some point. But yeah, would I like to see them not in the Super Bowl anymore? Sure, absolutely.
Well, that brings us to our first question, Nick Ashew. Chiefs won't be back in the Super Bowl for the next 3 years. True or false, my friend?
Yeah. I think so. You're saying the next 3 years, no Chiefs whatsoever. That's got to be a false for me. I struggle with looking at the Chiefs and saying that in the next. Now, if you said next year, okay, I could probably look. There is no way that this team right now, with how competitive they are, with Andy Reid still locked in, and with Patrick Mahomes, that's what matters the most. Travis Kelce will probably be retired in the next 3 years, so it's really going to be Mahomes and Andy Reid and what else you do around that. But because you have the head coach, because you have the quarterback, everything else can fall into place. They've proven they've got a front office that can do enough to make this team successful, though I'd argue they could add more weapons for Patrick Mahomes. In the end, it's there's just no way that I can look at the Chiefs and say they won't be back in a Super Bowl over the next 3 years.
They're going to have Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Spags for the next 3 years. And as long as they have those three guys, they're going to get back. So, yeah. Now, whether they win one is a different conversation, but getting back in the next 3 years, that's false, that they will not get back in the last 3 years.
Well, for all of our sake and for my mom's sake, who's a Chiefs fan, I hope it's false. All right, on to the next one for true or false. Only Lions and Commanders. Lions 4-1 right now. Commanders plus 850 to win the NFC. Can stop the Eagles next year. What do you think? True or false? Only Detroit and Washington stand in the way of the Birds.
So I'll have to go false with this only because we know in the NFL there's always one surprise team or there's somebody that takes that next leap. And the Commanders were that team this year. That was the Texans last year. And I'm not saying there's necessarily a team in the NFC that's going to make that big of a jump, but I still wouldn't rule out the Packers as a team next year to keep an eye on. I mean, listen, the Vikings were a surprise this season. I don't know what they're going to look like without Sam Darnold, as crazy as that statement is, but is another team going to kind of march into that category? Listen, the Bears are still really talented. It's just getting the whole damn thing together. If they've got better coaching, is Chicago going to be a team that becomes a threat to the Eagles next season and takes that big jump? Where really their win total was 7.5 and then 8.5. No, 8.5 and then 9.5 as we got into the season here this year. I know people are really excited about them, but the Bears do have a lot of talent. It just becomes right leadership, puts all of that together. So as much as I love where the Commanders are, they're still ascending upward to me. I feel like Detroit might be plateauing. Let's see what they look like without their offensive and defensive coordinators that have now moved on. We saw in Philadelphia what that looks like. And there's a couple of teams around the NFC that you could still say, couple of moves this offseason, certain things done well in the draft. You can completely flip things around. Hell, the Eagles had one of the worst defenses in the NFL last season. Howie Roseman said, oh, cool, I'll fix that in the draft. And now they're a totally different defensive team and Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, for me, this is false as well. I expect the Lions and Commanders to be two of the contenders in the NFC along with the Eagles, but I think you got to throw in San Francisco. I expect a bounce back year out of them with all the injuries that they had. I think they're going to be back. And I agree with Nick. I think Green Bay is a team that I would watch out for. They played Philly twice this year. Week 1, they lost by 5 out in Brazil. And then in the playoffs, they had a million turnovers. They had a million injuries in that game. And they were still somehow in it in the fourth quarter. So Green Bay, can give Philly some problems. Obviously, another year, Jaden Daniels has already beaten this Eagles team. The Lions, with how much talent they have. There's some good teams in the NFC. So even though Detroit and the Commanders are going to be two of them, I don't think they're going to be the only two. So I would go false.
Now, this might be the hanging out with Horvat syndrome. But what do you guys think about the Niners next year? Because he got me fully convinced that they could be, make a comeback, and Shanahan could have the boys ready for a prime 2025 season.
Which that's funny because, having done this show with him for a couple of years, he was he's now gone polar opposite with San Francisco, right? And I'll give him credit. Horvat said, there's a good chance there's injury regression with the 49ers heading into the season, and that's exactly what he got. I think there is an absolute chance that the Eagles take that step and kind of get back into becoming a contender again. Listen, they're going to have to surround Brock Purdy with other talent, though. I think we know that. They're getting a little bit older, and that's one of the biggest problems. Christian McCaffrey's healthy. They can do so much, but they're going to have to address some things, especially on the right side of that offensive line if you're the 49ers. And you're going to have guys like Brandon Ayuk healthy. You pay for somebody like Brandon Ayuk to make big plays for you. He misses the entire season. 49ers just got decimated by injuries this year. So I do think there's a chance that they come back. They've got a very smart front office. They've got a smart head coach and coaching staff that's there. So the pieces are in place to make that return. It's just whether or not they can actually make those moves to get back and make that return.
Yeah, I do like San Francisco, too. Next year, they're playing the AFC and the NFC South, so they're getting the two easiest divisions. They're going to play a last-place schedule because they finished last in their division. So schedule-wise, very favorable. And then, obviously, the injury luck should be better, and all these guys should be healthy going into Week 1 outside of Ayuk. I would expect San Francisco to be a contender. And bringing back Saleh, not a great head coach, but as a defensive coordinator, very good. So, I do like San Francisco.
God, the 49ers have really just cycled through defensive coordinators over the years, haven't they? It's been one after the other, Peach. But, listen, if you can keep Saleh there, he'll probably get another head coaching opportunity. I don't know if it's in a year or it's a couple of years, but to keep him there as your defensive coordinator, 49ers are a really good spot. But this is the one difficult thing. If you're an organization that kind of has guys and they're all maxing out and the big contracts are there and all that, at some point, the receipts come home and you got to pay that bill. And the 49ers really did this past season. So they got to draft well. They got to get some younger talent in there without question. So PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
To bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome. Been here 2 hours already. PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew. I just saw a insane highlight. Anthony Edwards dunking over Chet Holmgren. Oh my God, Peach. If you haven't seen it yet,
I saw
go
it.
watch it.
I saw.
Oh
you
my.
know an NBA dunk is good when you get a reaction like that from the bench, right? Like that's when you know. That's when you know, because obviously NBA players have seen a ton. So when they react like that, you know that like pretty dang good.
Timberwolves got a 26.
Exactly.
Honestly, that's how the entire Minnesota bench looked. They're up 26-20 right now on the Thunder. Make it 27-20, 2:41 to go in the first quarter of that one. I got to give Mario credit. He said this during the break, and I won't steal this idea from him, but I think it's a really good idea because the dunk contest is what it is, right? Like I look at it and just go, okay, great. Like it's Mac McClung will probably win again. I bet him the first year he was in it because I'd watched his highlight reel coming into college at Georgetown. So when he went to Georgetown, I already kind of knew what he could do. It's just uneventful. There's no stars. You need star power in that. If we could get an Anthony Edwards in the dunk contest and some of these other bigger name guys, it would bring it back. What brought the NBA's dunk contest back, Peach, was Vince Carter. You know, that they brought it back specifically so Vince Carter could be in it, and he had one of the all-time great performances in it.
I mean, those dunk contests back in the day, like you said, like the best players used to do it. Nowadays, we see every year an NBA team signs Mac McClung just so he can be in the slam dunk contest for them, right? Like it's a shame what it's turned into. I kind of blame LeBron, honestly, Nick, for never doing it. Like I think really he could have changed the perception around it. And if he would have done it, we could have seen guys like Russell Westbrook do it. And like, so many of these others. I don't think John Moran has ever done it. Did he? Did John ever done it? Right?
No, he teased doing it too. But again, he's another one of those guys that says, I'm going to do it. And they never do it.
Never does it. And then Anthony Edwards, like it would be awesome. And then Mario had this brilliant idea that you do a slam dunk contest with all these dunkers and all these great shot blockers. So you have like Gobert and Wemby, and you have the best dunkers in the NBA try to posterize like these centers, and like that would be awesome television. That idea from Mario was so great, Nick. Like he should go, if Mark Cuban was still on Shark Tank, he could go on that show and pitch that idea to Cuban, and I think Cuban would take it from him. I really do.
Mario has a lot of bad ideas. That was a very good idea. Here's the issue.
That was a really good idea.
And you can defend yourself if you'd like to, Mario, if you want to jump on here. But I will say this. There are too many egos involved where we'll ever get that to happen. And I love it. It makes me think of like slam ball, right? But you're not going to have a lot of these players because you already don't have players getting involved in the dunk contest because they don't want to look bad on a national stage. Like that's really what it comes down to, right? It's like creating this. I think I remember hear this story. It was something with like Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan potentially playing one-on-one for something. This is going back to like their prime. And Jordan was known at the time as like the best one-on-one player in the NBA. And I think we could, still have that conversation. And then Magic was considered the ultimate team player. The story that came out over time and the reason why Jordan didn't want to do that, allegedly, is because if he had ever lost, didn't think he would, but there was the potential that maybe he did. And if he did, then he loses to Magic, who's already looked at as a great team player, but then on a national stage loses as, in a one-on-one matchup against somebody that now becomes the best one-on-one player. So like a lot of this is just ego infused. That's a big problem with it. And I think that's why we lose a lot of the luster with the slam dunk contest. You got plenty of guys that can dunk. I've said this, I'd rather have some of these YouTube dunkers out there. Some of the stuff that you see on social media is better than anything we've seen in the dunk contest. The Mac McClung has been great. But the last really good dunk contest we've had, I had to go back to like Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine. And that's, how many years ago? This is Aaron Gordon on the Magic. So like, it's been a while since we've had that. The talent is still there. It's just like these players know, these stars know it doesn't benefit them to be a part of it. as opposed to just
Right.
doing it in a game like Anthony Edwards just did.
Yeah, I mean these guys don't want to get hurt. So it's a shame. I know we got All-Star Weekend coming up on Saturday, and like a lot of people will be betting into this stuff. And like, the 3-point shootout, they definitely try. Some of these other events, they're not going all out, but they definitely want to win. Slam dunk, it's just like the guys that do it want to be there, but it's not the firepower that you're obviously looking for. So there's not excitement. Like All-Star Weekend could be so much better than what it is. It's just a shame that we don't get the slam dunk contest that we used to get in the 80s and the 90s. I mean, it would be awesome if we had that kind of stuff, and it'd be great for the NBA. Like, Nick, it's amazing to me how many of these other sports just don't try and capitalize on this window when the NFL ends, right? Like the NHL has this like nations thing going on when like, oh, I don't know, you could be playing games right now when people are looking for things to watch, and instead you got like this tournament going on. Or NBA's got their All-Star Weekend, and if you had all these stars that you could promote outside of the All-Star game, like it could give something for people to watch. So it just feels like it's a missed opportunity, man, for a bunch of these leagues to like really capitalize on this downtime when we're all just waiting for March Madness. It's this period in the calendar where football ends and we're just all ready for the tournament. And it's like we get this like month lull where we're just trying to like have time go by. And, you just wish that All-Star Weekend was an event that was like worth watching, where we had a bunch of great stuff.
Yeah, the NBA is trying some new things, obviously, with like a tournament style, and they're drafting again and making teams. I'll give the NBA credit; they're always trying something, right? Like at least give them credit for that. The NFL just said, "Oh, everybody says it's a flag football game for the Pro Bowl, so let's make it a flag football game." Like they didn't really get original, but I think in the end, if we're looking at a lot of these all-star festivities, there's only so far that you can go with it. It's an exhibition. Guys aren't going to put everything out there because it's just the reality. Like it's either you've got something left to prove, or it's just meant to be fun. So I think the one thing, if you're looking at, where sports are right now, you talk about this lull in terms of leading into March Madness, which again is still a firework, right? It lasts a few weeks at the most, and that's it. You get the first weekend, which is obviously the big weekend, and then it starts to still get spread out just a little bit. You got an offseason in the NFL that could have a lot of names on the move and a lot of big names in the conversation, which still keeps the NFL in the conversation year round. And I know people hate this with the NBA, but the reality is, even in the NBA, the trade rumors and all of that drama that surrounds the league kind of keeps it in the conversation through the middle of the year when we're talking 82 games. The NBA took over the NFL last week. It stole the spotlight before the Super Bowl. And, you're looking now at Debo Samuel's he's not just in trade rumors. He's literally has an opportunity because he said it's time for him to move on. Now, there's still a favorite of plus for him to play there. Pittsburgh's at plus 550. Denver, Carolina. I think there's still a lot of teams that would look at Debo that say, okay, this is somebody that we could fit into our offense and it would make sense. And then Aaron Rodgers, like we talked about before, like these are two big names that are still going to be in the conversation, which keeps the NFL in there, and it kind of ends up standing out more than anything else in, these lull periods of sports.
Yeah, Debo, it's going to be interesting. Like, I feel like we see this every year with a receiver where they demand a trade early on in the offseason, like kind of when the season's over. And then, time goes by and then he just ends up like, it kind of dies down. And next thing you know, he's with that team to start the season. I do think San Francisco looks into moving Debo because he just felt like a different player this season. I think changing to number 1, Nick stole a ton of his aura. Not being 19 anymore. He certainly looked like he gained some weight as well. Debo is such a physical player, and he's so good yards after catch. Shanahan uses him in so many creative ways, obviously running the ball. It'll be interesting. I only really think there are a couple teams that fit Debo's skill set because he's kind of like that Swiss Army knife. He's kind of like a gadget piece rather than like just line him up on the outside and have him run routes every play. So I think that kind of dwindles down his market a little bit, and he's certainly not the player that he once was. But look, if Debo can stay healthy for you, man, and he can add like that physical presence to a team, I think it would be a good fit for somebody. Adam Schefter reported that, you know, one of the AFC North teams could be a good fit for him. Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Like, I could certainly see that. Yeah, I think, you know, whatever team Debo goes to, like, I think it's got to be a team that, like, will be creative with the way that they can get him the football. Like, Debo in a Ben Johnson offense, I know Chicago really doesn't need receivers, but like somebody like that, right? Like an OC, like maybe Minnesota, he can go there, help out Jefferson and help out Addison potentially with KOC. Maybe with Cooper Kupp leaving, he goes to the division rival and goes to the Rams. Like kind of these OCs that are really creative and really good, I think would be a good fit for Debo.
You know, you mentioned the Ravens. As a Ravens fan, would you like to see Debo in a Ravens uniform?
2 years ago. I don't know about this year. I don't know about this year. You look, really ever since Anquan Bolden, Nick, they've been looking for a physical receiver. And Eric DeCosta's talked about this, that with Lamar, they're really looking for speed receivers. Like Lamar is such a threat that they want to put speed around him. And they have that with Zay Flowers, and Bateman's a really good in-between receiver. But they need a physical guy. They need the guy to make the tough third down catch, the guy who can make the 50-50 catch. And, you know, Debo would have been that guy 2 years ago. I think he still has some of that left in him. As long as you're not giving away like too much, I would be fine with bringing in Debo. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think a lot of it obviously depends on price, right? We talk about this for everything, right? Like the Commanders are linked to like T. Higgins and Myles Garrett. Well, okay, I'd love Myles Garrett in burgundy and gold. I'd love T. Higgins in burgundy and gold. But the reality of it is, like, what are you giving up? T. Higgins is just free agency. So you spend a bunch of money, you keep your assets in terms of draft capital. Okay. You know, Myles Garrett, it's going to cost you more in terms of what's hitting the salary cap plus draft picks. So, like, yeah, all of this, I think, is it kind of becomes relative there. And it's the same thing with Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, I still think there is a market for Aaron Rodgers. It's just a question of what team is going to be willing to say, we're good for a year with you? And is he good for a year with that team? Because it's most likely what it's going to be. If Aaron Rodgers plays another year, it's probably 1 year. It's why, like, I look at a team like Pittsburgh, who hasn't been able to figure out their quarterback situation, but likely not going to figure it out in a season. They've done the patchwork quarterback, and if it's not going to be Russell Wilson for another year, Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin have kind of had this love affair that's, you know, they've hinted through the media time and time again that they'd want to like work together in some way. So if Aaron Rodgers isn't going to cost the Steelers a ton of money for 1 year, I think that makes sense for, you know, the possibility for him. But we don't even know. And I think that's right, is like, we don't really know where he's going to be. Now the Steelers are favorite. They're plus 200. Then 3-1, and it's the 49ers at plus 350, Vikings at 4-1, Titans at plus 750. The Steelers to me is the favorite. The most sense for Aaron Rodgers, just given the fact that it's all going to be a short-term thing for them.
What % chance do you think it is that Rodgers plays next season? Like, are you like 70 he plays, 30 he doesn't?
I'd go. So Aaron Rodgers is tough, right? People use the word enigma all the time, and I think he is, because it's really hard to kind of, I'm not going to pretend to get in his head in any way. I would actually go 40-60 he plays, right? So 40% chance that he does play, because I could see him walking away. What I think holds Aaron Rodgers back is going out on the terms that he's gone out on. Injured his first year with the Jets, really bad season for the most part to finish things up. But from a personal standpoint, like I mentioned, right, that last third of the season, he played pretty well. Like, there's enough left in the tank where I think he can give at least one more season to a team. So I think that's kind of what weighs it there. I don't want to go 50-50 yet, just because the age is really the factor in this. But I think we're looking at the right fit for Aaron Rodgers and a team that says, all right, we got you for a year and we're cool with that. Are you cool with that? Cool with the year? All right, cool. Then we're going to find our future after that. I think that's really what the perfect marriage would be for him and another team.
Yeah, I think the Steelers definitely makes the most sense, especially if he wants to win with like the options that are available. Pittsburgh would make the most sense. I told you my theory on Cleveland. I like that idea. I like that spot for him. We'll see if Cleveland wants to do, but if you're an organization like the Browns too, Nick, and I think this plays a factor, like you just dealt with all of the Deshaun Watson mess for all that time. Do you really want to deal with all the Aaron Rodgers stuff too? Probably not. So even though I think Cleveland should forget about all that and take a shot with Rodgers, probably won't. And I think Pittsburgh, like you say, is probably the safest bet.
Honestly, Aaron Rodgers might be a walk in the park for the Browns compared to what they've had to deal with Deshaun Watson. So there's also that to think about too. BJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ, my dog is really mad at me. I love doing these shows from the home studio when we can. Wife's out of town for work this week. She's just looking at me like, where are you and why are you up there for hours on end? Yeah, she's scratching at the door. I can hear it. So, yeah, everybody's mad at me right now, Peach. This is my life.
There you go. We love that. Well, you said there's like some storms going on too, right? We got some loud wind, so
it's like
not to...
I live at, outside of Annapolis, Maryland. So obviously this is a national show. A lot of people may not know this area. We're about 40 minutes outside of DC. We just don't get normal weather where I am. I guess it's because we're right on the water. It's like we get these extreme winds. Obviously, the snow for the last 48 hours has been ridiculous. I've been cooped up inside the house. I'm going freaking crazy. They finally started to clear the roads here. We get these big monsoons. It's just, I don't know. My dog just wants to go outside. I want to go outside, and it's just been nothing but just like the worst weather on earth. I'm bitter, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am ready for spring. I am ready for the NFL draft. I am ready for the NBA playoffs. I'm ready for all of the things, including the Masters, right, Paige? Come on, we need the Masters. Those Masters promos, don't they make you happy? Oh, it's just so glorious when you see a Masters promo.
I mean, I was watching the Genesis Invitational today like a sicko, sweating out Russell Henley. So I absolutely am ready for the Masters. I was missing Riviera. I was missing the tournament out in Riviera today, out in beautiful Los Angeles, one of my favorite courses. But of course, because of the wildfires, moving it to Torrey Pines. But all fired up for golf.
Of course you were. Of course you were. Obviously, from a sports perspective, putting the wildfires aside there, the Lakers have been something that's brought us quite a bit over the last week or so. Still a lot of shock, I'm going to be honest with you. Anthony Irwin is a senior Lakers insider for Clutch Points, and I like Anthony. Man, I still can't get used to seeing Luka in a Lakers uniform, and it's been a couple of games. I see you shaking your head. I'm assuming it's still a shock for you to the system at this point.
I think it's probably a shock when Luka sees himself in a mirror wearing a Lakers uniform. Like, you think about how we feel about it. Like, when he did his intro presser, it sounded like somebody had just told him, some really bad news. And, in fairness, he had just found out because of the trade that he lost basically $100 million. So that would make me sulk a little bit too. But yeah, it's been absolutely insane. It's been an absolute whirlwind. And oh, by the way, while all of this is going on, the Lakers had a trade that they thought they had finalized, that they then rescinded. Poor Dalton Connect is like, I don't know where I'm supposed to play. Just tell me which basket to shoot on, and I'll figure it out.
Anthony, I definitely want to talk about that with you, the Mark Williams trade getting rescinded, because that's really the big question now with the Lakers is what they do with the big men, obviously losing Anthony Davis in the Luka trade. But just as like a Lakers fan, what was like the bigger acquisition in Lakers history, when they got LeBron in free agency, or you think this trade of Luka and what it'll do for the Lakers moving forward?
Ooh. All right, so those are kind of two separate questions. In the moment, I think Luka was a lot more shocking. The LeBron thing had kind of been trickling, like news about LeBron going to the Lakers had kind of trickled out a little bit. I remember it was like 4th of July weekend. I was at some like rooftop party back there in Southern California, back where I lived there. And I don't know why I had my laptop on me. I think we just kind of thought, I was working at Silver Screen and Roll back then in Vox. I was like, we were kind of working. We were like, yeah, we think it's probably going to drop here the next couple of days. So I just always had my laptop on me just in case. And lo and behold, it dropped that day that LeBron agreed to a contract with the Lakers. So I'm sitting behind a DJ booth at this rooftop pool party, knocking out like a newser that LeBron's gonna sign. And even that like pales in comparison to what happened when Luka became a Laker. Now, as far as like impact on the Lakers moving forward, the Lakers, remember, before they signed LeBron, the teens or whatever we're calling it of the tens to the teens of the Lakers there were an unmitigated disaster. You had a coup attempt with Jim Buss trying to take the team away from Genie. You had they had lost. At one point, they won 17 games, and the young core wasn't really going anywhere. So you take them from that to LeBron shows up, and then he helps you get Anthony Davis, and then you win a championship. It's a pretty high bar that Luka has to meet here moving forward.
That story you just told, though, about being behind a DJ booth, I'm just going to say it. That's a very LA story that you just told right there. And it's just absolutely, it is so LA, Anthony. Talking to Anthony Irwin,
the DJ
tonight.
Announced it. He was like, just so you guys know, the Lakers got LeBron. He's like, whoa.
That is great.
That's crazy.
I mean, listen, you know what? I don't blame you one bit. That is it out there. Hey, there's a lot of people that don't think that LeBron and Luka can play together. I know I'm in the minority. I think it can work, but I think that there are certain things that have to come together in terms of maybe some of it is LeBron kind of almost stepping back as the alpha and letting Luka kind of take over. I know they play on the ball and there's some similarities in their game. Obviously, the athleticism is very, very different. Where are you in terms of just that pairing between Luka and LeBron on the court?
I just feel like over the course of LeBron's career, it was, well, we're not really sure how he's going to work with Dwayne.
Yeah.
Well, we're not really sure how he's going to work with so-and-so. Well, we're not really sure how he's going to work with Kyrie and how he's going to work with AD and all this. And eventually he kind of figures it out. So like, I kind of think eventually he and Luka, being two of the smarter basketball players we've ever seen, they're going to kind of figure it out. So that's where I would kind of go. I will say what makes it tough is that they play identically the same position, right? With Wade, he was a shooting guard. LeBron was a small forward. And you could run pick and roll between the two of them, and it would put teams in tough spots because they couldn't switch that. When Luka and LeBron run a pick and roll, teams can technically switch those guys because you're going to have roughly the same type of defender on them. So watching them kind of figure that out is going to be really interesting. I actually think the really key player in all of this is going to be Austin, because whatever LeBron does, whatever Luka does, they're going to break down the defense. They're going to collapse the defense. And then the ball's going to swing around to Austin. And so far in his career, he has typically made the right plays. But he's going to have to do that every single time to punish defenses for shading towards LeBron, shading towards Luka. And we'll see if he's up for that challenge.
Anthony, it's funny you say that because watching the Lakers the first two games with Luka and LeBron, to me, the player that stood out that I think benefits the most from this is Rui. Just all the looks that he's getting from three-point range, right? Trying to get that shooter. Like, with Luka and LeBron together, what do you think are some ways maybe for people like betting-wise, like props that they can look at, right? Like Rui, three-pointers. Do you think LeBron takes a more of a defensive approach now because they really don't have a center outside of Jackson Hayes? Maybe look at his rebounds. How do you think with Luka and LeBron, like the Lakers kind of embrace their new roles on the team?
Yeah, I would say we'll see an uptick in LeBron's rebounding, in steals, in blocks, stuff like that. He's going to be a lot more active defensively. I actually think we'll see an uptick in Austin's assist rate because he's going to have so many of those, swing passes where he just hits the guy in the corner. Rui's scoring should go up. There's been a couple of funny moments so far while they've all played together where Rui is standing there in the corner and he doesn't anticipate that Luka has seen him yet. And the ball flies out of nowhere and he's just kind of like, oh, my bad. Like, I got to be ready to shoot here. So, like, eventually he'll kind of figure that out. I think his points numbers will go up. Those are the three main ones. Obviously, everything Jackson Hayes is doing. If you watch the first game that Luka got out there for, Jackson's just running up and down the court with a smile on his face because he's like, I get as many lobs as I want. This is great. The first play was a LeBron lob to him, and then the second play was a Luka lob to him, and he's just like, literally the LeBron meme, like, this is my life now. I can't believe this is my life. Like, it's just that those are the main guys that are going to benefit.
I still can't get. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about with it. This is my life. Yeah,
he's like,
hey,
pool,
Anthony,
yeah.
what? Yeah, right. Listen, LeBron. What? So, what is the ceiling for this Lakers team this season right now in your eyes?
Well, had the Williams trade gone through, I'd say they were a championship contender. Like, I think I would put them in that top tier of championship contender. it's hard for me to put any team in that top tier of championship contender with Jackson Hayes, Alex Len, and Christian Coloco as your center squad, your center rotation. If the Lakers were to somehow win a championship, I think Jackson, how we always do like the Trent Dilfer worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl kind of thing. It would be Jackson Hayes is like the worst center to ever win a championship, worst starting center on a championship team. It would be in that kind of realm. So I would say, like, I think the Lakers, if they get, everything is so matchup based now in the NBA because of this new CBA. If you get the right matchups and say OKC or Denver knocks out one or the other because they're somehow on the other side of the bracket, I could see the Lakers getting to the Western Conference Finals and giving OKC a tough series, probably losing to Jokic if they play them in a relatively quick series. But it's all about the matchups. I think the Lakers are going to be one of those teams that nobody wants to play. And I would say I'd put their over-under at like 1.5 series won this year.
Anthony, can you talk about JJ Redick, man, and just your thoughts on him and how impressive he's been so far in year one? Like, is there something that surprised you with the way that he's coaching? Is there a thing that you can pinpoint that you've really loved with what he's done with this year's team? Just talk about JJ and the job that he's done in year one.
Yeah, it was funny. Early on in the year, there were all these tweets going around. There was like, the Lakers have the same record now as they did with Darvin. Was Darvin actually the problem? And then over the course of the year, those tweets have kind of dissipated. I think the biggest thing that JJ has brought to the table here, well, it's two main things over his predecessors. One, he plays his best players. Darvin wasn't doing that last year, and that really kind of helps the basketball team. But two, the communication is so much better, top to bottom. If guys are going to be out of the starting lineup, he talks to them. He figures out like how they're going to be impacted by this. How can we keep that guy engaged? If somebody is going to be moving into the starting lineup, how does that person, manage expectations in that role? So that communication there has been really huge in terms of how much better things have been. And, the X's and O's leaves a little bit to be desired, as one would expect from a rookie on both sides of the ball. But overall, I think, JJ just kind of understanding, not overthinking it. I have a really shallow rotation. If I mess with this any which way, we're going to go on a bit of a skid. And that was something that Darvin never quite understood. He had a very firm belief in how he thought he wanted his roster coached. And JJ, I think, has been a lot better at coaching the roster as it exists.
All right, Anthony, got about 90 seconds or so, give or take here. When you look at the Western Conference, we talked about the ceiling of the Lakers. Does this feel like this is the Thunder's year to finally break through, or do they still need a little more playoff experience? Where do you see the West shaking out in terms of who actually gets to the NBA Finals?
As a fan of a team that plays in the Western Conference, I was really happy that Sam Presti didn't push more chips into the middle of the table and go out and get like a Cam Johnson, some more shooting, stuff like that, because that was really, had he done that, it would have been over. They're already crazy impressive as it is. They might just be an actual buzzsaw that aligns with their plus minus to this point. But I'm still concerned about their shooting. You've seen it in some of these bigger games where their shooting goes so cold and their defense is so overwhelming that they're going to stay in the game. But in the postseason, when teams understand, all right, I'm just going to leave so-and-so over there. I'm going to leave so-and-so over there. I'm going to completely shade towards Shea and towards J-Dub and all that stuff, and just hope that one of those other guys don't have it on 3 of the 4 of the 7 times that we play them. I could see that maybe going in their way. I'm still terrified of Denver. Jokic is having arguably the best individual season ever, and Jamal Murray just dropped 55 the other night. Russ has somehow not been a disaster. I think they're going to be good.
I think that's the team too. I'm looking at Denver and you say they've got the experience. They got something there. It's like last year we thought they were just going to turn it on in the playoffs and it didn't really get to that point, but you can't overlook a team that's got Nikola Jokic out there, who's defied all the odds, looking like the best player in the NBA with a dad bod, which, well, we all can appreciate. Anthony Irwin is the senior Lakers insider for Clutch Points and host of Lakers Lounge as well. Great to talk to you, man. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Anytime.
PJ, would you look at Nikola Jokic differently if he didn't have a dad bod? I feel like more people would.
You know what? I think it's part of what makes him so great. It's like part of what makes Steph so great is Steph just looks like a regular dude who's just like one of the 10 greatest players ever. And Jokic is like the same way. He's like, he loves riding his horses and he just shows up and he looks like Gru. And he goes out there and balls out, man, with his dad bod. I love when he dresses up like Gru. It's the best.
It is. And honestly, I don't think Nikola Jokic even likes basketball. He just likes his horses and wants the money from basketball, and he's really good at it naturally. PJ Glass or Nick Ashew?
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Timberwolves making a statement at halftime, 64-56 lead over the Thunder. And good God, I mean, the Rockets are just getting run off the court by the Warriors. 4:22 to go in the third. Golden State's got a 79, make that an 81-57 lead over Houston. I like the Rockets, but they're in the category to me, Peach, of just talented regular season team. I think Ime Udoka is one of the better coaches in the NBA, but you got to get that group, whatever it is, whatever the team is, into a position where they're learning playoff basketball. And it takes some time. Teams really don't break through instantly in the NBA and just win a championship when it's a bunch of young guys.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking the Rockets seriously. To me, it's OKC, Denver, or the Lakers. I think those are the three teams that can make the finals out of the Western Conference. Memphis will be interesting just because obviously of how good defensively they are. But I just feel like they almost play too many guys, Like, I don't know if Taylor Jenkins is going to be able to find that rotation that, like, these other teams have where they know who their 7-8 guys are. So it kind of feels like it's going to be those three. It's probably either OKC or Denver, I would think. Like you said, Rockets, good regular season team, no interest come postseason.
And you could poke holes in every one of these teams, and that just shows how wide open the NBA is right now. Mario, a little more true or false as we bring you on here. By the way, obviously I haven't seen you in person as much lately. The haircut looks good. It's a different look for you. It's not man bunny anymore, but still it flows well, looks good. You obviously condition. I know we had some conversations about hair care products and stuff over time when we did this show together. So I want to compliment you on your new haircut. It looks pretty good. For anybody watching on Twitch or YouTube, of course, you can see it.
Thank you. Hey, we appreciate it. We're on a hair care routine, and if it feels good to hear that, because when I first got it cut and I sent a picture to my mom's first response back was, "Well, hair grows." So that's always good.
Oh, no.
Sounds good.
Mom was not a
Appreciate
fan.
it,
Mom was not a fan.
Wow. You hit me with that right away. And I was like, oh.
Although from everything I've gathered in the stories you've told me, Mario, your mom does not pull any punches. So I'm not really surprised by that at all.
Nah, she's short but mighty. And she packs a punch, let me tell you. Packs a slap. It hurts. All right. We're talking NBA. We're talking how it's wide open. So true or false, Suns are not a serious contender in the West. Right now, you get them 35-1 to win it. But true or false, Nick asked you, Suns are not serious in the West.
Oh, God, it's so true. They're an absolute disaster. Listen, the Suns are the example of, I think, what we're going to look at as the last super team of that big three era, I guess we could call it, in the NBA, where really started back in 2009 with the Celtics when they got Garnett and Ray Allen and added Paul Pierce. But they won. And those guys were veterans later in their careers, a little bit different. We just haven't really seen that work out as consistently as a lot of people expected for these types of teams. Now, the Heat eventually won a couple of titles, but it was not 2, not 3, not 4. So, you didn't get what LeBron and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh and company thought it was going to be. In the end, it's just not that simple to just say, hey, this guy's a good scorer. This guy's a good scorer. Let's put them all together. You have to have chemistry. You have to have a level of depth. You got to have guys that can fit certain positions and certain needs and certain roles on a team. And the Suns have never had that. And we're really starting to see that now where, again, Kevin Garnett would not have been in trade rumors before the deadline now if they thought everything was going okay. And it's just not.
Yeah, this is true. The Suns are not a contender. I mean, we just literally talked about it. I told you guys I think there are 3 teams. There are really only 2. I don't even think the Suns make it into the play-in tournament. I really don't. I think they're cooked. They're done. So it's going to be true for me that they're not a serious contender.
I agree with you guys. It's not looking too sunny in Arizona. Sorry about it. Shout out Thomas Dye. All right, true or false? Next one. Duke's lack of tough games will hurt them in March. They played in the ACC, and boys, the ACC week. I'll start with you on this, PJ. True or false? Duke's lack of tough games will hurt them come March.
This is true, Mario. I like Duke. If I had to pick a champion today, it would be Duke. But I got to tell you guys, the more that I do these shows and the more that I talk about them, I think the less that I like Duke. And the reason is they've played 4 games this year that have been decided by 6 points or less, and they've lost 3 of those games. And all 3 of those games, they have lost the same way. Cooper Flagg has had the ball in his hands with a chance to tie or take the lead with like 30 seconds to go. Every single time he has turned the ball over. Hasn't even gotten a shot up. He's either slipped, he's traveled, he's dribbled the ball off his foot, whatever it's been. 3 times we've seen Duke in a spot where Cooper Flagg's need to come up with the big shot, and he hasn't even gotten one up. And Duke, to me, has that Gonzaga feel to them, where like they play a lot of good teams in the non-con, and then they get into conference play, and nobody challenges them, right? And then they get into March, and it's like the first time in 3 months that they have somebody playing them tight throughout. It's a 1-possession game coming down the wire. And does Duke have that experience, especially with all those freshmen, to pull it out? So I think this is true, Mario. On paper, they're the best team. Their defense is awesome, and they got the best player in the country. But their lack of tough games and them not having the experience of playing tight games and not playing in a good conference, I think is going to hurt Duke. So I say true.
But on paper, as we know, like you pointed out, right, only goes so far. And I think that's what we see so much in March Madness. It's not always the best teams on paper. It's the teams that are playoff tested or they're veterans, essentially, right? Like I always go back to, it's just an easy reference for me, but it's the 19-31 Nats in May in 2019, and they won the World Series. But they did it because they had to kind of had this playoff mode, and they were tested throughout the entire stretch where there was more pressure on regular season baseball games than most teams would have had. So by the time you get to the playoffs, it's easy. So there's a ton of talent on Duke's roster, but how many times have we seen these loaded young college basketball teams that don't end up pushing themselves through the Sweet 16 because they're not used to those types of experiences? And I think it matters so much to be in that spot where you can say mentally, we've been here before. It's not even like a fault against them. It's just a matter of, hey, that lack of experience, like you said, or that lack of competition now, you don't know what it's like to turn that temperature up until you get to March Madness. And Duke may just not be prepared for that.
And hopefully they're not prepared when they go to Chapel Hill, baby. Or some people like to call it Chapel Bill.
Yeah, and
Stay
by the way,
tuned.
I do
Let's
need to
go
point
Duke.
out, Mario, here real quick, the disdain for Duke in your voice when you talked about Duke was just so obvious as a North Carolina fan. I mean, you didn't hide it even slightly. You made sure to just twist that knife just a little bit more with Duke. It was very obvious.
It's the greatest day of my life is when Caleb Love hit that shot in Duke in the Final Four and seeing Coach K walk off the floor a loser. That was beautiful. Leaves 50-50 against North Carolina. Like, it was truly, I mean, God's real, fellas. God's real. Praise be for whatever religion you're on. I believe in it too. And yeah, everyone hates Duke, and you should. Not good people. Now, on the next
Except
one.
for, I don't know, like real Duke fans, maybe. Duke fans don't hate Duke. But, see, great example too. Villain. Got to have that villain, right? People either love or hate Duke. It's the same thing with the Chiefs. Got to have it.
100%.
So this was actually brings up a good point. I was arguing with Horvath one time because he was like, yeah, I kind of always rooted for Duke growing up. And I was like, my whole life as a UNC fan, that was the first time I've ever heard anyone say in that rivalry, I actually lean towards Duke. I've never heard that. Everyone I've always talked to leaned towards UNC, which was shocking to me.
So it's funny you say that. So for me, like I went to George Mason. So like I don't really have like a real diehard connection to a college basketball team. I like college basketball, like March Madness. But I did grow up a Grant Hill fan. Like Grant Hill was my favorite player as a kid when I first started following the NBA. So like Horvath, and we've had these discussions quietly, even before you got on the show, and we've quietly said, I kind of like Duke. I kind of like Duke too. Don't tell anybody. Shh. But like, it for me is just like I lean towards them because Grant Hill went there and it was like started when I was 9 or 10 years old. But I haven't been at the point where it's so diehard because I didn't go there, so there's not the true connection. Does that make sense a little bit? That's kind of where I am. So I understand where he's coming from on that.
I think it makes a lot of
TJ?
sense. I mean, I personally don't. It makes sense, I think, Mario, for some people to like him. Look, I grew up in a Maryland household, so I don't like Duke at all. I prefer Carolina to Duke. But yeah, I don't know, Mario. I think it's those Cameron crazies. It's just like something about them, man. The fact that their like school rhymes with the word puke too. Like it's just so easy to hate them, right? Like Duke is puke. Like Duke is puke. I mean, it's just like it's what it is. We used to have a saying growing up that Duke is puke, Wake is fake, and we all hate NC State. That was like the saying. I'm sure Mario's probably heard. Have you not heard that one before?
I've not heard that. I've never had anything against NC State. Like, I don't really care for them. Like, I just never, because they always beat them. And, like, every once in a while they lose. I'm like, all right, okay. Like, nice. You got one. I never really thought it mattered. Duke was always
I've never been a Duke guy. I think it's Carolina's colors, too. I love that Carolina blue. It's just something about it, man. Something about
Bury
it.
me in
It's
the
just
Carolina blue.
It's the best.
God, it makes anyone look good. It looks
But
so
yet
good.
but then you have then Mario's got his Indiana ties and his Chicago ties, and it's still, I will never get over this like weird love triangle you have with all these different teams, depending on what the sport level is. It's never going to make any sense to me, but I guess, it is what it is.
Hey, and that's what my therapist said. All right, on to the next one for the last true or false. Peanut butter goes with every type of food on the planet. I was thinking about this today while I was eating some peanut butter and bananas.
I mean, that's
I'm trying to think of what
every food.
Yeah, it's
Would you
think
put
about
peanut
it.
butter
Ice cream, chili.
Okay. Chili?
Would you put it on a burger?
That is a thing, Peach.
Won't
That is
do it.
definitely a thing. Yeah.
Peanut
Peanut butter on a
good.
burger is definitely a thing. I've had it. It's pretty
Yeah.
good. It's pretty good.
Yeah. It'll shock
I don't know
you how good it is.
Mario, explain this to me real
to
quick.
try that.
You know what? We're going to have to wait because we've got literally 20 seconds. You said chili with peanut butter. I need to dig deeper into this. So we're going to wait.
Oh, yeah.
And I need to know what the hell you're talking about with that, because I was ready to say like maybe yes, big peanut butter fan here. But that being said, the chili thing I've got to know more.
What about
But
pizza?
I'll be open to it.
I got pizza too. I'm going to throw it.
Yeah, see, there's more meat on this bone.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew in tonight. I was looking next week, Peach. The East Coast, we're going to get more snow. A lot more snow. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to lose my freaking mind.
We didn't get like
my-
any last year, right? I mean, maybe like we had
Nothing.
one storm.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
Right.
So
they're just
this may be a hot
making up
take.
for it.
Yeah, this may be a hot take. Screw snow. I hate it. Like it was cool when I was in high school and we got out of classes and school. You know, it's cold. My head hurts. I got a cold that's just been lingering. I hate all of it. And I looked at that, and Mario,
You have a
you were
drive-
like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be better next week." I'm like, "No, it's not happening. It's gonna be terrible next week." So, yeah, more of
you
that
have
on
a
the East
driveway,
Coast. So
don't
maybe
you?
that'll change. Oh yeah, I do. Let me
have a
tell you
driveway.
something though.
Yeah.
I do have a driveway, long driveway. I want to thank my neighbor next door, my Jets fan neighbor, who I said is he's the one that's always talks about how lucky I am to be a Commanders fan, and it really puts it in perspective for me. So I want to thank him for that. He's got a snowblower. Got it last year, obviously no snow. Let me tell you something, my friend.
Real
a
MVP.
snowblower is God's gift to anybody in any snowy conditions. It is. I don't need to be the person that goes, I got to go out and shovel the driveway. No. How can I be as fast and as efficient as I possibly can? Now it moves slowly and it's a little tedious at times. And it got a little, the snow was wet and soggy. So at times it kind of clogged it up. Whatever. I figured it out. Snow blowers are, oh my God, they're amazing. It really is all the difference in the world. Getting out there and one human being, because my wife just kind of just watches me do it and helps a little bit. I'm like, okay, cool. I got this. Like, to do it by yourself, man, it's so awful. I don't need it in my life. There's plenty of other ways I can get physical activity. I go to the gym enough. I don't need it. Like, yeah, this is by far the longest driveway I've ever had in my life. And yeah, I've learned my lesson now. Like, if I didn't have a neighbor that had a snowblower, I would go buy one myself. So yeah, it's I am that person that would prefer warm weather year round. So that's kind of where I sit. We were talking last segment about, and I discovered this when I spent some time in Scottsdale, and it's something that kind of shocked you. As Mario said, true or false, peanut butter belongs on every food item in the world, which is very broad here. I don't know about peanut butter on sushi or pizza, but peanut butter on a burger is something that is, I think a lot of people don't realize that it's a very popular thing. I remember getting it at a place in Scottsdale where it was like really popular, and I tried it and I was like, oh, this is actually pretty good. But Mario, you said something, and I wanted us to stop because we had like 30 seconds left in the segment. You said something that I'd never heard before, and you said peanut butter with chili. Now, I love chili, and I love peanut butter. Both are really good. But peanut butter and chili, how does this work? Is it on top? Is it mixed in? Like, I've never heard of that before. And also, is it like a Midwest thing that I don't know about? Because I have no idea about this.
Yeah, it's a Midwest thing. It's kind of tied in with the Skyline chili, like the Skyline chili secret recipe thing, or like the rumor for the secret recipes, like they put cinnamon in it. And like I've seen people literally put peanut butter in chili, and you mix it around with it a little bit, get some action in there, put little crackers in it. It's not bad. Like if you're making chili and I'm there, I'm not like, yo, where's the peanut butter? But like, if you have it in it, like I wouldn't, like I'm not doing that. But like, if you have chili and you're like, oh, like put a little peanut butter, some of that action in it, I'm like, all right, I'm in. So like, it's not the go-to, but if it's on the table, let's do the song and dance.
PJ,
okay.
Do you agree or disagree that you would do that?
Personally, I wouldn't. I understand why somebody. I mean, peanut butter is good. Peanut butter is good, and like you said, it's a Midwest thing. So he grew up with it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a norm. So I get it. But like again, Nick, like guys like us who grew up in this area, like it's just something that we kind of hear and we're like, butter and chili. So not for me. And Mario, I'm glad that you enjoy it. Not for me.
You can love stuff, right? You can love stuff and maybe not necessarily put it together. So I want to go back to that real quick, Mario, because again, we didn't have enough time, and I feel like we need to dig into this a little bit because it felt very emotional for you when you said you were having peanut butter today, and you thought of the question, peanut butter belongs on everything. Do you really believe that peanut butter belongs on anything, and where would you draw the line?
Oof, good question. I've literally put it on like tons of things. It's one of my favorite foods. It's my snack option. So like I always have 2 bananas every day for a snack. Stop, eating stuff bad. So I put it on that before. I've mixed it in eggs one time because I didn't have anything else, and it was like a snowstorm, so I didn't want to go out. So I was like, let's see how this action goes with eggs. It ain't bad, fellas. Put that on some bread.
Okay.
Let me tell you, a little sweet, a little creamy.
I could get behind
meaty.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
Now,
it ain't
how are
bad.
the
It
eggs
ain't
cooked,
bad.
though? This is key. How are the eggs cooked?
It's just scrambled. I always scramble.
That's how
All
I
right.
do it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
So, and
easy,
like
sunny
that
side
wasn't
and
bad.
stuff. Yeah.
Sunny side's tough, yeah, and I'm not doing all that.
Yeah.
So that's good. I do peanut butter on Greek yogurt all the time. I'm trying to think. Protein. It's in my protein shakes. A little bit of peanut butter action in there. Put on some chicken before. Haven't done it with my tuna. We eat tuna every other day. No tuna and peanut butter yet, but maybe if we get desperate sometimes, I'll try it. But I've used it a lot. I think almost accidentally on noodles one time. I didn't separate my food well enough. It was a dessert action. It was a main course action, and it got a little mixed up. But it wasn't
You
like
sound like a
game
5-year-old.
ending.
Like I didn't separate my food enough. That's like such a child.
No, because I didn't want to do the dishes. No plate I had, so I had to limit the action, and it just got involved. But it ended up not being bad. So big peanut butter guy. Gotta get the all natural though.
Yeah.
Get the all natural. The all natural's better than the processed stuff.
Oh, well, for sure. Yeah, anything nowadays, everybody's learned like, oh yeah, this processed stuff is actually crap. We don't want that anymore. Yeah, I can get on board with some of those. I would try the peanut butter with eggs. I think that would be something I would be willing to try. I've definitely done it with Greek yogurt. That's good. So yeah, there's certainly options there. So I feel like PJ though, you're the type that would look at this and go, more traditional. You want like none of this. I can see your face. You're just kind of, yeah, you're meh to a majority of these choices, aren't you?
When it comes to food, I really don't get that risky. I'm not one to like dabble with like certain things. Like I would never think to put peanut butter on a burger. As risky as it gets for me is like I put chips like in a sandwich, Like I'll make myself like a turkey sandwich and I'll put like chips on it and that's how crazy I'll get with food. I don't do anything obscure. So yeah, like peanut butter and chili. Although I like the peanut butter and eggs, Mario. I could get behind that. That's not bad.
Ain't bad.
And now I feel like I gotta try the peanut butter on a burger. Like I had no idea that it was a thing. Both you guys say it's pretty good too, so I feel like I gotta try that. Have you had it on a hot dog? Have you done peanut butter on a hot dog?
No, is that a thing?
I don't think so, but I feel like
I
if it was
have
good
before.
on a burger, it'd probably
Holy
be good on a
crap.
dog.
You took me back to a memory.
So-
yeah, we did that in college one time.
You put peanut butter on a hot dog?
Yeah. It was like a 4 a.m.
Yeah,
Like someone
that's-
just used like the last of the ketchup, and my boy was like, "Fellas, let's take it up a notch."
The
all just
ketchup's
thought,
gone,
"Please
so we're
try it."
switching to peanut butter. That's the direction we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just switch it over a little bit here. I mean, listen, we've all
Thought it'd be funny.
we've all tried random food combinations. Then you're going into a whole other category though, because there's people that treat hot dogs like I don't know, like a delicacy, right? Where it's like you can't put ketchup on it. Oh, you can't put mustard on it. Oh, you can't put anything on it. No. To me, hot dog, whatever the hell you want on it. Also, like Chicago dog, Mario, you can probably relate to it. Like, put a lot of stuff on a hot dog. It's tubed meat. Like, we act like it should have nothing on it because it's sacred the way that it is. No. If you want to put peanut butter on a hot dog, I wouldn't do it. But damn it, I won't blame anybody that does it. And I might even take a bite just to see if it's any good.
I do agree with that. That being said, if you hand me a hot dog and it's just smothered in mustard and ketchup, we got a problem. I can't do that action. That's way too much going
Not
on.
even what about a Chicago dog for you? You got a whole bunch of stuff on it when it's Chicago dog, right?
That's not bad, but like it's, for example, there was one time we were going golfing and I told one of my friends who knows, I was like, hey, just give me 2 hot dogs, nothing on it. Don't put anything on it. I got in it and it was ketchup and mustard and the side of a hot dog. And I just took it and I just put it right in his bag. I was like, this is insane. That was the worst thing you could have ever done to me. So like that's fine, but like there's too much in it. That's keep it simple.
By the
stupid.
way, I absolutely love that off air. I asked Mario if he's ever been golfing, and he said he's been 4 times, and one of the times is relative to a story he just told. So that's pretty awesome right there. That's pretty awesome.
Listen, after 3 hours and almost 11 minutes of this show, stuff's going to come out, and we're just going to roll with it at that point. So, you learn something new every time. But smother whatever you want on a damn hot dog. That's all I'll say. PJ Glasser, Nick Cashew, it's BetMGM tonight. Timberwolves got an 81-75 lead over the Thunder right now. At least Oklahoma City's keeping this thing close. I had the over 31.5 points on with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he's at 20 right now, Peach. So I'm hoping the NBA comes back and helps me. I had a good stretch in the NBA for a long time, man. And then all of a sudden, like the last 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, it just started kicking my ass. And Dan Karpik, who does NBA props just like me for our site, and we both were just like confiding in each other of like, what's going on? Everything that makes sense is going the opposite way.
It's tough, man. I mean, you go through these stretches. I'm going on a little bit of a tough stretch in college hoops right now. I bet Nebraska tonight against Maryland, which is a really good game, by the way. Maryland's up 59-54. There's 10 minutes to go in the second half. Really good back and forth game. But yeah, hoping Nebraska can get us a winner. Can I tell you guys that one of the underrated moments in a basketball game is when we get to the second half in college or the fourth quarter in NBA, and it's bricking for chicken, right? 2 missed free throws, and everybody gets like a free chicken or whatever it is. The collective sigh that you hear from the crowd when the person misses the first free throw and then makes the second just never ceases to amaze me. It's always, man. Like, it never fails how heartbroken people are when that guy doesn't miss the second free throw every time.
Doesn't it feel like it's always chicken? I feel like that's always the promotion that college, pro, doesn't matter. It's always chicken, right?
Yeah, because again, it's rhyming, and now it's bricking for chicken. So they got a slogan to go with it. So yeah, it feels like it always.
But I mean, like every team across the board, it's always like a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich or Popeyes, or it's just always something. I feel like that always becomes the case. So yeah, listen, I'm trying to think of I think I've been once to a game where we've actually gotten something has happened, 2 missed free throws have happened in the fourth quarter where everybody's gotten a free chicken sandwich or something. Those promotions almost never hit. Like, you got a better shot at hitting a 5-leg parlay than you do getting free chicken from, whoever it is in the promotion with whatever team that it is.
So true. I think maybe I've been in the stands like 1 or 2 times for when it's happened. So it doesn't happen. So it's so funny too. It's like, you're right. It's like a parlay. The amount of times a guy has missed the first free throw and then made the second, it's just like a parlay when you've hit like 3 of the 4 legs and then you can't hit that last one.
By the way, here's why betting on the NBA is so frustrating to people, and I totally get it. And it's why I prefer props, at least still more than sides. The Warriors were up 81-57 at one point on the Rockets. Are you looking at scores right now, Paige? Because I want to play the guessing game with you. All right.
I did just look because I knew that when you were teeing it up like that, I had a feeling that Houston probably made a comeback.
93-89. The Warriors now have a 4-point lead with 4.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter over the Rockets. At one point, it was 81-57 Golden State. So at any point, and we know this about basketball, you certainly see it in college, and it's true, but it is a game of runs without question. I mean, it's unbelievable to see that score the way that it is, and then you realize, oh wait, this is the NBA right before. Also, too, keep in mind, there are going to be players that are like, I'm ready to just take a few days off. They're not doing anything in All-Star break. So they're just sitting back going, all right, I need to get out of here. Like, that's why you got to be careful, because sometimes it's a job and these guys are at work and it's going to affect your bank account.
100%. Yeah, man. Oh gosh. I more so in the NBA would hedge in any other sport. Like, if my team's up 20 and I get a nice number on the other side, I would definitely hedge, because there's a good shot you're probably going to hit a middle.
Steph Curry's got 24 points, 3:56 to go in the fourth quarter there. Pelicans also with a 111-106 lead over the Kings right now, or I guess you'd call it the former Bulls at this point. Seeing Zach LaVine in a Kings uniform still kind of throws me off a little bit. Mavs up 80-77 on the Heat, and it's a 86-80 Timberwolves over the Thunder. Actually, really, every game's pretty close. It's 60-56. Jazz right now over the Clippers at halftime. So, yeah, every game is at least relatively close, but we'll see how those second halves certainly look with that. So it is the NBA right before the All-Star break. So anything is certainly possible. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Nick Ashew. It's BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, Warriors now with a 10-point lead, make it 11 over the Rockets. So yeah, back and forth, Peach. This is the NBA right before the All-Star break. So Steph Curry's got 27. It's 102-91. Hanging on, 92-81 over the Thunder. 2:18 to go in the quarter. So man, I've watched that. I watched that Anthony Edwards dunk like 10 times. I mean, he is so much fun to watch. God, he is so much fun to watch night in and night out. He's always good for at least one highlight like that.
He's awesome. Awesome athlete. And I got to say, coming out of Georgia, I never thought he'd be this good, especially this quick.
Yeah.
And he was worthy of the number 1 pick, man. He's really good. And I think he's like the closest thing we've seen to like a Russell Westbrook in terms of just like that energy every night, right? Like just trying hard every night, not taking a night off. And it gets the respect of his peers and of fans too. And that's why he's so beloved around the league.
It's funny because I remember that draft and it kind of felt like it was like Anthony Edwards by default. Like he might be a pretty good player, so they'll go ahead and take him at number 1. And it's turned out to work out very, very well for Minnesota. I as somebody that is deep in college basketball from the beginning, like I am, with the NBA. What would be the thing? Like I always kind of like love getting into this spot right around this time of year is we're not close to March Madness yet. It's kind of like a ramp up, obviously, because it's February 13th. And oh God, Valentine's Day's tomorrow. Oh, we're good. We're good. I'm good. Yes, I'm good. Okay. Like what would you like if there were a couple things that you just were like bringing somebody into college hoops? What would those big trends or like big things be that you'd like that you've seen so far that could carry over into March Madness?
Yeah, I think some of the big things are don't get too caught up into what a team looks like in conference play, because there's so much familiarity with these teams. What teams do in the non-conference usually has more of effect in what they do in March rather than like what a team looks like in conference play. So like a perfect example, right? You got a team like Louisville and a team like Oregon. I think a lot of people are going to like Louisville in the tournament because they have a great ACC record. They're winning ACC games by an average margin of like 17 points a game. But you look at what they did in the non-con, and they were 0-4 against the SEC. And they lost 3 of those games by double digits. They got smashed by Tennessee, Ole Miss, lost to Kentucky, lost to Oklahoma. So a team like that, I don't want it back. In March, where you have a team like Oregon, who was awesome in the non-conference. They beat Bama. They beat Texas A&M. They beat San Diego State. They had some really good wins on a neutral floor. They've gotten into Big Ten play. And obviously with the travel, you're going to the East Coast, you're going to the Midwest, you're changing time zones constantly. It's just like, I think a lot of people are going to be down on Oregon, where I think people should be higher on the Ducks. And a lot of people are going to like Louisville, where I think people should be down. So I think non-conference isn't talked about enough in college basketball. We all fall in love with recency bias. And look, it's important to be in good form. You want to play good basketball going into March, but you also have to understand that, some of these teams build their resumes on their home floors. And some of these teams, there's just a lot of familiarity when you're playing these teams 2-3 times a year. So, maybe don't fall in love with the team because of their conference record. Look at the full body of work. Look what they did earlier on in the season. That would be my big advice. Non-conference matters a ton in college basketball.
Do you favor talent over experience more? Like, where are you on that? Because we talked about this earlier, and I'm definitely more of a. I mean, again, it's. I know it's not like a black and white situation, but we tend to see so much in March. Those teams that have a little bit more veteran experience versus just, hey, they're loaded with a bunch of McDonald's All-Americans. You tend to get the better runs, the longer runs, the more success from the programs that have some guys that also have that veteran leadership that's there too.
100%. You talked about it earlier in the show. Chemistry. It's everything in basketball, right? More than every other sport. So a lot of times those teams that are experienced have been together a bunch, and they're not rattled by situations where it's crazy, Nick. I mean, all these teams, man, that are led by freshmen, like you get them in a March Madness setting and it comes down the stretch and you you kind of watch them fold, right? How many times have we seen that out of a John Calipari team the last couple of years, I mean, Coach K, like going into the one and done era, was only able to win one title. Calipari's only been able to do it once. Bill Self's only been able to do it once in this era. So it's really not all that effective for these guys. So I definitely lean more so towards the experience than I do the talent. And you see that. I mean, all the highest rated teams, Auburn, Houston, Florida, Tennessee, Bama, Iowa State, all these teams have guys that are returning players, sophomores, juniors, seniors. So at the end of the day, we're in this one and done era, but to me, experience still wins out.
It does also feel like, too, like in college basketball right now, I don't want to say like a total changing of the guard, but it does feel like a lot of the programs that we're talking about at the top, like, I mean, listen, Auburn's the favorite to win the national title at BetMGM right now at 4-1. Duke's plus 425, and then Houston 9-1. Now, Houston's been in the conversation for the last 2 or 3 years, let's say, maybe even longer than that. Alabama, we think of as, you're an Alabama alum, like, think of it as a football school still first. It just feels like right now in college, men's college basketball at least, we've had this shift where so many of the blue bloods that we would think of, like a Kentucky or a UConn's now down to 30-1, and I know they've won back-to-back titles, so that's, this is obviously a program that has certainly had recent success, but, you go to even like a Kentucky at 30-1, Calipari's not there anymore, Arizona's 35-1. I don't know, it just feels like a lot of these traditional schools that we think of that were looked at as the powerhouses, the blue bloods, the national championship contenders, have kind of given away to some of the newer programs like a Houston, like an Alabama, like a Florida, Tennessee, who Iowa State, I mean, a lot of these, Kansas too, like Kansas is kind of jumping back into the mix, but like those other schools I mentioned, they're kind of looked at as football schools first before basketball.
It's what NIL money will do for you, baby, You hear, Nick, it's funny, I watch on SEC Network, a lot, and these basketball analysts will talk about when the football program is rolling, it sets the tone for everything else, And like you're seeing that, right? So that's why I think you're seeing the SEC be so good in college basketball, because we know it's the premier conference in college football, and it's starting to carry over to the hardwood. And look, football generates so much money for these schools that they have the upper hand in NIL and, are able to maybe go after more players than other schools can. So the coaching in the SEC is the best. I mean, so many good coaches, and now the talent is starting to catch up with it. You add Texas, you add Oklahoma to the mix. SEC isn't going anywhere. And to your point, like Duke, Carolina, Kansas, like these are still top jobs in the country, but it's crazy now how like we're getting to some of these schools and like these coaches are turning, like Nate Oates is turning down a job at Kentucky to stay at Alabama, right? Like Bruce Pearl's turning down a job at Kentucky to stay at Auburn. Scott Drew's turning down a job at Kentucky to stay at Baylor. Indiana's going to open up this offseason. I mean, could you imagine Indiana opening up like 25 years ago? I mean, there would have been a line of 40 people deep, and now it's just not the case anymore. So I think the success that you're seeing with football in the SEC, and now that we're in NIL and all this money, it's starting to translate to basketball.
I like that we've gotten a little bit more parity in college basketball. What I think NIL has done is just that, right? It's given the Houstons, it's given the Alabamas or Floridas, or even go down the list a little bit at some of these other programs. It's given them opportunities to compete, and yes, more in college football than college basketball, but it's given them a chance to compete and turn programs around quickly too, right? Like you get a chance to go out and really, like, it's free agency without a salary cap for now. I mean, there's a chance that they kind of change how this looks, but for now, what we're looking at is you got guys transferring left and right. Again, more college football than anything, but it's giving programs a chance to say, okay, now we can be competitive next year when you normally would be rebuilding a program, and it would take, how long? Like Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin was expected to basically turn around USC in a year, because he could go out and get some guys in the transfer portal and all of those things. And, you're looking at it now and saying, this is a chance for, you have these opportunities for, and not Lane Kiffin. That's not who I meant to say, but like again,
Lincoln
been
Riley.
any of these programs. Yeah, thank you, Lincoln Riley. Again, I've been doing this show for 3.5 hours. My brain is fried, and I'm sick. But that being said, right? Like, but you know what I mean, though. Like, you're expected now to turn around programs almost instantly, and when it's a program that also has very heavy boosters, and they got a lot of money and a lot of expectations. There's almost no room for error anymore in some of these major college sports because you have these opportunities to be able to flip things around so quickly.
No question. And, I think a lot of people are upset by it because we just, we're in such uncharted territories with NIL that this has been a concept for so long. And now that it's here, we're all kind of being like reactionary towards it instead of having some like precautions up. So we'll see how this thing all plays out. I think college basketball is in a much better situation than college football is in, but they got.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that there's more movement in college football than college basketball? Is it just the money involved?
Yeah, it's the money, and even though the expanded playoff I think is good for the sport because we don't get Ohio State or Notre Dame in the championship if we don't have the expanded 12-team playoff. But also at the same time, by letting in more teams, we're going to see more and more blue bloods win it in college football because they're just going to be deeper and they have bigger pockets. Ohio State had a $20 million roster this season in college football. I mean, they just it was like, oh, you want to come play here? Yeah, here's $2 million. Oh, you want to? Yeah, here's 1.5. I mean, they were just throwing it out. So like that's what you're going to see. So they got to do something to figure it out. But I think it's awesome that we're getting parity. I love that Arizona State's battling in the college football playoff. I like that Indiana's battling in the playoff. So I think it's good. But yeah, they got to find, there's got to be some kind of commissioner, or there's got to be some kind of front office essentially, or governing body, something to get a control of all this.
Well, I think we're going to start to see more and more of especially college football being treated like, the NFL, right? We obviously have seen GMs essentially hired for programs, and Bill Belichick obviously hired a general manager as kind of part of that. But if you're going to do that from a program perspective, you're going to have to also do that at the next level. And that's going to be, right, like some sort of governing body that regulates this a little bit more. Look, at some point, it's going to be too much, right? Like at some point, you're going to be getting guys $10, $12 million a year to go play for a program. And it's just going to get so out of control. And listen, I don't blame, take your money. I get your cash. I don't blame you one bit. But it is going to eventually get pushed back on. In fact, it already, kind of is a little bit. But I've always wondered, too, if you're going to start to see more NFL coaches, whether it's assistants or head coaches or even general managers, then swing to the college side of things, at least early on, because you can look and say, well, I got the experience that a lot of these people don't because they've been in part of the traditional college football way, and they don't know what this is like now. And I think that's an advantage that you could see from some of these, at least early on, where these programs hire pro-style coaches, general managers, that type of thing, where maybe that propels a North Carolina and Bill Belichick into a spot where they exceed to a higher level of success than we were expecting because Bill Belichick turned it into a pro program.
Dude, I am so fascinated by Belichick. I really am. I cannot wait to see. I just can't wait. I can't wait to see what he's like interacting with 18 and 19-year-olds. Here's this curmudgeon on the sideline who never smiles. And I'm sure he's positive behind the scenes, right? But on the sideline, we never see him excited. We really never see him firing players up or anything. And now you're just going to go to college football, man, and the ACC. And I can't wait to watch it. I really can't. And it's going to be interesting, for a lot of these coaches, especially who maybe don't feel like they have a shot again in the NFL if they make the transition. And if Bill has some success, even though, you're talking about one of the greatest NFL coaches of all time.
Right.
If they feel like, you know what, maybe I can take a shot at this college football thing. There are obviously a lot of rumors before Ryan Day won a championship that maybe Ohio State would look at like Mike Vrabel. Obviously now he's the coach of the Patriots, but it's going to be interesting, how this Belichick thing works out and maybe the more former NFL coaches that kind of follow to the NFL game or a college game.
And it used to be that it were just so different, but now they're really not. At least in the moment, they're not as different as people would make them out to be. And I think Bill Belichick, you're right. That's the great example, because that was, listen, before the Luka trade of the Lakers, that was the big sports surprise of the year, right? Is that Bill Belichick was going to go coach in North Carolina, though we still thought maybe there was a chance he'd stay in the NFL, given the way his contract looked. But yeah, he's going to be there now, and I think it's sort of. If I'm an NFL head coach or even offensive coordinator, I'm at least watching how that goes. If it works, what Bill Belichick does, I think, is something that you can copy and go have a successful program outside of that. It just depends on whether you want to deal with 18, 19-year-olds or 30-year-olds that are millionaires. Either way, they're all going to be millionaires. All the big stars are, so that's what you got to deal with. PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew, BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now you're going too far.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Nick Ashew. Kings and Pelicans going to overtime. Tied at 127. Zach LaVine's got 32. CJ McCollum's got 32. Tyler Hero, who, I mean, it's ridiculous that he's in any sort of, we see any odds whatsoever, Peach, on most improved player, but he does have 35 and 8 tonight. So Mavs are up 111-104 on the Heat, though. I hate the most improved player market so much in the NBA because it's just like, it's never really the most improved player. It's like the guy that should have won it the year before gets it or becomes an all-star versus a fringe star player or gets traded or, just gets more of an opportunity. It's like, did he really improve? Or are we just talking about a guy that gets more opportunity? But, it is what it is, and that's how the NBA works. Award markets they're difficult things to bet on, my friend. Very, very difficult because you got a lot of people involved, a lot of humans and emotion and narratives, and it can tend to throw you off the scent a little bit.
100%. Yeah, the NBA, I just, I bet it every once in a while. Last night I went with the Bulls because they were down by like $1 billion at halftime to the Pistons, and then they played them literally the next night. And I'm like, wouldn't it just be so NBA for the Bulls to win this game as 6-point dogs? And instead they lose by like 20. So yeah, that was fun. I normally don't dabble into NBA sides until like the playoffs because, you've been saying it's really tough to bet sides and totals. But player props, you can definitely exploit some of those markets. I've kind of tried to bet like Laker props because obviously we don't really know what they're going to look like with LeBron and Luka. So there are opportunities to exploit those markets. It's just knowing like what things to exploit. So that's why I'm glad we got a chance to talk to Anthony Irwin, kind of get his thoughts. But I kind of think the guy that benefits the most from LeBron and Luka is Rui. I really think Rui could average like 17 points a game with like those guys, maybe even closer to 20. He's going to be so open, Nick, that he's going to have like great looks every single night.
And that's when you're looking at like post trade deadline moves, and let's take sides out of it, like you said, and you just look at props. Those are the types of things you want to pay attention to. You want to look at somebody that's going to benefit from a roster that's now completely shifted, where does he just get more opportunities, or is there more attention on somebody else? And I think you're right. Like, Rui's ceiling's pretty high. That's a guy who can go out and get you 20 points. It's just the level of consistency isn't always there. Hell, you and I watched him for years in DC. Like, this guy was looked at as somebody we thought was going to be not like a franchise-changing player, but somebody that had legit chance of being like, let's even say like a number 2 or 3 on a team, right? Go out and get you 17, 18 points. And it's the lack of consistency from Rui that you don't necessarily get. But when you're on a team that has two polarizing figures in LeBron James and Luka Doncic, that's when players get forgotten about a little bit, right? It's like a slot receiver, tight end, running back out of the backfield as a receiver, whatever the case is, where there's so much attention on somebody else, and the list goes on, that it's just like it's human nature. That guy, I don't care how good, you're game planning game after game, somebody's going to be forgotten. And I think Rui's somebody to benefit. And you can look at anybody in that scenario, and that's how you kind of target things post All-Star break here too. And remember too, post All-Star break, guys start trying a little bit more in the NBA. You're going to get a little bit more effort. There's not going to be that feeling now that, how does everybody feel right before vacation? You're just like, look, I'm trying to just ride this out, take some time. Like a lot of these guys, unless you're participating in the All-Star weekend, and even then it's only so much, like you're ready just to kind of chill for a little bit, and you're going to get that in the NBA.
No question. I thought when Rui left the Wizards, I thought he was going to be Kevin Durant because we've seen that movie before, right? Guy leaves the Wizards and immediately becomes awesome. But like he's been good for the Lakers. He's been really solid. I think he's going to benefit a ton. It's going to be interesting to see how Austin Reeves kind of, he was the number 3 guy to begin with when LeBron and AD were there, so he's still going to be that same role. But obviously now, instead of having like LeBron who can do it all and Luka who's a guard, and obviously AD being a big, like just kind of that shift for Austin will be interesting. Maybe like you look at his rebounds, right? Because, I mean, Nick, again, like with now that Mark Williams trade being rescinded, man, it's going to be like all hands on deck for the Lakers, like to gain rebound and like everybody to try and go to the glass. So he had like 9 rebounds the other night in Luka's debut. That could be something to watch potentially too. But yeah, with the NBA, like I couldn't wait to bet Kyrie points tonight. I was all over it. Over 26.5 points. Then he gets ruled out because with no Anthony Davis, no Daniel Gafford, it's literally been him and Klay Thompson chucking up shots. So I thought 26.5 was too low. Hopefully Kyrie plays in his next game and they give us a similar number, because that's definitely another thing I'll be looking at is Kyrie points for sure.
You mentioned Durant. Have you heard the Wizards throwing around this offseason for Durant landing spots? So hear me out for a second, because obviously you and I go back to our DC ties and remember KD to DC. And this is Oklahoma City Thunder KD at the beginning before he hit free agency. I had a conversation with somebody within the Wizards, and this was after he went to Golden State. And I really started to buy in this theory. And the theory was that he finishes his career in Washington when there's lower pressure, when it's not as big of a deal, and it wasn't in that peak moment of his career. I just don't see that yet still, because if I'm Kevin Durant, like, you got to find a way to wash the stench out from the time in Phoenix and the time in Brooklyn. I mean, really, since Kevin Durant has left Golden State, it's been all about teams that haven't worked out, big threes that haven't come together, injuries, failed expectations, all of these things that, like, going to a place like Washington, I think Durant this summer is going to be the biggest conversation in the NBA in terms of where he goes, because it sounds like already, if you put him in trade rumors, this is already where we are. But you get to a point where it's like, where does he even go? What makes sense for him anymore? Like, trying to find a spot for Aaron Rodgers and what his landing spot would be if he doesn't decide to retire is as difficult as trying to figure out Kevin Durant at this point.
It's a good point. Yeah. And, I think Kevin Durant on the Cavs would be interesting. I think Kevin Durant on the Rockets would be interesting.
Yeah.
Like, these teams that are there, but they need that next guy, which is what a lot of these teams like Brooklyn and Phoenix were hoping KD would provide for them. But I think, like, stepping into situation with those teams with good head coaches that already have their established stars and kind of their rotations and their guys, I think that's when it's time to bring KD in. It's not like, oh, let's bring him into Brooklyn and also James Harden. Let's bring him into Phoenix and also Bradley Beal. Like, have your team set, and then he's the cherry on top. He's the guy that pushes you over the finish line. So I think those would be the kind of teams. I tend to agree with you on Washington. I do think KD wants to come home at a certain point. Now, look, if the Wizards get Cooper Flagg, if they get him, that could be interesting, right? Like a chance to play with somebody like that. Does Durant maybe go to San Antonio? Like, I think Fox and Wemby and KD, that could be interesting. So there are some interesting potential landing spots for Kevin Durant, but it is a shame that he's kind of going to have this stigma on his career that he was kind of just like following a ring and he was just like chasing super teams, because he truly is one of like the great scorers of all time. I mean, he's unbelievable. But it's just like this is kind of how he's going to be remembered for the most part.
It's been a bruise on his legacy, and he's somebody that pays attention to it. We know that. And staying in Golden State was really, at the time people thought he was a front runner for staying there or for going to Golden State. But like in reality, if he was still a Warrior now, I think people would have forgotten. It would have just been like, okay, he left and decided to go to a better run organization. At the time, it would have been the case. Obviously, again, what we've said about the Thunder, I think we both agree the Thunder are a very well-run organization, but it was a different situation for him at that time. And the jumping from the Nets and then to the Suns and the trade requests. And now listen, that Nets team, had they stayed healthy with Kyrie and James Harden, could have won a title. I mean, they actually had a decent level of chemistry early on, where if they had actually just ever been on the court together, you could have seen something from them. But that's going to be a major part of what Kevin Durant's legacy is going to be, is constantly changing teams, things not working out since he left Golden State, only won his titles when he played with the Warriors, and then instantly, going to Phoenix, and 2 years later, already in trade rumors where the Warriors try to bring him back and Grizzlies and Timberwolves try to get him. And, I'm with you. I think it's going to be something that's always going to hang with him. But man, I mean, really is one of the all-time great scorers that we've had in the NBA. But like, the league is just, it's always going to be different now. And that's why I hate when people compare it to like the 90s. Everything from the collective bargaining agreements and all the nerdy, boring stuff that people don't care about that does affect the league exists, to players wanting to move and go to different teams more. Like, it's just, we can't compare the NBA today to where it was in the 90s, because everything about it is different.
I give Kevin Durant a lot of credit for this one thing that really doesn't get talked about enough, but he always did play for Team USA, and he would always do the Olympics. And I know LeBron had that stretch where, like, he would go to the finals every year. Steph obviously went to the finals a ton. But, it was like, ever since, like, the Dream Team and then a couple finals after that, like, it kind of became, like, uncool for, like, the best players on Team USA to do the Olympics. Obviously, this year, with it being in Paris and LeBron being his last go and Steph joining, they all decided, we got to go for this. But I always give Durant credit for kind of being that guy to do it every single year. Him and Melo are always that way. So I do love that about KD, that he would always play for Team USA. And, like, he was awesome in Olympic basketball, and he was awesome again this past Olympics for Team USA as well.
And he's just, I mean, honestly, again, he's still, like you said, like, he's one of the best scorers the NBA's ever seen. And you just,
Ever.
you always wonder. You always wonder, right? Like, what would have happened had he stayed in Golden State? I wanted to see him go back. Honestly, that would have been perfect. Him going back to Golden State at this deadline and just finishing it up. But he didn't want to go. Talk to Steph. Didn't want to go. I still think there's something going on with Draymond there. They say they've squashed it. But, like, you can be cool with somebody and, like, not want to work with them. And that might be the situation there. So it is what it is. But I think that was always the head scratcher where you go, why did you leave what you had there, other than egos? And how many times have we seen egos and personalities break up great dynamics in sports? So it is what it is. All right, he's PJ Glasser. I'm Nick Ashew. Good to work with you again, buddy. I am going to bed. I'm on Bet Sweats tomorrow morning. This is too late for me. It's inside BetMGM tonight.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.